Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Izuku's attention was brought back to little feet pattering on his gloved hands and he furrowed his brow. Surely it hasn't been that long, he muttered, but he opened his eyes anyway. And shrieked, head hitting the wall behind him as he jumped back instinctively. He clutched the back of his head with a hiss and glared at the silently chuckling figure in front of him. Foxy, he hissed, you BSD. What if we woke up Ren? Hardly seems like it's my fault, they sassed back, you're the one who didn't notice me sitting here. Some censor you are. Izuku shoved their mask aside and met orange eyes crinkled up at the edges. I was in firefly puddle mode. I wasn't actually looking at anyone. Besides, I'm used to seeing you in here, and you also know that suited-up miraculous heroes are dimmer to me anyway. They shrugged carelessly, an ear flicking. Sounds like a you problem. You're such an but, he huffed fondly, I dunno why I love you sometimes. My charming personality. We just established it's not so charming. My good looks. I mean, they help. My excellent jokes and pranks. Couldn't be that. Foxglove shrugged. Not sure then. Come on, 𝐤𝐲, show me what you do. You're up so late all the time, so you must be doing something. He looked at them. Sure, but it's all on the quirk plane, so it's not like I can actually show you. Then describe a quirk to me. Give me a rainbow, and we'll guess each one. He sighed in mock exasperation but obligingly closed his eyes. He felt his hands be grabbed and they ran their thumbs over the backs of them. He smiled and figured he was probably blushing, but Foxglove and the constructs were the only ones who could see him, so it was whatever. He took a deep breath. A rainbow, here. Okay, there's a red one, about 1 kilometer away. It's, textured halfway between electricity and colored wind, I'd say. Flows around like wind, or water, nestled around the middle of the person. Most quirks do, you know. Unless they're mutations or have a specific area, they most often just hang out in the core, around the heart or lower lungs. Really centered in the chest. I'd say this one is an emitter quirk, no clue what it does. I could keep watching and see if they use it, but it's a nice wine red, so I met that requirement. Foxglove snorted. Right. Orange now. He blew out a breath. West, now. It's a lot of little lights, like glowing fireflies, if they never went out. Probably a quirk that lets them summon ball of light. I bet it just manifests the quirk lights outside of, oh. Okay, 2 for 1, there's definitely a baby there. They're weird because they are just a muted, whatever color that's more of a gas than anything in a nebulous shape, and as they get older it coalesces into the quirk. So you can tell when people will manifest their quirks. Sort of. I could guess, but it's not like I've done a lot of watching to be actually accurate. I was right, it's a lights quirk. I think this is a parent using the lights to soothe the baby. Oh, that's cute. Okay, that's orange done. Yellow, no rush, they snorted, and you can do the colors out of order. No, he insisted, I can, oh, that's gorgeous. Okay, so it's more gold than yellow but I'm counting it anyway. It's so bright and feels larger than a person that I almost didn't spot it, but it's gold dust that comes from all around and is gathering in, probably heart height. It's a stockpile of some kind, if I had to guess. Yeah, the gold dust isn't just coming from the person, it's coming from all around and it's just making a small golden shape. Far enough away that I can't tell the shape exactly but maybe like a pyramid. It's pretty small right now too, what quirk would you guess? I dunno, something to do with sand. The fact that it's a stockpile maybe means it's harder to guess. Or it could be a time-based quirk. Like an hourglass. Maybe this is like that one planet pair in Outer Wilds, where time goes forwards and backwards as the gravity shifts and the sand goes from one to the other. Maybe we're just in the gathering phase, something like the maiden, the mother, and the crone, maybe. They age forward and then age backwards. That'd be cool. They hummed. Green. Got one, he said immediately. They were near the gold one. Definitely a plant-based quirk, it looks like vines. Probably sleeping since they aren't moving. Maybe vine control, or vine growth. It almost reminds me of Shiozaki's from 1B, but hers literally looks like her hair, even in quirk space. Blue now. I found Shinsu, he said cheerfully, mostly because I was checking on Aizawa after the USJ and kinda sorta never stopped. I'm pretty sure he and Yamada are married, by the way, because they live together and sleep in the same bed. You're stalking your teachers. It's not stalking, he insisted, and most of the time Aizawa's out and about patrolling around this time anyway. I just wanted to make sure I could always find a responsible adult if I needed to. And I found two. And also Shinsu. Who lives with them. Holy SHT, I didn't even think about that. Is he their son? Wait, is that why he and Momo are friends? Because cats and serpents. Whoa. Okay, right, Indigo and Violet left. I feel like you should maybe find a blue you didn't already know. This is a scavenger hunt, 𝐭𝐲. He stuck his tongue out. Fine. Boom, water quirk, easiest blue ever. Can I move on now? Fine, you spoil sport. Okay, Indigo. Yeah, that should count, I feel like. Okay, this one is a gas, and it's changing between the ranges of bright pink and dark blue, but it totally hits Indigo and Violet, so dash it only counts for one. Boo, you're no fun. Fine, it'll be Indigo. I'm guessing it's an emitter that lets the person exude different gases, probably in a specific range. Maybe it's a range of, say, noble gases. Or, like Ashido's quirk, it just changes one specific property of the gas. Like maybe they can put out nitrogen, but they can change how much they put out. I don't know. Come on then, Violet. Maybe throw in a black, white, or gray quirk. He huffed. Adding on to my workload, here. Always. Amazing. Well, there's a Violet. It looks soft. Liquidy. But definitely an overarching feeling of softness. I'm thinking, fabric softener. Yep, I'm declaring it. Fabric softener quirk. Sounds handy. It does, doesn't it? There's a black one. Shaped like a human person, so probably a mutation or this is a quirk construct. Oh. Nope, this is 𝐒𝐲. His quirk lets him go into black things and he also has pitch black skin. He's currently stretched out over a wall and moving around his apartment. Yeah, that's an apartment building. Last one, white, there's someone in said apartment building. Looks like feathers. I'm going with swan transformation based quirk. Done. Foxglove snorted. You missed gray. He opened his eyes to the amused person in front of him. I'm tired. They gasped and put a hand to their chest, leaving his own strangely bereft. Of me. He narrowed his eyes. Yes. They quietly cried out like they had been struck and tilted to the side. My love, wherefore hast thou forsaken me? Was I not faithful? Faithfully annoying. I am innocent of these crimes you accuse me of. He smiled. Okay, sure. They leaned forward suddenly and wrapped their arms around him. For once, the sleeves on the outfit were up and barely clinging to their shoulders, covering where the long fingerless gloves hugged their biceps. He extended a hand to the sleeve and traced the embroidered foxglove flowers. Trix really went the extra mile, he murmured. These aren't just a pattern, you can feel the thread. They hummed. Yes, they whispered. I think Dusu influenced him a bit, made him care a bit more about the actual fashion. Something about showing up Tiki and Plag. He hummed. I like it. The little hints of the purpley pink are nice, and the green accents are nice too. I'm glad. They sounded a little strangled. Trix and Dusu certainly have senses of humor. He blinked up at them as they slid the mask back on, covering their face. The tassels waved with the movement and he pouted. Senses of humor. Why? They sighed and slid forward so their head could press against his shoulder. The mask, despite being solid, didn't cut into him like it probably should have. You are the dumbest smart person I know, my dear. They titled their head so their mouth was closer to his ear. You're a butterfly, darling, and I'm a flower. He shuddered and swallowed. Oh, And these flowers are in your colors, they continued with a thrum of amusement, whereas Iris is more patterned after the flower she's named for. They're already a feathery flower, and indigo besides, which is Dusu's favorite color. Still, both of them are puns, I suppose you could say. Foxglove, at least, is absolutely a play on words, though it also happens to be one of my favorite flowers. Iris is also technically a pun, as peacock tails have eyes on them, and an iris is part of an eye. Really, my kwami are incorrigible. They sat there, tangled up together for a moment before they gave a soft murmur and he was back to being Felix. Trix floated away with a cackling Geka and was joined in the hall by a giggling Dusu. A quick murmur of his own and Nuru hissed after them, talking in that bubbly language they all had. Felix sighed into his neck and adjusted so he was a bit more comfortable. His warm weight pressed on Izuku and he leaned back a bit more against his pillow and headboard. Even the Kwami think you're cute, he grumbled half-heartedly, and Izuku snickered. I am very cute, he said smugly, but I think you mean they think we're cute. I'm not cute. I'm snarky and sarcastic and actually an but. Kim's been here for less than a week and I've already goaded him into 6 dares that were pre-aligned in my favor. And it's adorable. Like, yes, it's definitely goading, but it's really funny when he falls for it. Less funny when he shifts the consequences in his favor because he knows you rigged it. Felix snorted. His quirk is bullshit. It enforces the consequences with whatever energy it stockpiled from the bet. And tomorrow we're testing out the dog Miraculous. Ooh. Izuku snorted and ran a hand through Felix's hair. Well, you know what they say about foxes and hounds. Or dogs and birds. And yet the cat and the dog seem to get along fine. Oh, no, Ren got threatened day 1. Full-on shovel talk. They have a tentative alliance over Marie after they tried to one-up each other on how far they'd go to protect her. Felix lifted his head entirely, staring incredulously. What? How did I miss this? He shrugged. I'm actually not sure. You can poke him again tomorrow, though. If you go to bed. Felix slowly grinned and then flopped down beside him. I'm not sure what you mean, he said innocently, I'm already in bed. Izuku sighed and willed his face to stop burning before scooting down himself, wrapping himself around his boyfriend like an octopus. You're never leaving now, he mumbled into the other boy's chest, so remember, you chose this. Of course. They managed to wake up before Ren could make comments about scandals, already in the kitchen by the time he stumbled in. We're spending the next couple of days working with the dog, right? He squinted at nothing, trying to get his thoughts in order. At least, the princess and I are. Izuku shrugged. It's still break for the rest of the week, so it's not like I have anything better to do. Other than the date tonight. Felix smirked. Yep. Adrian looked at them. You guys are going on a date. Where? There's a botanical garden about an hour away, Izuku replied, swinging his feet a little, and then we're getting dinner. So we'll probably be back late. Ren cooed. Okay, lovebirds. Wait, that'd just be Felix, here. Lovebugs. Love, bird bugs. Yeah. You're such a loser, it's a wonder the princess ever looked in your direction, Felix said with faked wonder in his voice and wide eyes. Hey! She likes my wordplay. Felix snorted and looked away. Sure she does. Keep telling yourself that, Loverbar. Oh, his cousin perked up, Loverbar. That works for both of you. Felix just sighed, and Izuku couldn't help but giggle. All right, Felix sighed, check your messages. Izuku winced sheepishly. I'm so sorry no, the other boy snorted across the table, I knew what you were when I picked you up. I managed to distract you for almost 4 full hours, I'm going to call that good enough. There were so many butterflies, he hissed, and I think Nuru has corrupted me because I really like the plants. Felix waved his hand. Exactly. Successful date, dinner is over, check your messages now and see how the dog show went. Izuku flashed him a grateful smile and immediately whipped out his phone, reading through the messages Kagami had dutifully sent him. He barely noticed Felix physically moving him so they could get back on the train and head home because she'd also sent a video. He made an incredulous noise. Wow, that's special. Okay, so, the main power of the dog is fetch, because of course it is. Because of course it is. And it's usually used to retrieve an object. Last thing you touch the ball to gets a temporary mark. They figured out that it will persist through different transformations, so the current plan is Kim marks Marie and fetches her if something's wrong. Of course, they also then had to test the limits of this. Normally, the fetched object flies through the air through the path of least resistance, going around corners and through doors and such. But if Marie gets got again, she's not going to be out in the open and will be through a few doors, right? Felix hummed, still holding his hand as they sat beside each other on the half-full train. So they tested it through rooms, with an object, and both the object and the ball will hover and vibrate in place like a particularly excited puppy before the object pops over to the ball, through barriers. So obstacles aren't an issue. Biggest hindrance would be ensuring that the princess is the fetch target, then, Felix hummed, but it does work on people and not objects. He hummed, reading further. They had worries about that too, but Bach, the mutual friend, said it should be fine. Harder, because the object being fetched is much larger due to being a whole person, but doable. Also she shrieked the first time she was dragged across the room, haha, it's not really built for humans who are affected by G-forces. He played the video on low volume and they both snickered. And distance. They got Chloe to help and tested with an object that they left on the roof. It went so fast they are surprised it didn't break the sound barrier, but it got there eventually, and intact at that, leading them to believe that there's also like a little bubble around the object when the force gets too much. It's just harder to tell on a person because they're already pushing the limits of the power. Felix hummed in amusement. We really are doing things no one's ever done before, aren't we? Oh yeah, Izuku giggled, leaning into him as his eyes traced over the information again. We're just too chaotic to stick to how things were. Felix snorted. Fox and dog are both order, darling. Marie is the one coming up with all the tests, though, and we both know she leans chaos. Leans, Felix snorted, right? So they just did tests all day. He shrugged. Seems like. They had to do everything multiple times, of course, for science. Of course, for science. He slipped his phone away and pulled Felix's hand further into his lap so the hand that wasn't interlacing fingers could poke and prod him. Felix allowed it with quiet amusement. I really enjoyed today, he said quietly, thanks for taking me. Of course. I also happened to enjoy it greatly. He snorted and traced a circle on the back of the other's hand. That's good. I know you. You put up with a lot. Felix tugged his hand back and Izuku's heart stuttered, but then it stuttered again in a completely different way when he pressed his lips to the back of Izuku's hand. Oh yes, he said dryly, you're so high maintenance. You have endless fascinations that you show no fear in rambling about in a way that clearly shows your passion for something you just learned about half an hour ago. You learn things for other people just because you thought they might like to talk about it. You care greatly for those around you, including people you've never met. You're self-sacrificial to a fault. You spend an hour or two on most nights just to look around and experience the world with a sense that you alone have. You push yourself harder and harder to ensure the people you care about are safe, and, for no particular reason other than your own sense of justice, you've decided to take on the burden Marinette and I got saddled with by throwing yourself wholeheartedly into every aspect of it. He smirked. Yes, you are quite high maintenance. I enjoy it greatly. And of course, all of this is completely disregarding the fact that for some god-awful reason, you decided you enjoyed my company enough to agree to date me despite my fantastic fumbling. Lovebug wasn't your fault, he grumbled. And after I had a good cry about it, Marie and I fixed the problem really quickly. Besides, Adrian will tell you, I can't resist a good brick wall. Felix snorted into his other hand. Shinsu's the latest. Actually, he perked up, I think Todoroki's the latest. Shinsu I think has given up on resisting me, now he only swears once when I initiate a conversation, and it's a very mild swear. He hummed. And you're seeing him again in just a few days when the second semester starts up again. Izuku beamed. That's true. Hey, what do you think would happen if we threw Katsuki and Kim in a room together? Oh Lumia, Felix grinned, don't put such thoughts in my head. They both broke down into badly muffled giggles and completely ignored the rest of the train car, heading home for their last few days of break. Welcome back to another semester of school. Nezu beamed over the podium, thankfully not showing teeth yet. Our second of 3 semesters, we have much going on. For our hero students, this semester comes with the first round of provisional license testing for the year, and we're looking forward to having more passes this year. All second years are expected to pass, or else. Once you have secured your provisional license, you may attend a work-study program with one of our approved contacts. If you have questions, ask your teachers. Not to be outdone, our support students will also be presenting products to the Support Item Certification Committee SICC to start your own repertoire and get certified to craft and sell your support items. If you get this licensure, you'll also be allowed to participate in a work-study program, again at our approved contacts. Business and general studies students do not have to get any licensure, but are encouraged to apply to our partner companies and agencies to engage in your own work studies. We take work experience very seriously here. He looked over them with a slight grin before bouncing a little. Now that that's out of the way, it is time to get to the meat of my speech. Izuku looked over at Aizawa to see their homeroom teacher was already sleeping with an irritated expression on his seat. Hey, someone a few rows ahead of him said, Aunt Nezu's speech is an average of 3 hours. He silently groaned. As you heard several hours ago, Aizawa droned when they returned from lunch, you have an opportunity coming up. The provisional license exam happens twice a year, but the second one is much smaller and is specifically for second and third years who didn't manage to secure a license in the first one. In the history of UA, we have never sent a second year to this exam, let alone a third year. He grinned and they all froze like deer in the headlights. This is due to the fact that if our hero students cannot pass the exam by their second year, then they aren't the best of the best and are removed from the hero course permanently. Everyone swallowed and he shrugged. Fortunately, you are all first years. In general, if we send first-year students to the exam, it's because we believe them to be exceptional, or we want to teach them a lesson. In most cases, 1 or 2 first years will pass, and just once, 7 of my first-year students got their provisional licenses. He let them sink in those statistics for a moment before smirking again. So of course we're sending you. As you were attacked earlier this year, you as a whole have been forced to grow much faster than our usual students. I wouldn't say we've coddled the other years, but I would put you all as first semester second years, maybe. For some of you. They all quietly cheered and he silenced them with a flash of his quirk, but his expression was bland, and nothing of a glare they might have otherwise expected, so their smiles didn't flee. We'll ace this, Kaminari cheered, we're gonna do awesome. We're the best of the best, Katsuki scoffed, of course we're gonna crush this exam. Aizawa hummed mildly and they all tensed. If, he stressed the word with an unimpressed eyebrow, you manage to secure a license, you'll be able to attend a work study. This will be extremely beneficial to your growth. A lot of people might go with their internship placement, but I am aware that some of you went to internships that are outside of our accepted range, so you may or may not get an invitation or a recommendation to another of our placements. Shinsu raised his hand. How is this different from an internship? For one, it's over the next several months, in most cases, Aizawa said easily, and for another, it's in addition to your regular schoolwork. You're also allowed to do much more than in your internships, because you have a license, provisional though it may be. You'll go on actual patrols, possibly by yourself or with another intern, you'll be able to participate in active cases, and you'll have jurisdiction to act if you come across an active crime, presence of your mentor or not, because it is assumed you can handle yourself for a while. You'll also learn more rules and regulations, and about how heroes communicate on the job, with each other and with the police. All in all, due to the fact that you have more time, you'll get much more experience about what a hero is actually like, whereas in your internships it was often just more training from another instructor or a sanitized version of hero work. I highly doubt any of you were actively investigating cases. Most of you looked at old cases and jobs to study, did you not? They all made murmurs of agreement and realization, and Kagami raised her hand. If this is so important, why does UA not train more first years to take the exam? He eyed her for a moment. Because experience isn't something you can train into someone. It's been several years since I did a work study myself, however. They all muffled snickers and he dutifully ignored them, so we invited some people in to talk to you. The door opened and 3 people walked in, 2 with beaming grins on their faces and the third trying to hide in his hair. Immediately, Izuku focused intently on their quirks. The blonde who had walked in the front had a quirk that he would almost describe as clear, but as he mentally squinted, he noticed it had something of a teal or light blue tint to it. It went through the boy's entire body like a bubble of almost transparent gas, and he couldn't wait to figure out what it did. The guy who was trying to hide had a very obvious quirk. It was red and occasionally it would form a cow hoof, a clam shell, an octopus tentacle, a bird talon, some feathers. After forming, they'd fall back into the quirk. Some kind of animal transformation, probably. The girl's quirk was a roiling mass of yellow energy that coiled and bounced around inside of her. As she floated around and jabbered questions, he noticed it spiral out of her feet, but not on a spectrum that was visible. Coils of energy and capable of flight, he was intrigued, he had to admit. Hello, the sunny boy beamed as his companion settled down. Tagata Mirio here, and these are my companions Hadu Nejaya and a Magiki Tamaki. You might know us as 𝐂𝐴𝐳. Wait, you're the breathes guy. The class went dead silent and Izuku felt heat crawling up his cheeks in mortification. Now he knew what the guy's quirk was. He was Tagata Mirio, permeation, who could pass through anything. He stared in horror at the blank-faced boy who had his smile frozen on his face. There was some muffled giggling before Tagata burst out laughing, clutching his sides. Hadu quickly joined in, and a Magiki groaned and buried his face in his hands. Izuku felt like following, but managed to hold off until the laughter petered out and Tagata gave him a very large and genuine grin. You're funny, he chortled. I guess I am the breathes guy. I'd hoped my performance in this year's sports festival overshadowed that mishap, but I guess people aren't going to be so quick to forget the flasher, heh. Right, I was going to say that we're 𝐂𝐴𝐳, but that works too. We're hero course students who've come really far these past 2 years, when we started out as sprogs just like you all. And I at least can attribute a lot of my growth to my work-study mentor. Without him, I'd still be losing my breathes every time I used my quirk. Shock and horror, housewives everywhere would hate me. Hadu nodded rapidly. Ryukyu has been super helpful for me, too, and Tamaki won't say it, but Fat Gum is really helping with his self-confidence and pushing him beyond, plus ultra. Work studies are super awesome, and you guys should definitely do them if you can. Katsuki looked at Tagata with a shrewd eye. So you went from losing your breathes to being 𝐂𝐴's top dog. What makes you so special? Tagata ped his head and hummed. I see just talking about it won't convince you. Hey Eraser, do I have your permission to beat them up? They all gave cries of outrage, but Izuku and Kagami narrowed their eyes in the back of the room. Momo and Hitoshi did the same. Aizawa looked them all over with an impassive eye before shrugging. Don't send anyone to Recovery Girl. Sensei. Tagata stretched. To make this fair, it'll be all of you against just me. Come on, change into your gym uniforms, we're wasting daylight here. The class's righteous indignation about being dismissed so easily made them change in record time and he led them all to a large empty gym, humming and grinning all the while. Tagata had changed into his own gym uniform and stood in the center of the gym, bouncing on his feet. Okay, he beamed, if you can all take me down, I'll acknowledge your strength. Izuku stood back away from the rest, brow furrowed. Katsuki and Kirishima immediately ran for him, popping explosions and a hardened hand going right for the third year's face, but they just passed through the still smiling boy. Tagata laughed. That's it. Okay, my turn. He disappeared and everyone looked around in a panic. Yomomo's head shot up and she narrowed in on him. Izuku. Where is he? He blinked. Below the blonde popped up in a blur, fist burying itself in Jiru's stomach. She doubled over, gagging and trying not to throw up even as he spun and his leg went right for Shuji. The other boy managed to dodge, but Tagata just laughed and disappeared again. Wait, Uraka called, was he only in his boxers? Break it down, 𝐤𝐝. He nodded at Yaomomo's call. Permeation. I can tell when and where he's using it, but he's very fast. He uses it to slip under the ground, then deactivates it to shoot back up again. Say 2. The boy immediately ran away just in time to miss Tagata. Boo, the older boy called, already. Oh well, the space isn't that big, I'm sure I'll manage to get someone. He made as if to permeate the ground again before changing directions and absolutely wrecking Kaminari. You seem like you'd be an issue, he told the newly unconscious boy, so let's get you out of the way. He disappeared under the ground again. Everyone move around, their class president called, it'll be harder for him to grab us specifically. He has to be solid when he hits us, so use that to your advantage to try and get a hit in. Katsuki roared. We got this. Still, Tagata was good. Really good. He managed to pick off their numbers despite their constant movements, and he never stuck around long enough or stayed solid enough to really be hit. Zu had managed to wrap her tongue around him for a brief moment when he was knocking out Ida, but he just slipped back out again before she could attempt to throw him. There was no way to keep him solid once they had him, so any hits were glancing blows and he was just incapacitating them left and right. It was all Izuku could do to find him and point him out, but when he was using his quirk the bubble had become completely transparent, so he just had to look for the vague shape that was left and hope the movement was enough to draw his mental eye. They never gave up, though, Momo yelling encouragement and trying to lay out traps. But how could you catch someone who could slip between atoms? She covered herself in armor, hoping his control wasn't enough to slip past that barrier, but she didn't have time to make armor for everyone aside from a few general chest pieces of heavy vests. After 7 minutes of him dancing around and dancing on their metaphorical corpses, only 5 of them remained. Izuku, Kagami, Katsuki, Yomomo, and Shinsu all had armored vests on. They hadn't managed to save Uraraka, Kuda, or Aima, because you still had to put the vests on for them to be effective and were moving as a group away from where Izuku was concentrating as hard as he could to figure out where Tagata was. It helped that Momo was also calculating angles at the same time, so he had a general idea of where to look. The 4th time Tagata popped up in a way that he couldn't reach them, he spread his hands in defeat. Fine, you forced my hand. Close combat it is. He ran forward with a speed to rival a Miraculous user and was immediately grappling with Kagami. Katsuki went around beside him launching explosions that passed harmlessly through the parts of his body he wasn't using to try and get Kagami out with. It saved her from being completely thrown. As Tagata was quite a bit bigger than her, even if Katsuki didn't go for things like the boy's arms to avoid friendly fire. Wow, Shinsu drawled, going right for the girls. She just happened to be closest. Don't touch anyone and stop using your quirk. Stand up straight and still. There was a brief moment of tension before the older boy stood at rest right next to Kagami, smile still locked onto his face but expression blank. Right, Yomomo hummed. Due to the fact that he doesn't leave behind things like food, it's safe to say that once something is in his body, it counts as him for the purposes of his quirk. Actually, Toshi, can you get him to put his clothes back on first? Shinsu turned to stare at her incredulously and she looked away, red high on her cheeks. Mo, he said slowly, just hit him with a dart and be done with it. He's in his boxers, whoop-dee-doo. There's no way you haven't seen worse. It's indecent. He snorted inelegantly. Nope. I won't. Come on, I don't have a million years, Prez. Hitoshi. He shrugged and smiled coyly. Faster you knock him out, the faster he can get some clothes on. She huffed. You're terrible and I don't know why I like you. Or, he cooed, I like you too, Mo. She produced another dart, ignoring the few that were scattered around before she gave up trying to hit someone who could pass through things, and stabbed it sharply into Tagata's chest. He immediately snapped out of the hypnosis and permeated the dart out of him, but he wobbled on his feet a bit. It's not a full dose, so unless you're exhausted, it shouldn't send you to sleep, she said primly, still not looking at him, but I believe that it should count as defeating you. Tagata blinked and yawned. Yeah, that's fair. I'd say this is my big weakness, here. She shrugged, embarrassed. Well, you did dodge all of the other ones, so I imagine your special awareness is good. Actually, Izuku perked up, I think that's a side effect of the quirk. The spatial awareness, I mean. It'd be helpful when his slipped through the earth, because air and light also pass through you, right? So you can't see. If you didn't know where you were in space, it would be incredibly disorienting. I bet you train that up intensively, but I think your quirk actually helps you, because the bubble expands, or inverts, almost, aside from just going transparent, so you're processing some information about your environment even though you can't see or feel it, so you don't. He trailed off and offered a sheepish grin. You know most of this already, probably. 𝐸𝐸 smiled. Kinda. Didn't know my quirk was helping though, that's neat. Yeah, I trained with that for a long time, so I could be the best I could be. Oh, it looks like some of your classmates are waking up. Uraraka groaned. Did we win? You did, Hado cheered, it was amazing. I thought for sure Mirio would beat you all up. Ha ha ha. That's a really strong quirk, 𝐸𝐸 praised Shinsu. I completely forgot you could do something like that. I thought for sure it was fear-based, or whatever. Shinsu shrugged. I like to spread misinformation. If everyone knew how my quirk worked, it wouldn't. If you need a response, consider telling jokes. People either laugh or question you, but it still counts. Sir taught me that smiling and laughing are an important part of being a hero, so I know some good ones if you want some tips. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Sure, give me your best joke. 𝐸𝐸 beamed. Okay, what do you call a wandering caveman? He narrowed his eyes. What? A Neanderthal. Izuku snorted and Kagami whacked him on the back of the head. Don't even think about it, she warned. I wasn't, he protested, I wasn't thinking about it. I am now, though. Your fault. Ren cannot meet him. He's perfect, he threw out a hand, begging, he loves jokes, smiles all the time, is blonde, they're practically already related. 𝐸𝐸, he turned, do you have a good series of cat jokes? The third year blinked, but beamed. A few, but Sir says they are all clawful. He thinks puns are the lowest form of humor, but they are just so easy to pursue that I can't help it. Do you think your friend can help me out? Izuku turned to Kagami and gestured at the boy. Perfect. I'm going to kill you. Shinsu narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Strong debate going on in my head right now. Is it worth it? Sources say Midoriya is too close to it, so probably not. Izuku squinted. Adrian is nothing like me. Is he brighter than the sun? Izuku remembered Adrian's chat name in the class group chat, Sunshine Smiles. No. Kagami and Yaomomo snorted. Too much effort, then, Shinsu sighed, and I bet there's no actual cats. I've decided it isn't worth it. 𝐸𝐸 chuckled softly, yawning halfway through. Geez, baby president, I need a nap now. You kids are fun, though. Nice work you five, taking me down is no small feat. If you guys get your provisional licenses, let one of us know. The big three wandered off, Hado giggling and poking at 𝐸𝐸 and Imagiki trying to keep the boy in between him and the class. Izuku blinked. Did we just get job offers? Katsuki scoffed. Thing course we did. You still need your licenses, Kagami pointed out. I believe we can get them, Yaomomo beamed, and they all nodded in determination. They had this. Wait, Shinsu said, you still need your licenses. Of course, the provisional licensure exam wasn't for another 2 weeks. Instead, they were attending class again like regular, save for their heroics classes, which were moved into Gym Gamma. All Might and Cementos met them there. Welcome back to heroics, All Might boomed with a grin. In preparation for your exam, we will be crafting the signature of a hero, their signature moves. At your summer camp, we stretched your quirks to their limits, now it is time to craft your super moves. Does anyone have any idea of some of the super moves you or your classmates have already created? Ida tentatively raised his hand. Does Recipro Burst qualify? Of course, All Might boomed, a good metric. Is anything that has its own special name besides I am using my quirk, is a good indication of a potential super move. Kirishima snapped his fingers. Bakubro's howitzer impact. Uraraka gasped. Midoriya has 2. Metamorphosis and Chrysalis. Which means Lightning Dragon, Wind Dragon, and Water Dragon are 3, Kaminari pointed out. Indiscriminate shock, Ashido crowed, that's totally 1. All Might winced. Perhaps one that can be workshopped. But yes, many of your classmates have come up with conflict enders we call super moves. He winked at Izuku and he smiled back. All Might had gotten much better after he apologized for the accidental discrimination, and seemed to have renewed his enthusiasm for teaching. It is our goal that within the next 2 weeks, you all develop 1 or 2 new super moves, or expand on ones you already have. To that end, 𝐶𝐿𝐼𝐺 stepped forward. All Might and I are here to supervise. I can change the entire structure of this gym to suit your needs and give you something to test against. And All Might can offer tips as a veteran who's seen all manner of quirks and heroes. Please be as safe as possible. They all cheered and split off, 𝐶𝐿𝐼𝐺 having already raised some portions of the ground to give the gym some height and make it so not everyone was in the same sphere. Izuku and Kagami lingered off next to a wall. He watched people talking with each other and trying out new things with great enthusiasm, and hummed. "Gami, what do we do?" She shrugged. "Practice championing a miraculous hero, perhaps. We already tested the fact that your champions can technically put on a miraculous, but it doesn't make them more powerful." He gave a disgruntled sigh. It was true, at the summer camp, they tested what would happen if he championed Kagami and then she transformed. On one hand, it made it so she'd draw from his power to enforce her abilities and transformation, letting her last longer, but on the other, that wasn't exceptionally helpful, so it was a waste of a butterfly. The only other possible benefit was the fact that he had a direct link to her mind, but much of the same functionality could be gotten from communication devices that the Miraculous could easily produce for them, or could be provided with their hero gear. Considering he still wasn't recommended to champion 2 people at once, it wasn't exceptionally viable, but he didn't have the power necessary to get over whatever threshold championing transformed heroes seemed to require. "And Mum won't let me champion 2 people just to practice," he grumbled, "so that's out." She shrugged. "At this point, most of what we want to do is simply increase our power so that we can do bigger things or last longer. It's not as if we can make new powers." "I mean," he exchanged a glance with Nuru, who was hidden in the folds of his gliding wings, "technically we can, it's just really hard. We'd need to really think about the concept and then how we can use the power in a way that's new, but still fitting the concept." Kagami hummed and looked at where her Kwami was no doubt hiding. Perfection. Perhaps a luck-based power, where everything goes perfectly. They heard Long murmur something back and she grimaced. "Very powerful. But, short-lived or not, it's useful. To fit the naming scheme, Luck Dragon." Izuku squinted. "That was fast. Have you been thinking about this?" She shrugged. "Your turn. Transmission or change?" "Transmission," he said slowly, "the transfer of something, in this case, often power, that is used to do something else, either change or change to a state of good health. So I need either another use of the power, or I need another thing that the butterflies are transmitting." Kagami slowly raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. "Ru," he said thoughtfully, "could I use a butterfly to transmit data?" The Kwami hummed. "Maybe. What data would you want to send? You can already send your visual sense briefly, right?" He slowly nodded. "What if," he said slowly, "I sent quirk space data?" Kagami slowly broke out into a grin. "It seems," she said softly, "that we have new powers to test." "Sixth sense," he said quietly, "let's transmit a link to my sixth sense." Nuru broke into a big grin. "Oh my, it's been so long since I've had a new power to test. Other than the new champions, of course. It probably won't work immediately," he warned, "because we have to shape the magic in a way that neither of us are used to doing. But it's similar to sending visual information," he argued, "or them sending me memories automatically." "But it's a sense you've developed," Nuru pointed out, "not one that you had by default. Even magic users or other miraculous users don't have this sense because it evolved out of the necessity to know generally what powers you were changing going into this. I've told you before, but this wasn't a sense any previous holder of mine has developed. I enjoy looking into quirk space as much as you do, because it's so new. It reminds me of the Kwami plane, since it's something that overlaps your world, but is usually unseen. But miraculous users have already practiced using magic instead of quirks," he pointed out, "so maybe," Nuru shrugged lightly. You also have to figure out how to put the sense into the butterfly and not the magic you're using instead. Because it's different. Izuku groaned. Of course it is. Wait, could I do this while not transformed? Since I can sense the quirk plane all the time. Nuru perked up. Now that's an idea. You shouldn't be able to access the miraculous side of the powers while not transformed, which means if you put anything in a butterfly, it would have to be something like the quirk sense. He instantly ran a finger down the edge of one of the pin's wings and pulled the 3 constructs out. You guys are a little more durable than regular butterflies, he confided, and I don't think I'm really allowed to go outside to look for them anyway. Nuru snickered. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but there are a lot more butterflies on UA grounds now. Izuku gave him a mock glare. Oh, I noticed. Kuda pointed it out in excitement before he remembered he was talking to a person and froze up. He thinks my quirk draws butterflies to me since I can use them as conduits. He's not wrong, aside from calling it a quirk. Apollo flicked her wings imperiously and Izuku laughed. Alright, I hear you. Do you guys know what I'm trying to do? Emerald bobbed a few times and Daredevil made some excited fluttery loops. I'll take that as a yes, he giggled. Okay. If we can't get this, I'll ask Aizawa if he's willing to volunteer to be a champion that literally just has this power and see how that changes things for him. Apollo nudged him with as much force as a moth could muster and he giggled again. Right, okay. I guess this means you're down to be the test subject. He settled down onto the floor against the wall and cupped Apollo in his hands. He could feel that she was pretty relaxed about this, and Emerald and Dee were fluttering around him. As much as he tried, however, he couldn't figure out how to imbue Apollo or Emerald or Dee, who insisted on getting a turn just in case the construct mattered with anything, let alone his quirk sense. It felt like it was just out of reach, though, and he could see in the quirk space just fine. Maybe I need to internalize more, he scowled at Kagami as they walked back to their last class, because it's not like I've ever really looked at my magic. Something to try in tonight's meditation, she said breezily. Perhaps your boyfriend will be able to help. If he's not too busy sneaking into your bed. He spun around to face her. What? She raised an eyebrow imperiously and the corner of her mouth ticked up. Kwame can go through walls, dearest cousin. Long, you son of a beach. She snorted. I haven't told anyone, since it seemed you were just sleeping. But I'm sure Auntie Inko would be willing to switch us around if need be, to keep anything untoward from happening in the other apartment. Who are you? He grumbled. Virgo. We're literally just sleeping. I don't know about Felix, but I am not interested in that, at least for right now. I'm barely 15. Also, it was once. She shook her head solemnly. That's how it starts. Then your teen pianin and tea and broke. He sputtered. Teen piajin and tea. She nodded again. And broke. He stopped, then scoffed. Aunt Tomo wouldn't kick me out for getting teen pian and tea. She eyed him. You're right, she'd kidnap the baby. She's blind. And point. But that doesn't matter, because I'm not going to get teen pian and tea. For multiple reasons. Kagami shook her head solemnly. That's what they all say. He rolled his eyes, but smiled softly, the frustration from not being able to get the new power draining out of him. His cousin always knew what to do to get him out of his head. Felix did show up that night, but this time, Dusu was trailing him. I'm feeling neglected, she'd shrieked. I want to turn on the meditation bed. Izuku choked a little. I don't know if that's what I'd call it, Felix snickered. The meditation bed. Because that's all that happens on it. Exactly, Dusu trilled, and I think I'd be really good at that. Maybe if you're really good, she patted Felix on the hand, you can get the true power. Izuku blinked. Wait, that's right. Empathy. If Dusu allows it, you can use the peacock to sense and influence emotions. Felix looked alarmed. I can what? Izuku nodded. Because Dusu is the Kwame of emotion. It only makes sense there's an emotion-based power, and emotional manipulation is the easiest one to think of. If anything, the Centimonsters are kind of out of left field, but I guess at that point you're just manifesting your emotions super hard. Felix stared down at his 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Why are you so terrifying? The little blue bird cackled. My brainwashed minions will be innumerable. Izuku giggled. At least this might also be good practice for that new power you're trying to work out with tricks. Making them feel a certain way, as opposed to making them think a certain way. Fine, Felix sighed. Desu, spread my feathers. Desu squealed in delight as she was scared into the brooch and Iris stretched her gloved hands up into the air. She muttered, this always feels a little strange. Izuku snorted. The bonus cleavage. It's not a lot. Or do you mean the lack of certain parts? She shrugged. Either. Both. It's not really that big of a deal, to be fair. If I made a fuss about it, I can guarantee she'd change me back. Anyway, you mentioned making your own new power at dinner. What's wrong with it, again? He held his hands out and Apollo fluttered in indignation when Iris immediately grabbed them. She eyed the constructs with thinly veiled amusement and went slightly cross-eyed when Emerald landed on her mesh hair hat thing. They crawled up the feathery lace to settle in the eye of the feather adorning the top and she snorted. She looked back at him. Not going to transform. He shook his head. Rue thinks, and I agree, that I should be able to do this without transforming. I'll be channeling a little of the miraculous magic anyway, like I do when I pull these 3 clowns out. Apollo immediately flew into his face, but I'm transmitting a power I can use even when I'm not transformed, so I should be able to do it at all times. She shook her head. Insanity. Alright, so what do you need? Just to try. He hesitated. Actually, could we work on your emotion thing first? And describe how you're doing it. Maybe that could help me. She blinked. Oh, not a bad plan. Sure, I've never really done this before. She closed her eyes and idly traced around one of his knuckles. He tried his best to not let his face heat up as he watched her slowly smile. Why are you flustered, darling? He coughed and knew he'd instantly lost the battle to keep the blush off of his face. Well, I like it when you do that. Which in hindsight is kind of weird. What would I even call that? Petting my hand. Stroking the back of my hand. There's no good way - you're overthinking, she snickered. I'm holding your hand. And you enjoy that? Oh, that made you all fluttery. I think that's affection, maybe. Describe it, he said softly. She hummed. I see you as a blur of color, like a heat map, maybe. Ren's in the other room, his pastel yellow, quietly amused, I'd say, with little flashes of pink affection. He's probably sending more memes to the princess, if I had to guess. I'm guessing what a lot of colors mean, but when you blush, soft orangey pink pours into your cheeks and your heart. I suppose because that's where you feel it the most. In your blush and in your pounding heart. Now you have lavender around your head. I'm going to call it fascination or curiosity. The colors fluctuate with some energy, I suppose, that tells me intensity and type. He smiled. Expand your view. We're in an apartment building, there should be people around. She pet her head. Happiness is golden yellow, yes. I see, red. 2 floors down. I think that couple Adrian is always complaining about assaulting his poor sensitive ears is fighting again. Angry is volatile and thrumming and a bright red. Oh, she must have said something shocking, he got a flash of white. It's swirling now, and the red is fading into a blue. Curious. Contentment, maybe. Sadness. It doesn't feel quite like sadness, that would be a darker blue, I believe. So, Izuku ran his thumb across her gloved knuckles, you'd say it's people-shaped colors that have different textures or energies that change depending on people's immediate emotions. Iris nodded. Seems like it. And I sort of know what emotions are each color, but I have to focus more. With practice, I bet I could do it easily. You're a light indigo right now. Contentment and curiosity. Ah, there's the pink again. He giggled. It left. She smirked. Not particularly. It was just less. How amusing, my dear. It seems as if you're in love with me. Shock and horror, he deadpanned, who would have thought? She opened her eyes and used their conjoined hands to tug him closer, letting him almost fall on top of her. She smirked. Was that helpful? He grinned and leaned closer. Use empathy. Change something and see what it looks like. She immediately drew back and her face fell into a frown. No. He whined and let his head fall on her arm, looking up with the best puppy dog eyes he could muster. Please. It can just be something small or harmless. A nice emotion. And I'm giving you permission. Practice is important. She pursed her lips. It's dangerous. And manipulative. But it might help me. And it might hurt you, she insisted, which I'm trying to avoid. He scooted closer to her so he could be sitting up again, pressed against her arm. Something small, he muttered, for just a moment. Just enhance something. She still looked trepidatious about it, but let out a slow breath and closed her eyes again. She tugged a single hand free and grabbed her fan, opening it easily. She opened one eye and looked at him, then gently fanned him slightly. Empathy, she muttered, enhance. Slowly, in a way that if he hadn't been looking for he wouldn't have noticed, he noticed an increase in questions that he'd already been thinking about. Was that what the fan was for? Was it a reference to fanning the flames, a phrase often about heightened emotions? Did Iris's fan still have blades in it, like La Payne's did? Did Iris know that her hair looked really nice when it was pure white? If she saw the emotions as a sort of heat map, does that mean that it was impossible to hide from her? What did her emotion plane look like? Was it basically the same as the quirk plane, but just detecting different things? The feeling faded and he blinked. Okay, well, I still have questions, obviously. Obviously, she nodded in amusement. But I will say that it kind of felt a lot more all-encompassing. He titled his head in thought. I'm assuming you enhanced my curiosity. She hummed. It seemed the most harmless. He nodded slowly. Okay. Thanks. She squeezed the hand she was still holding lightly. Of course. Your turn, try again. He held out his freed hand and Apollo flounced on it indignantly. He snorted. She's not pleased that we held hands. Iris narrowed her eyes. This is Apollo, yes. The snooty little princess who desires to be carried around everywhere. Apollo reared up and waved her front legs at the slander and he snickered into Iris's arm. Okay, he said a little breathlessly, come on my little godling, let's just practice, okay? We'll get this. He breathed out and settled into the quirk plane. Iris was a warm light beside him in shades of lavender and indigo, and he tried to look inwards as well. Little pinpricks of soft violet light fluttered around and he realized they were Emerald and Daredevil. He hummed, and found the third pinprick nestled in his hand, and then was finally able to see himself in the quirk space. There was some soft green, the same color Lune's hair had been, but the majority of his magic was swirling violet, reaching out from himself in a rippling wave, collecting little pieces of information and then returning. He radiated power in a way that only Marinette and Adrian did, having been the longest users of the Miraculous. Marinette had more magic than him, he noted, but hers was much more contained. Kagami had less magic than he did, but it also was often doing that thing where it rippled around, expanding her own quirk. Like he'd noted before, magic was far less defined than quirks were, but for the first time, he could see it. He bit his lip and tried to concentrate on that swirling violet, trying to tug it into where Apollo was resting on his hands, ever patient. It wasn't something he could grasp, exactly, but he knew what magic felt like, and he plucked it like he was plucking the connection between him and one of his champions, and sensed in fascination as the magic thrummed and rippled from the imagined motion. He waited until a portion of the magic was on the return, and then guided it with some struggle to Apollo. She could much brighter and he twitched, not trusting himself to move, and she slipped off his hand too. Iris's, joining with her hat. Oh! He felt a very brief connection form, more of a flash, before he let out a breath and collapsed bonelessly into her. He glanced up through his eyelashes to see Apollo shaking herself off and Iris looking a little shocked. She looked down at him with wide-eyed wonder. Was that it? He grinned. No idea. What did you see? She huffed. It was a lot like the emotions, but things were obviously shaped differently. I got barely a second. So we'd have to do more testing, he hummed tiredly, just to be sure I'm sending the right thing. And a second of data doesn't really help. But technically you transmitted something to a transformed Miraculous user, she pointed out, and sort of invented a new power. She's right, Nuru piped up, you definitely manipulated your magic on your own to transmit information. Your magic is so entwined with mine at this point that transmission powers would work easier for you in general, but the fact that you were able to do it while not transformed means if you can do it while transformed, it will be much stronger, since I'll be supplementing your power. The issue is doing that instead of grabbing the champion magic. What was the green? Chrysalis, sort of, Nuru admitted, but mostly your natural magic. A lot of your magic turned violet because of me, because you're specializing in the butterfly. I believe we spoke of this before. How it'll be harder for you to use a different Miraculous. Guardian magic is a lot more versatile, it adapts to a new Miraculous much faster, but you'll notice that Marinette's magic is still mostly pink. Izuku poked his girlfriend. Detransform if you're done, I want to see your magic. Iris snorted, but complied, and Dusu flopped to the comforter with a sigh. I'll go get blueberries in a second, she said sleepily, but that was so fun. Ruru, is that what you see all the time? He shrugged and settled next to her, letting her wrap him up in her arms and tail. If I think about it, I couldn't used to. I'm learning new things every day. Izuku pushed a single finger into the pair of Kwami. Shesh, he hissed, I'm thinking. Felix snorted. About you. I thought you were looking at my magic. Izuku snapped his fingers. That's the beach. Felix still had the lilac mist around his head, but now there was also a faint cloud of orange and dark blue. It was mostly orange, but it all swirled together like fine, faint smoke. You're so pretty all the time, he sighed, and didn't quite process the stuttering choked laughter above him, it's so unfair. Oh sweetheart, he cooed, you're exhausted, aren't you? Absolutely no filter. He hummed. Yep. Bedtime now. Felix moved and Izuku whined in protest, but let himself be manhandled under the covers. They were still partially warm in places where they had been sitting, and he smiled briefly when he felt the press of lips on his forehead, and then he heard the light shut off and the door close. Within moments, he was asleep, all thoughts of practicing for the exam in 2 weeks gone from his mind for the moment. But, well, 2 weeks isn't a lot of time. Oh well, he'd panic about it in the morning. The giant arena-shaped building loomed above them and Izuku shivered slightly. You've done good work, Aizawa said begrudgingly, and you have what it takes. Don't get complacent, and remember, go beyond, plus ultra. They all whirled around to look at the widely grinning boy in a hat. Ah, he boomed, I have always wanted to do that. Forgive me for intruding on your sacred chant. He slammed his head into the asphalt with the force of his bow and they all cringed. Yorashi, an older student covered in hair, scolded, stop bothering the other schools. We are representatives of our fine institution. Aizawa quickly and quietly ushered them away and into the building while Yorashi again loudly expressed further expressions of regret and repentance. I think he was offered a recommendation spot. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, so. Good for me, I guess. Anyway, change, plus ultra, if you don't make it that's fine. I suppose. Don't die. Bye. He slipped away and Shinsu sighed loudly. He definitely just jinxed us. Is anyone else terrified of that pause before fine? Kaminari laughed nervously, or is that just me? Definique, not just you, Amar shuddered. They separated from each other to go change and put their stuff in the provided lockers and Izuku tried to calm his beating heart by taking deep breaths. Shinsu looked over and snorted. Not sure why you're panicked, Paris. Izuku rolled his eyes. I already told you, just because the French license functions like a provisional license doesn't mean it is one. If I ever want to operate in Japan as a full hero I need to pass this test. Also it was one of the conditions the HPSC had, and I'd rather get it out of the way now than stress over it closer to the deadline. Katsuki scoffed, coming up beside them. We're gonna crush this. Besides, you should be good at this kind of SHT, you did this for months. Izuku elbowed him lightly. Not the same. Oh, Gami, thank Lumii, someone who understands, she didn't even look at him, busy checking over her sword. If this is about you being nervous, then no, I don't understand at all. We will obliterate the competition no matter what kind of test this is. He threw up his hands in defeat. Why is everyone so confident about this? Yomomo came up beside Shinsu and giggled. Well, we've come quite far since the sports festival. Izuku stopped dead in the hallway, just before the entrance to the arena. OSHT. The sports festival. Uraraka and the majority of the rest of the class walked past and he scrambled to stay with his class. What about the sports festival, Mido? It's televised, he stressed, to the whole country. Meaning anyone can watch it. And MIC straight up gives them our classes, names, and quirks. Yomomo choked. Wait. Katsuki shrugged. Who gives AF? We'll peon them into the ground anyway. Imagine revealing your full powers on live television, Shinsu picked at. His nails, couldn't be me. Half of the class paled as they realized what they were getting at, but Ashido shrugged. She said, but we're better now and have new moves they've never seen. Jiru grimaced. Let's hope that's enough. Todoroki hummed. I suppose there's one benefit to not making it to the third round, then. Izuku perked up. That's right. Many of our versatile members and heavy hitters didn't really have a chance to show off entirely because we accidentally skewed the results and eliminated them early. Todoroki's whole pole-toppling team only has the first round to look at. Zero chuckled and stroked his chin like there was a goatee. So you could say we're the dark horses of Class 1A. Nice. Kaminari immediately started beating him up for trying to be cool about getting his butt handed to him, but they gathered in the waiting area designated for UA. Yomomo and Ida inspected the boxes of stuff without touching them and Izuku whispered his transformation and pulled his goggles down. The amount of quirks shining brightly definitely drew him in, but he started classifying them as best as he could, just to get some senses. One that drew his attention due to the loud voice of the owner that he recognized was a practical whirlwind, bright light blue that spun and spun and spun, every which way. He leaned over to his cousin, Urashi guy from earlier most definitely has a wind quirk. She hummed back and he could hear the vicious smile in her voice. How intriguing. I wonder who has more control. He sighed. You know this could be a cooperative test. She eyed him and he sighed again. Yeah, even he didn't believe that. Not initially anyway, he mused as he looked around, because there were probably something like 1,000 people here from various schools all over the country. The intercom whined a little and he opened his eyes and pushed the goggles up. Without a champion they were really just there to help block some of his vision, but he didn't exactly need them, especially to listen to instructions. Hello, a tired-sounding voice drawled, and welcome to, Yawn, the Provisional License Exam, Testing Site 4. I'm Mera, your HPSC representative. Yawn, right, okay. Each school has been provided with some boxes. You may open the box and distribute the contents to your peers. Inside the boxes were about 100 soft mesh ball with a dense and slightly heavy center. When we call for a start, the ball will release their contents upon contact with anything. Every ball is filled with a special chalk, and every school has a different color. Your goal is to cover other people in chalk. If you become completely covered, you're eliminated by default, and everyone else, only the top 50% of the remaining students who are the least covered in chalk will move on to the second round. Yawn, that means at most, half of you will move on. They all glanced around at the gathered schools, swallowing as everyone became their enemy. Momo and Ida quickly distributed ball to their class, giving more to people like Shuji who could hold more, and Momo quickly made a few small pouches to hold more, distributing them to people who wanted them. Kagami opted not to take one, but Izuku easily hooked one to his hip. It had 5 ball of course, Mera drawled. You can technically eliminate your classmates as well. If you're worried about passing, I mean. But as all of the chalk is colored by school, well, it's for data. Anyway, in case you were going to attempt to wash off the chalk, we call it special for a reason. Only a specific solvent of our making will wash it off, so unless you can remove your skin and make yourself an entirely new costume, you'll be colorful for a while. Was there anything else? Oh, Yawn, you'll have 5 minutes after the buzzer to move around before the chalk releases and the round will last for half an hour. Go. A lot of people immediately ran, but they all lingered around Yamomo. "Right," she said, "if I see Yue's color on any part of us other than the hands, I will be severely disappointed in you. Dodging is the name of the game, as is hiding. All we need to do is not get hit. Eliminating other people is a bonus. Mina, you might be able to avoid the chalk sticking, but I wouldn't count on it." In all likelihood, they designed the compound with the testers in mind, as they knew who was going where. "We can stick together as needed." "F that," Katsuki scoffed, "I'm going to go pulverize people. Don't follow me unless you don't care about being caught in the crossfire." Kirishima sighed. "I've got it. See you guys later, yeah." He ran off after his friend and Kagami hummed. "I'm leaving now," she said, "I have a duel to get to." "He doesn't know he's dueling you," Izuku deadpanned, and she flashed sharp teeth at him before turning into wind and taking off. He looked around at his classmates and hummed as they started moving. 3 minutes remaining. "We're surrounded by people," he remarked idly. "I'm betting as soon as the chalk releases we're going to be pelted." He looked at his remaining classmates with narrowed eyes as they all hefted ball and looked around, tense. Who to champion? Daredevil cheekily flew in his vision and landed on his hand eagerly. He snickered and obliged, powering him up and sending him out, letting him land on a glove. "Hagekyu Toru," he called with a grin, "wanna be a mime?" She gasped. "Invisible walls. Hell yeah. My thoughts exactly. All right, Pantukai, let's put on a show." Metamorphosis. Her appearance didn't change much, since the only visible parts of her costume were the gloves and shoes, but the gloves became more like white performer's gloves than the heavy-duty ones she'd had before, and the shoes had turned into tap shoes. Pantukai did a little spin and tapped the shoes, letting it click against the concrete of the mock suburban town they were in before she flicked out her hands like a conductor. She ran around before she panicked and hit invisible walls. She gestured for Shuji to help her, and he lifted her up in amusement for her to start tapping at an invisible ceiling as well. Finally, she got set down and she dusted herself off before posing smugly. She started signing something and Izuku and Shinsu both snorted. They exchanged a glance, but Shinsu took the lead. "We're boxed in," he said, with no time to spare. The buzzer sounded over the entire arena as if in agreement, and people sprung up around them, throwing ball with great speed. They impacted with the invisible walls and let out puffs of colored chalk in 4 different colors. Pantukai doubled over in silent laughter as noises of outrage and confusion echoed through the space. "Well," Yamomo huffed in amusement, "I suppose we just wait here for 30 minutes. Would anyone like to play cards?" Katsuki was going to blow this exam out of the thing water. He had 5 of the ball with him, and had already tested a small explosion on one of them, and it hadn't been destroyed. He idly fingered the mesh around the ball and pinched it between his fingers. He couldn't feel much through the gloves, but it seemed like a metal mesh, probably a fiber-metal mix if he had to guess. Strong enough that not much would tear it, but flexible enough for the ball to depress with contact. Shitty Hair had followed along after him, babbling up an effective smoke screen to lull the idiots following them into a false sense of security, so he allowed it, occasionally grunting in response when it seemed one was necessary. The other boy was about as sunshine-y as Zukuan was, but definitely more naive and less sarcastic. Honestly, Katsuki blamed his own influence only slightly. The Morin's cousin seemed like the MSTR of quiet snark. He could appreciate that in a person, even if she was a smug Fing BSTD who needed to be taught a goddamn lesson. They ended up in the industrial section of the arena, and what was this? A discount Fing USJ. Fing copycats. UA was the best for a reason when the buzzer rang out and Katsuki pulled shark teeth out of the way of a swarm of ball. "Fing idiot," he grouched, "just because you have a good defensive quirk doesn't mean you can always tank SHT. If you get out because you don't know how to dodge, I'm not bailing your butt out again." Thanks Baku bro. I guess I do really need to get better at not automatically trying to tank hits, yeah. This should be good for that, though. At least it's not like a weapon or whatever, just some chalk. Katsuki locked eyes with a person and grinned, exploding a ball at them. It was too fast for them to dodge, and the outright plume of chalk seemed too much for that little ball, but the extra was already half covered in dark blue chalk. He grunted. "Same color as the uniforms, then." You're a Fing moron, he grouched as they kept walking, picking up the 3-ball he had launched before the extras following them had gotten spooked and bailed. Even if you can tank things, it doesn't mean you should. Armor integrity is a thing, learn it. You take no damage if you don't even get hit. Whoa, Buckabro, you're right. I guess I'm just so used to being the ultimate shield that I forgot, he grinned wide. Thanks for looking out for me, bro. He sneered. Absolutely Fing disgusting. He didn't need this kind of positivity in his life. Zukuan was bad enough, and he really only interacted with the nerd at school since he was constantly doing SHT with his group of magical girls. Would it be cool to also be a part of the group of magical girls? Sure, but his quirk was Fing excellent, and he'd already heard that if you had a strong quirk you needed basically the perfect piece of jewelry, or whatever, so fat Fing chance of that happening. Some random extra in a shiketsu hat showed up and started talking mad SHT about Katsuki's attitude, like he hadn't heard it all before, and showed off his fleshy meatball collection. Between shark teeth and Katsuki, they'd Fing pelted that effer in chalkball until he looked like a night sky. Katsuki took visceral satisfaction in the effer's name being apparently read out as one of the eliminations, and they both managed to avoid being turned into a sad sack of flesh. They had, however, lost about 5 of their 10 total balls since the little SHTs had rolled off into the piping that was all around. What Fing ever? They just had to survive, at this point, and there were, 10 minutes left. They had this. Xiaotou sat in the invisible box as Haga Pantakai mimed out various things and people tested them, and other members of their class played card games. Uraraka was running a poker ring that she was apparently dominating, while Yorozu was playing Go Fish with Shinsu, who was definitely Aizawa's biological son. Perhaps with MIC as the other father and Midnight as the surrogate. Midoriya made a noise of excitement and ran over to his champion, deftly avoiding the invisible structures she'd made, and immediately started signing at her and pointing at his goggles, which were on his face. Curious. He had no idea what they were discussing. He sighed and looked out of the chalk-splattered invisible walls with something like longing. Perhaps if he had been faster and not distracted, he would have been able to leave the group like Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tsurugi had done. Alas, now he was trapped here. The ground rumbled beneath them and split like it was a great earthquake. Midoriya jumped up and yelled, "On 3, jump." He counted down and everyone leapt off the ground, letting Pantakai mime the floor. They all slid around as the invisible box was jostled, and a few of them were a little bruised, but they were still protected on all sides. There was a cry of frustration that took Xiaotou a moment to realize was coming from inside the box. "I had a royal flush," Uraraka cried. "I was going to get all of you people's money." He sighed. Not much longer now. He walked over to the newly constructed poker game. "Do you accept IOUs in the form of uses of Endeavor's credit card?" Uraraka's eyes lit up with an unholy glee. "Of course. Sit down, my friend, sit down." At least he could get something out of this. How did one play poker, again? Kagami instantly felt the roiling winds around her target and veered easily in that direction. The large boy was around no members of his school, standing on top of a building looking down at a large group of people who were settling into the cityscape as if they were ready for a standoff. He had an entire box of ball next to him, 50, half of his entire school stock. His wins were teasing at the ball and lifting and lowering them in and out of the box, and she settled the majority of her mass above the box, hovering and ready. As soon as the buzzer sounded, she slammed her wind into the box, preventing him from lifting them. He looked around wildly, expression curious and irritated. "Who's there?" he yelled, "who also has control over the winds?" She chuckled. "Let's play a game. It's called, Who's Stronger?" His winds surged under her and pushed her slightly off the box. She internally cursed as 1 or 2 ball escaped, but then swayed tactics. "Or," she said thoughtfully, "we could team up. I've never met anyone else with power over wind, after all." Urashi slowly grinned. "Perhaps a race. Who can cover more of the opponents below?" She hummed. "I only brought 5 ball with me, you know. It wouldn't be fair if you got all of your 50. For you, I mean." He laughed boisterously and she felt the challenge stirring inside of her. Feelings and emotions were a lot more encompassing as the volatile and energetic wind, especially since her body was much larger than usual, allowing her to cover the majority of the roof of the building. Then let us fight. He lifted every ball he had, letting them swirl in the air as people below them started to look up in fear and see who reigns supreme. She swirled her ball once before launching them like meteors, dipping out of his localized whirlwind and sliding through the street with loops and twirls, letting the chalk ball impact with the majority of the street and covering people in fine dark blue chalk. Ball hurtled from the sky with no precision, but there were 10 times as many, and plumes and clouds of yellow chalk also began to coat the people. Mira came back on to start listing off names of people who were out as wind kept them all confined to the area. Really, they had walked into a death trap, she mused, deciding to come where 2 mstias of wind would be. Not that they knew that, of course. As the buzzer rang for the ending, she let go of her wind form and settled next to him on the roof, heart thumping with exhilaration. "Ah," he blinked, "you are one of the UA students. I did not realize you could also control the winds." "I can become the winds," she corrected. "And no, it was not something I showed off in the sports festival." "Were you keeping count of how many you eliminated?" He scratched the back of his head. "I was too caught up in the excitement. Also, it's hard to see," she snickered. "That's all right, I didn't keep track either. I had too much fun." Collectively, we eliminated about 150 people, however. "We should do this again sometime." He hesitated for a moment before beaming and bowing a perfect 90 degrees. "We should. Perhaps we will work together again in the next round, whatever it may be." "Ah, my hero name is Gale Force." "Vunami," she nodded. "I look forward to working with you. Race you to the bottom." She leapt off the roof without waiting for a reply and bared her teeth in a grin as he whooped and fell after her. With her suit, she was easily able to land nicely, even if she hadn't still pulled on the wind a bit, and the boy touched down gently beside her before they both took off for the testing screen where the people moving on would be revealed. As someone who spent the entire time as a non-physical entity and thus someone who had barely any specks of chalk on her, she wasn't concerned. She passed her class on the way and took half a second to see how they were. Completely spotless as well, it seemed. Katsuki and Kirishima were also waiting at the tested screen, with some actual chalk on them, Kirishima the most with 3 impact areas. Overall, however, they were pretty clean compared to some of the other people waiting, and those individuals looked nervous. The screen will now display the names of the individuals who failed and should remove themselves from the testing ground. Mera yawned, done by school. "Congratulations to UA and Shiketsu for having all of their members pass." "Well done," she said quietly. "It seems as if your classmates are quite good." "As are yours," he said jovially, "but I suppose that's to be expected from rival schools." She nodded. "Forgive me, I see my cousin flagging me down." Izuku was indeed waving her over. "I'll see you in the next test, Gale Force." The boy laughed jovially and said goodbye, letting her walk over to her class. She glanced up as she noticed it getting darker. "Is it just me, or?" Izuku looked up. "Nope, look at the edges. The dome is closing." "Anyway, how'd it go? Is Long recharged?" She pet her head. "Good call. Open skies." The change was minute to the outside eye, but Long went for the carrots in one of her hidden pockets and she looked back at her cousin. "Fine for me, as you can see. I spent the entire time as wind, ferrying ball around and hurtling them at unsuspecting opponents. Gale Force's strategy was much more about constant bombardment to the point where he couldn't help but hit people, but I had only 5 ball, so. I see all of you are suspiciously clean." "That was me," Hagekyu gushed. "I was the champion. I loved being a mime, but I have to say I did miss being able to make noise, haha. Anyway, it was awesome. Your power is so cool, 𝐤𝐲." "Thanks, I really like it too," he said cheerfully, one hand going to his pocket where Nuru was no doubt eating apple slices. "What thing ever," Katsuki yelled, "so we all passed. I want to finish this dumb exam already." As if he had heard them, Mera cleared his throat over the intercom, and they all noticed that the dome had finished closing, the light strewn across it the only thing not making the area incredibly dark. The stands where the teachers were sitting were also lit up, but not in a way that was blinding. Floodlights lined the edge of the stands, illuminating the various zones that the previous battle had been conducted. At this time, the only people remaining in the stadium are the students who have been cleared for the second and final round of the license exam. We will now begin the second portion of the exam. There was the sound of metal moving as some areas on the dome changed in a way that they couldn't see from this height before they noticed that something was being released from the ceiling, some liquid. We would advise you not to drink this, as it is mostly water but also contains the chalk solvent. Mera's voice was louder to accommodate the sound of the rain splattering across the entire field, but it's also non-toxic, so if you're really desperate, I guess you can. The second portion of the exam focuses on disaster relief. A cyclone has hit Japan, as they often do, and there are people, yes, real actual people, paid actors of the disaster relief branch of the Help Us company, who are trapped in the arena. You must evacuate and assist all of these individuals. They will be grading you on your response to the crisis, and the exam will only end when all civilians have been cleared. Good luck, begin. Everyone, Ida yelled, please listen to Genesis. The immediate panic died and they looked to their class president, who was redoing her ponytail to make it tighter. Right, she said, Froppy, Uravity, Tentacle, I want you three on a team. 𝐤𝐻, champion. He glanced to his side. Cerulean, you up for it? Todoroki hesitated for a moment, clearly remembering the last time he'd been offered the option, but then nodded. Yomomo hummed. Take Ingenium 2 as well. Runami, Ground Zero, Tapeman, and Mindblank. You're our distance rescuers, head to the mountainous region first and work your way around. Agreed. Shinsu sighed. I'm doing damage control, aren't I? Fu, Katsuki roared, we'll rescue the most. She smiled. Earjack, Alien Queen, Twinkling, and Tsukuimi, you're our last rescue team, try mid-range. Animen, Riot, and Tailmen, you're welcome to help with triage or join teams from other schools. Triage will be me, Sugarman, Invisigel, and Chargebolt. She gave a wry smile. We're about to be very busy. Safety first. UA, move out. They all cheered and split up. Some students from other schools were already moving, clearing out a building to set up the triage center. Izuku saw Yomomo visibly take a breath before she started creating all manner of things, from large awnings to bandages and towels and blankets, until she started on the machinery she dragged Kaminari over for. Soon, the entire street was illuminated, power back on, and he had to turn away. Emerald was already waiting for him and he smiled, easily filling him with power and getting the constructors close to Todoroki as he could so they wouldn't be soaked and unable to fly. Todoroki didn't have many accessories on his costume, so Emerald just entered the jumpsuit itself. So, Cerulean, he hummed, we need to rescue a lot of people. You sure you're up for it? The this time went unsaid. I am. Alright then Duality, let's have a metamorphosis. His costume didn't change much, but his hair got blue streaks in it, and his eyes glowed a little bit. He stared at his hands and then looked up at 𝐤𝐻. Ingenium 2 cleared his throat. Shall we? They took off in a direction, 𝐤𝐻 leading the way as he sensed people out with his quirk sense. At least, he mused wryly, the chances of someone hiring a quirkless person was slim. He still paid careful attention, of course, but he didn't expect to find any. They got to the first building as the street started to sludge with the deluge, and 𝐤𝐻 winced at the thought of Enegnium's feet right now, without the protection of a skin-tight magic suit like he had. Duality stepped forward and his eyes glowed bright gray, overtaking the blue. Ice sprang into existence to support the sagging doorframe and he carefully shaped and formed it to have the most structural integrity. I can control it, he said breathlessly, even after I've formed it. 𝐤𝐻 grinned. Sure can. Let's grab the three people inside. Ingenium, wait here, you'll be running 1 or 2 back immediately. Your shoes still have grips, right? Indeed, he said loudly, I prepared well after our internship. 𝐤𝐻 smiled. Maybe Ingenium's boots were waterproof. Duality's were, but only because of the magic. Duality returned with the first person, radiating heat. They are uninjured. 𝐤𝐻 smiled. I'll go in with you for the last 2. Everything is going to be alright. Ingenium 2 here is going to take you back to our triage center where we're gathering people for large-scale rescue, and you'll find towels and blankets there. The lady hemphed. Fine. I hate being wet. He smiled again and followed his champion into the building, pulling his goggles down. They're both in the same place, he hummed, turn left and go up the stairs. He arrived just in time to hear the man yelling. An idiot, go down to the streets. We're flooding. We should go to the roof and wait for an airlift. Sir, 𝐤𝐻 said firmly, the streets aren't as flooded yet, so we have a competent hero quickly relaying people back to our triage center in case anyone is injured. If you would prefer I take you over the rooftops, that's fine as well. Dad, the kid complained, let's just follow what the hero says. The man eyed them for a moment longer before crossing his arms. Fine. At least this guy's making it warm. They scurried the two of them quickly down the stairs to where Ingenium 2 was waiting. He'd clearly been running around, as other houses in the street were being evacuated by other hero students, but he took the other two without complaint and took off. Okay, 𝐤𝐻 stretched, new plan. Ingenium's not going to be able to run on the streets without getting water in his pipes, and people should start following procedure and getting to the roof soon anyway. So we need ways for people to go from roof to roof, but most people don't do parkour like I do, so we'll need paths. Duality blinked in. Realization. I'll need to make them textured so people don't slip. And your ice is also magic so it shouldn't melt, he said cheerfully, ready to get started. 𝐤𝐻 charted a path up to the roofs and had them start at the roof immediately adjacent to the building they were using for triage and shelter. It was slightly taller than the rest of the buildings and had a helicopter landing pad on it. Duality manifested and manipulated ice to make a sloping path between it and the next building, then connected every other nearby building as well. From there, they spread out like a web, and quickly encountered both civilians and hero students. The ice will be too slick, one of them yelled, but Ingenium 2 quickly disproved that by using his quirk to sprint all the way back to the brightly illuminated building in the distance, and soon, people were calling for pathways. Not every building got connected, because they couldn't be everywhere at once, but most buildings had a path back to the shelter. Most of the first floor was flooded by this point. I'm going to check and make sure there aren't any stragglers, he called, will you be all right? Duality nodded. If I need anything, I can contact you as well. He settled on a covered roof and settled in. Most of the people still in the immediate area were clearly people either ferrying or being ferried. One group was large and walking slowly, probably people who couldn't be carried, or maybe the carriers were running out of energy, and there was still a good chunk of the arena remaining. Granted, they were areas with far less buildings, as they'd pretty much cleared out the suburban and city area, but a quick flex showed that there was still another solid chunk of people that was slowly being moved around. He hummed in appreciation at that. It seemed that some people other than Yomomo had known the far edges would be lower on the priority list, being farther, so a couple of people had gone out to the edges. He noted Runami's group was still one of them, and a fast-moving orange streak had to be ground zero carrying someone and launching himself through the air. Putting Tape Man and Mind Blank in that group was probably helping them ensure that as many people got closer to the shelter as possible. He frowned slightly, focusing back in on his more immediate surroundings. Was that a BLD quirk? It was a different color than usual, but still had the veiny quality most BLD quirks had, and now that he thought about it, he'd seen this quirk before in Hosu when he first really started looking for BLD quirks. It was currently in its active state, where it was being used to transform the user, but he could clearly see that the quirk was spread out first in a light and translucent film over the skin and then through the veins. It was slowly losing color from the bright violet it was back to red, at a rate he couldn't really figure out. If he had to guess, they had 5, maybe 10 minutes before the quirk wore off. They were also getting closer. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction they supposedly were, not really seeing more than a figure moving through the rain. He slowly moved so he was just a rooftop away. Hey, are you all right? Everyone else has cleared out of this area. They stopped on the roof and looked up, and he blinked. This was one of the Shiketsu students, the girl he'd seen briefly when Yorashi had interrupted their chant. He frowned. Who are you? The girl smiled. I'm Cammy. He nodded. Okay. And who's she? Cammy looked around for a moment before blinking and ping her head. Who? He blinked. The girl you're transformed into. Unless Cammy is her name, of course. Sorry, you're a BLD quirk transformation user, right? The girl slowly grinned. You can tell. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You're so sweet. It's meant to be. He opened and closed his mouth. What? I have a partner. His mind raced. BLD quirks were always so cool, and they wait. Where did you get the BLD? She pet her head. Cammy donated it for a good cause. He narrowed his eyes. Are you actually a hero student? She giggled and bounced away. How'd you know it was me, anyway? I can sense quirks, he ran after her, and I've seen yours before, in Hosu. She sighed dreamily, not even breaking a sweat. It was hard enough to see in the rain, so he kept half a sense on the quirk space. Her quirk was more red and purple. Stainy was there, I was following him. I bet his quirk looked appealing, so red and lovely dash. Oh my god, he breathed, you're Toga Himiko. She beamed. You've heard of me. Call me Himiko, it's way cuter. In an instant he was testing the champion connection, mind processing everything he'd looked up about the League of Villains and their confirmed members. Hey Duality, bad news, I have Toga from the League of Villains here. Ah, that's not good. I will head to your location. I told you to call me Himiko. He dodged the knife coming for his shoulder by a hair's breadth, breath coming short. If I call you Himiko, will you stop trying to stab me? She pouted before her face started to melt, and he recoiled. She cackled and didn't miss a beat, swinging her knife again. He caught it on the wood of his cane and slid the blade out, holding both parts, one in each hand, to defend himself. She danced around him, wildly taking stabs and slashes and hoping to catch flesh, but the blade either bounced off the hardwood of the cane or crashed into the metal of the sword, being deflected. He had to focus pretty hard to make sure he could see the swing of the knife through the heavy rain and move one of his hands to block in time, and metal shrieked 1 or 2 times when he was almost too slow. Please, she screamed, show me your BLD. No thank you, he called back, I like it when it's on the inside more. Soon, the sludge fell away and left her completely naked except for her knife. Her hair was up in space buns and a deranged grin was covering her face. Her yellow eyes glittered and he shuddered. You're so pretty, Izuku, but I bet you'd be even prettier covered in BLD. Ah, Gishu, I have worse news. He tilted his head and kept dodging her slashes. Go on. I will not be able to assist you, as Toga isn't the only one here. He stopped and almost got slashed. What? Who? Duality scared in a breath as if to prepare himself to deliver the bad news. Muscular. His cane rang and he leapt backwards, but answered it. Nomi, I'm kind of busy, he yelled. Toga and Muscular are apparently in the testing site dash. Of course he couldn't have come alone, she spat. But listen, don't come over here. You'll see the glow, but don't come over here. His sword collided with Toga's knife and she pouted again, babbling something about how they were meant to be together. A quick glance in the direction he had last sensed his cousin did reveal a soft orange glow illuminating a section of the factory or industrial area. Something was burning. He swallowed and tried to ignore his pounding heart. Who? His cousin hesitated for a moment. Dragon. Toga managed to slice his cheek and she crowed in triumph. I was right, she said gleefully, but this rain keeps making it run. I need more. The rain isn't putting anything out, Runami growled, but I'll just drown him. Class C, he muttered. What? Class C, his voice gained strength. Dragon's fire is produced from methane gas, it starts as a Class C fire. Best put out by cutting off the gas supply. Class B fires, in case the HPSC decided to go plus ultra and fill the pipes in your zone with oil, are put out with smothering, not water. Only Class A, fires burning wood, paper, or similar substances, can be put out with water. Figure out what classification the fires you're dealing with are and put them out that way. Ground Zero's fires would be Class B if they were burning on their own, but they are more likely to explode. Get him away from any Class B fires or you'll have bigger problems on your hands. If the metal starts genuinely burning because this is an industrial production zone and sometimes they have combustible metals, that's a Class D, and that's bad. You can also smother that one, but they usually have a much higher temperature and can pretty much only be put out with a dry powder fire extinguisher. Comparatively, Dragon is a small threat, as he often only caused destruction or went after visibly weaker targets. Physically, prison likely did him no favors, and you've had far more training. Between the four of you, just have Tape Man watch himself. If we're not sure what his tape is made of, burning it could be dangerous, so he should focus on evac of him and any remaining civilians. Good luck, cousin. Stop ignoring me. Toga couldn't seem to decide between a whine or a snarl as Runami hung up. Stop muttering under your breath about your daddy. He recoiled, dodging another knife swing at the same time. He's barely my father, never call him that again. She giggled. He is kind of the worst. Not cute at all, him and muscular. It's sickest that I had to be grouped up with those two old men. Also, she pet her head, rocking back on her heels for a moment. Why aren't you reacting to me being naked? Usually that gets people. He shrugged, but didn't lower his weapons, even as she seemed calm. If you'd done this a year ago, I definitely would have cared more. But also I have a partner. And I've figured out that I don't really care about 𝐸, at least for right now. I'm also 15. She snorted, twirling her knife. What 15-year-old boy doesn't want to look at a naked teenage girl? This one, I guess. But also that's your body and I'm not going to be disrespectful, villain or not. I'm also doing my best to just ignore the fact that you're naked. She giggled. You're really sweet, Izuku-kun. Tell you what, let me give you one teeny tiny cut and like your BLD, and I'll tell you where I stashed 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐾. He tensed. My BLD. That you can use to transform into me. She shrugged, tossing the knife up and catching it. Her hair was dripping and drooping, sagging out of the space buns with the weight of the water, but she was heedless to the drips getting in her eyes aside from pushing her hair out of the way, tucking the wet strands that had escaped behind her ears. Her expression wasn't manic like it had been before, but she was still smiling. For a little bit, she admitted, but I just want to know if you taste as sweet as you seem. You look cute, you act cute, you probably taste cute too. And if I want to be you for a minute and cover myself in BLD just to see what it'd look like, that's my business. I promise I won't use my love for you to commit any crimes, pinky promise. She held out her pinky with a toothy grin and he raised an eyebrow. I know you're just going to stab me. She pouted. Maybe a little. Come on, she wiggled her pinky, just a little BLD and you can save Cammy. She's too cute to bleed out, you know. He froze, thinking. He could probably find her, if she was nearby, because he knew what color her quirk was. Would he be able to get there in time? He had no idea what her condition was like, and if she wasn't nearby, he was practically condemning her to death. He had no idea when Toga had replaced her, either. Decision made, he tugged off his glove and held out his hand, pinky and ring finger extended. Toga's eyes went wide before she beamed, and she lunged forward, hooking their pinkies together. She shook them once and then used their joined fingers to tug his hand closer where she latched her mouth around his ring finger and bit down. He winced and tried not to flinch at the pain, and then at the sensation of her very clearly skiing his BLD and liking at the wound she'd made. After a few seconds, she popped off and looked up at him through wet lashes with a salacious grin on her face. Oh, you taste so good, she sighed, but a deal's a deal. She's in her school's locker room, in the gender-neutral bathroom. It's the only one with a door that closes all the way, so I figured it was a good spot. In a flash, she was shimmying down the side of the house they were standing on and waving, the flash of her pale skin in the dark rain the only temporary indication of where she had been. He wasted a moment trying to see if he could follow her, but aside from quirk sense, she was gone, and it wasn't worth it to go after her right now. He quickly pulled Daredevil out of the brooch. Are you up for a trip? I have to make sure Muscular isn't killing anyone. Or Dragon. Daredevil bobbed with determination, wings flexing and letting water roll off of them. 𝐤𝐝 smiled wryly. I suppose there's one benefit to you being magical constructs. Fly fast, Dee. Imbued with glowing power, the moth took off in the direction of the locker rooms, and he stretched his senses to see if he could get an exact location. Dee immediately veered that way, and after a tense minute, landed on the girl who was breathing shallowly, quirk flickering and pale compared to bright violet toga had taken. Chrysalis. Her quirk immediately settled and started to resaturate, and he breathed a sigh of relief, then spun on his heel to the direction he could feel his champion. His brooch beeped as he fed more power in Duality's direction and he winced, but pressed on. Duality, if I pull my goggles down, am I going to freak out? His champion grunted. Possibly. Some Shiketsu student is here and making it impossible for us to move, disregarding the fact that some other person already tore up the ground with an earthquake. 𝐤𝐸 frowned. I'll be there soon, hold on a little longer. He stopped briefly on a roof to de-transform, and Nuru went for the apple pouch again. Without waiting, he kept jumping across rooftops. It was harder, now that he wasn't transformed, but his suit was still very well made, even if it wasn't magical, and he had more than enough practice jumping roofs on his own. Ready, Nuru called. He took a deep breath. Ru, 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 plat, leave mis ales. Katsuki pushed the sweet-smelling water out of his face and ignored how his eyes were stinging. He cursed that his stores had run out, because now every bit of sweat he produced was too diluted, as much as the dragon chick had tried to help by shielding them from the rain. The first time that Fing Dragon had set off a small explosion when his flames arced out of his mouth and over the water, he'd known it was time to join stupid Tape Face in evacuating the last of the civilians around them. At least the Fing paid actors had smartened up as soon as they saw a real actual villain. Apparently this SHT wasn't planned, Hu Fing knew. Oi, Tape Face. Dude, is it really that hard to say Tape Man, and just say my hero name? Yes, he said bluntly, now I can see the lights already, let's pick up the pace. Tape Face sighed. At least Prez and Denki are making the place a beacon. We'd never see it in this weather. And thank God for Todoroki. Katsuki scoffed. This SHT is all Zukuin, dumbass. Icy Hot maybe was the one to actually make them, but you can see the nerd all over these. Can we go a little faster? One of the civilians grumbled. I'm cold and tired. Katsuki held in a swear, but not a growl, and practically ground his feet into the textured ice bridge. He had already been going faster, but he couldn't count on civilians, paid disaster actors or not, to acknowledge how much work it was to lug their dead weight buttes around to get them to safety. His eyes tracked to a thundering sound several blocks away and he squinted. Yep, that was a building falling, not the sound of thunder. Speaking of Zukuin, he muttered under his breath. Oi, easy bake oven, he yelled as soon as the roof of the shelter came into view, tell me someone got sent to help the nerd and the candy cane. She delegated where the civilians were going to go with all the efficiency of a factory floor manager and they disappeared into the building. Drawing the two of them under an awning, she passed them both towels. Katsuki was pleasantly surprised to note that his was the same texture his usual towels were, meaning they already had a slight chemical neutralizer in them so they wouldn't explode if they were put in the washing machine. He quickly toweled off and dried his gauntlets before slipping them back on. If she felt like they'd be staying out of the rain for a while, he'd use the time wisely. Well. She nodded. Gale Force and Grand went. Everyone else is helping to set up a perimeter as Muscular is drawing ever closer, and we can't let him approach the shelter. He's well known for murder, after all. Due to the fact that we haven't heard from the proctors, Hairball from earlier cut-in, the effer in the hat, they are either unaware or unable to help us. Regardless, we will defend. The more heroes we send after Muscular, the more likely someone is to die, and we cannot allow that. Hu Fing asked. Katsuki grumbled without heat, whatever. You say he's moving. There are at least 2.5 powerful people on his butt and he's still getting closer. Yes, there are 4 powerful people fighting him, and if the president didn't sound amused with him, but the weather is making this especially treacherous. As you can see, the flooding is up to 4 meters, and it flows like a river. If any of them slip up, they're going to get swept away. I believe it was the reason Chui here sent Gale Force in the first place, so he could grab anyone who fell. No Fing Wei, that was actually living Hairball's name. No Fing Wei. Tape Face's head snapped up. Did that sound like shattering ice to anyone else? They exchanged a glance and Katsuki internally sighed. The nerd better not fing die. Is this an emergency? This feels like an emergency. Duality huffed. The only reason the two of them could hear each other was because of the champion connection, but the other boy had definitely panicked slightly during the time Izuku had to recharge. He mourned the lack of water potion, but Marie hadn't really made more sense, and the potion she had made, she'd been tinkering with to try and put it into the actual snacks that the Kwami could eat. He'd probably see about helping her after this, because this was awful and also the worst. But this is totally an emergency, he rambled, because the fire aspect doesn't work. Because of the water, and really the only boost I gave you was the ability to control external ice and fire, and he just keeps punching through the ice and regrowing muscles, and I hate this villain dash. 𝐤𝐻, Duality said in a monotone, this counts as an emergency. Amazing, he babbled, because Daredevil is on his way back, and Apollo is right here but being a wilting pansy about the rain, and I think we could really use another hero. Or Charge Bolt. Or, Duality pointed out, Runami. 𝐤𝐻 stood dead still. Holy SHT. Or Runami. And since you can control external fires dash, I do believe you were told to avoid that area of the arena. Barely a trauma, he insisted, I can handle it. I'm calling her. She picked up almost immediately. Please for the love of Lumii tell me you dealt with Muscular and are on your way. Nope, he said cheerfully, ignoring the tinge of hysteria, he's about 6 blocks away from the shelter. We're doing our best to delay him but the water is working against us and he's really big and really strong. I was thinking that you could take him out instead. We can't. We haven't confirmed there are no more people in the area, and he's just running around and hiding like a coward. He shrugged. Sounds about right. Don't worry though, we'll handle him. Don't say it's barely a trauma at this point dash, it's barely a trauma, he barreled on, and besides, it's an emergency. She took a moment to process this before she figured out what he was referencing. No dash yes, he smiled viciously as Daredevil landed on his hand, you come here, we'll go there. And no one will die. What about Toga? Oh. He looked away, even though they weren't face to face, she escaped. Is she actively murdering anyone? No, I'm pretty sure she left peacefully. She seemed like the kind of person who only did things because she wanted to, so as soon as I cut her a deal she was fine to leave and stop trying to murder people. When we said you could befriend brick walls, we assumed the bricks wouldn't be evil. She's not the lucky brick wall of the week. She's creepy and weird and possibly sexually obsessed with me and I'm trying not to think about it. She's what? I could have been reading it wrong. That could have just been what she's like with everyone. I'm telling Felix. And I'm telling you to get your butts over here already. Fine. We're on our way. He smiled. Okay, we're heading to Dragon, then. If it gets too much, let your champions handle everything. Yes, Mom. Auntie would agree with me. He hung up in response and watched Daredevil fight the wind and rain, heading for the direction of the shelter. He pursed his lips. Gale force. In a gust of wind, he was there. 𝐤𝐻, do you have a plan? Yes, I'm taking Duality and leaving. Stop smiling, I don't get your weird hate bnr, he waved him off. I need you to send the glowing butterfly to the shelter as fast as you can. He blinked. Would that not harm the butterfly? He snorted. While I appreciate your care for the wildlife, here's a quirk construct. Please and thank you, we're leaving now. He took off, feeling his champion peel off as well. He hadn't really had time to look for a champion or pick one out, so he was counting on Daredevil. His constructs were all linked to him anyway, and they definitely knew the situation, so he trusted that Dee would pick a good champion. They were out of the suburbs and heading for the industrial zone when he stumbled, feeling the connection form. Katsuki. Make my explosions bigger. I'm going to negate the water, he countered, immediately picking up a train of thought. I'm going to pull on your mom's quirk a little. No, you're about to make it slightly solid like lotion dash I am indeed, he barreled on, picking up the pace to catch back up with Duality. Water can't dilute it if it's not really a liquid. You'll also be capable of remote detonation. At this point, we've gotten most of the civilians, and we just need to stop Muscular. take out the bridges and nearby buildings, make the shelter 𝐂𝐴𝐲 surrounded by the flood and trap him somewhere. He grunted over the line. Fine. I'm bringing assembly line. He nodded to himself. Fine. So, you accept? Yes. Just for you, you get to be Lord Explosion Murder. Oh, yeah. Metamorphosis. He immediately winced and held both lines. I'm not going to be talking much, keeping both connections open is a recipe for a headache, so if you guys need anything, tug on it and I'll answer, but even Icy Hot knows what to do, nerd, go take a 𝐵 Man, he muttered as he closed both connections as far as they could go, maybe I should keep things like Tylenol and ibuprofen in my hidden pockets. In the pocket dimension, at least. It was easier than last time to maintain 2 champions, but still not something he wanted to do for any extended period of time, especially because he was about to settle into the quirk space to locate his SPM donor. He felt duality split off and head right for the fires, immediately dampening them as soon as he could see them. Areas that had previously been on fire died out and got covered with ice, and he knew his first champion, technically second, would be fine. It took just a moment to locate Dragon, since no one else was in the area. His shoulders slumped in relief at the confirmation that there was no one else here. In normal circumstances, the exam would probably be over by now, most if not all of the civilians having been rescued already, but they hadn't heard from Mera in a while. He stepped up to the building Dragon was hiding in and took a deep breath. Genuinely, Mind Blank thought he was having an out-of-body experience. As it turned out, it was hard to trap someone in a brainwashing if you could never find them to get a response. Annoying, but typical. He felt largely useless trying to fight him and put out fires, because according to Runami, most of them straight up needed specific ways to be put out, which was just so like his luck, to be honest. She managed to keep them pretty dry, to make Ground Zero more effective, but it appeared that 𝐤𝐲 had struck again and negated that weakness for them so they could take out Muscular. The choice of name was certainly a choice. He had no idea that 𝐤𝐲 was such an enabler like that. As soon as Genesis had seen the transformation and heard the plan, she'd immediately been on board and insisted on going, apparently, so they were met by 2 of UA's powerhouses. Careful applications of both earthquakes, and man, it was weird to look at that grand guy. With the lighting, he just looked like a taller Midoriya, which instinctively made Hitoshi avoid him like he was Pavlov's dog, and lobbed explosions brought down a lot of the buildings. They were pretty much right on the edge of the city area before the suburbs, so buildings were more packed, but altogether slightly lower, on 4 to 6 floors on average. It was more apartment buildings than houses, which led to an ease of pathways, other than the occasional incline. Now, most pathways had fallen into the churning waters below, thick with sediment and debris, and leaving just the 2 buildings left for 3 blocks before the shelter. It was illuminated in the dark, no doubt what had drawn Muscular in the first place, like a moth to the porchlight. Was that a bad analogy, with 𝐤𝐲? Muscular slammed down into the trap building, grinning widely enough that they could all see it. Well, he boomed, a welcoming party. Amazing. I've never had people volunteer for death before. Really? Mind Blank scratched the back of his head. Never. Not once. Stand very still and don't move. Genesis was immediately crafting, drawing out the pieces of her trap. She passed them along to him and Gale Force, and they set them up swiftly at the designated intervals, crossing the last bridge to get to Muscular's rooftop. Grand waved the rebreather weakly. Go team. Oh, shut the F up, imitation. Lord Explosion Murder, seriously, what the F, Midoriya, you did your SVT already. Let the Fing Storm Dragon rain down from above. Genesis grinned. Everyone out. As soon as the bridge is clear, Runami. They hit the deck as a massive, blinding lightning bolt shaped like a dragon crashed into Muscular, and Mind Blank winced as he felt the line snap. They all held their breaths, but the cage had held, sparking slightly as all of the electricity stayed on that rooftop and didn't hit them or the water below. Muscular thumped to the roof, unconscious, and they all cheered. Runami appeared beside him, breathing slightly, and gave the villain a hard kick in the nuts. She nodded. Unconscious or dead? Sure, Mind Blank waved her off. If he's dead, it's not our fault. Genesis snickered behind a hand and he couldn't help but smile at her. He could feel his heart flutter as she turned to him with a beaming, relieved grin, and he just smiled more, caught up in her happiness. Wait, how dopey was the smile? 𝐿𝐴𝐷, he cursed under his breath, hello, my son. He tensed in anticipation of a flinch, but none came. He pet his head and looked at his long-time nightmare. You look like a drowned rat. The man growled, smoke puffing out of his mouth slightly as he bore his yellowed teeth. I've had enough of your disrespect. I'll have to teach you who's the head of the family again. Aunt Tomo, he nodded decisively, she got sworn in less than a month ago. Hisoshi flinched, but recovered admirably. You call her aunt when she wouldn't even bring her brother's family into the fold. No, she called mum her sister when she got sworn in, he hummed. We got added to the clan officially. Outside of succession, of course, but if Gami doesn't have any kids and I do, for some reason, they'll be eligible for succession. There's no way the old bat approved. Grandma Hanabi didn't seem to mind, he shrugged, but she couldn't be seen to do it herself, so she retired early. She actually sent me a birthday card. It was really formal, but nice. Stop, Hisashi ground his hands into his eyes, stop Fing talking. I Fing hate hearing you speak, you Fing waste of space. I don't know who you convinced to get into a hero school, but you don't belong anywhere other than under my feet, you Fing Deku. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, trying not to move at the nickname. It was easier than he thought it would be. I'm not afraid of you. Dark orange eyes met his. What? He nodded slowly. I'm not afraid of you. I thought I would be, at least a little. You should be. When I get through with you, there's nothing you can threaten me with that my nightmares haven't already shown. He cut the man off, but I know you. You're out of juice. Only smoke, based on how rough your voice is. You're trying to hide it, but it's easy to tell. Burned through all your alcohol already, here. No extra stores. He slid the sword back into the cane and clicked it shut. I'm not even sure you'd be a threat at full strength. How dare you? He rolled his eyes. You're an butt and a bully. That doesn't make you special. Maybe if you'd pushed harder you could have managed to break me and make me afraid of my own shadow in the fear you'd somehow be in it. But you were more concerned with your power trip outside of the home than the one in it, so while my memories of you kept me up at night to the point just the thought of people knowing I was related to you sent me into a panic attack. He rubbed at his chest where the feathers still marked him. You're not so scary. Especially not like this. Hisoshi sneered. Oh yeah, Deku. I'll tell the whole world whose son you are when I burn it to the ground. Izuku snorted. He couldn't help it. What? He extended a hand around them. Look around. What am I looking at? Exactly, he giggled. What? What fires? Hisoshi spun around, looking for that telltale orange glow. Impossible. He shrugged. Meh. My friend's on his way and, he pet his head, letting a whisper of one connection open and seeing the bright flash in the distance, looks like Musculus been taken care of. Might as well wrap up with you here. I'm not Fing going back. To jail. Izuku smiled innocently. 5 years wasn't enough. Weird. I thought it would finally put things in perspective. It seemed as if Hisoshi had finally had enough, because he lunged forward. It took zero effort for him to dodge and extend a casual foot, sending him toppling to the ground. He very quickly grabbed an arm and held it behind his back in the painful way Ferdy had reluctantly taught him right before passing him, and his knee pressed on the man's back. You're not a dragon at all, he snarled at the man who had once been his father, you're just a koi fish. A big koi fish in a little pond who decided he was destined to become a dragon. But you jumped the gun, didn't wait the 1,000 years, and now you're destined to just be a fish forever. What the F are you talking about? If you can't understand a metaphor, then you're dumber than I thought. 𝐤𝐲. He looked up and smiled. Hi. Here to turn him into a popsicle. Duality wrinkled his nose. That sounds appalling. But yes. He shifted slightly. I guess you're the champion I'm keeping, so we can transfer him to the police when they get here. The boy hummed and ice started creeping up Hayashi's body where it was touching the ground. He started thrashing a little, but stopped when his arm creaked, and he yelled out in pain. You can let him go now. All of a sudden there was a sudden lack of rain, and 𝐤𝐲 blinked up at the ceiling as he stepped away from the new ice sculpture that Duality lifted off the ground with his powers. Attention all test takers, Mera came over the intercoms, and he sounded harried. The test is over, please allow the pro heroes on scene to find and escort the villains off of the field. All testing locations were attacked, we apologize for the sudden lack of communications. Please evacuate to your locker rooms as soon as the water finishes draining in approximately 3.5 minutes. Test results will be calculated and sent to your teachers, and all individuals who failed will be given an opportunity for a remedial class. If there were any deaths, staff will find them, please do not move the bodies. The man was uncharacteristically alert and grim, and they practically ran for their locker rooms, leaving Hisoshi with the first official they came across. Aizawa was hovering anxiously, eyes roaming over all of them for injuries as they all trickled into their designated area. Izuku took the butterflies back from Katsuki and Todoroki and sighed a little before detransforming. "Are you okay?" he whispered to Nuru. "I'm okay, you?" "Tired, but fine." The Kwami nodded before going for the apples again. There were only a few slices left, and he'd probably eat all of them right now. 21. Their teacher sighed, "Thank God. We didn't know there were villain attacks until 10 minutes ago, when the alert went out from other testing sites." "Sensei," Ashido said hesitantly, "did people die?" "If no one died here," he said, "then it will be the only one of the 4 testing sites where someone didn't. League members attacked all 4 of them simultaneously, and we're still waiting on the official count, but there's at least 10 dead and 24 injured so far." They all scared in a breath and he sighed. However, most villains at each site were captured. The only exception was where Shigaraki himself went, because the Warper Krogiri was with him, and extracted him and his companion, Magna, and Darby at his own site. Who was here? Toga, Muscular, and Dragon, Izuku reported, but Toga is the only one who escaped. Aizawa hummed. 5, then. As far as we are aware, there are only 5 remaining members of the League of Villains. All villains who had gotten out in the prison break are accounted for. They all solemnly went to their respective locker rooms and changed, clambering on the bus and going back to campus where their parents picked them up. Class 1B got there at largely the same time, and they visibly looked shaken, but were also all accounted for, if a little singed. Everyone went home and kept half an eye on the news. Over the weekend, the scores were posted and licenses were delivered in the mail. Everyone passed. The most important thing is to try and make him laugh. Not only is it important to your heroing, mind blank, but Sir is really big on the whole always smiling mentality, you know. He's a firm believer in the ideology that if you're not smiling, how can the people you're saving smile? You guys should be fine though, you're both riots when you want to be. And Momo, I'm sure you also have some wisecracks in you. Izuku smiled weakly. And with that ringing endorsement, how can we fail? Oh God, Hitoshi as he'd finally cracked and asked to be called, followed swiftly by Momo shortening her nickname to her actual given name as well. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Mirio laughed. That's the spirit. At least me Izuku will spout off some horrible, hitherto unknown fact about something or other and definitely not get in. Hitoshi, Momo scolded while laughing. That's so rude of you, Izuku said promptly and matter-of-factly, and frankly I'm appalled you would say that about me. It's been said that I'm a wizard specifically when it comes to befriending people, and while Sir Night Eye is actually a grown-but man, I'm sure he is still susceptible to magic. I imagine most people would be susceptible to a hidden weapon like that. Momo giggled. The upperclassman chuckled. Well, if you guys could interview together, you'd be Shu-Ines, but for now I guess you'll just be Sho-Ines. With that, he opened the door to the agency and ushered them inside, muffling chuckles at his own horrible pun, and Izuku was hit with another wave of the fact that he and Ren would either be best friends or take over the world through the power of puns. Hey Centipeda, Mirio said cheerfully, here with my 3 baby interns. Is he ready for them? The centipede man paused for a moment, then muttered something under his breath that included find out eventually, then nodded. Head on up. Good luck, you 3. That was also ominous to you, right? Izuku nodded. Did you hear what he said? Not much, but enough to concern me. I presume, Momo sighed, we might be about to learn something about our potential boss. They tramped up to the correct floor, exiting the elevator and hanging back a bit while Mirio knocked. They were called in and they filed in accordingly. Inside was most definitely what Centipede was trying to expose them to early, as the other sidekick, Bubble Girl, was strapped to what appeared to be a torture device, being tickled by various instruments. Do not make a BND joke, Hitoshi breathed so that only they could hear it, do not make a K&K joke. Ah, Sir Knight, I said coolly, the prospective interns. Thank you, Mirio. Please take Bubble Girl with you when you go. The older teenagers were ushered out of the room and the three of them stood in front of his desk. Izuku felt a little awkward, because both of them were at least half a head taller than him, not to mention how tall he knew Sir Knight was when standing up. Well, he tried to break the awkward silence, if we all get accepted, I guess I'll have to get used to having a crick in my neck. Or carry around a stool. Utter silence. Night didn't even look up from the 3 internship papers he was theoretically reading, spread in front of him on his immaculate desk as they were. Okay, Hitoshi muttered, give us nothing. I am not looking for interns at this time. They all jumped, but Momo was the first to respond, brow furrowed. If you're not looking for interns not 1, he cut her off, not 2, and certainly not 3. Mirio wheedled a promise out of me that I would at the very least interview you to see what he saw, so I hope you are aware you are only here in the first place by his grace and good favor. They stood in awkward silence as he steepled his hands in front of his face, glasses glinting in the harsh fluorescent light so they couldn't tell where he was looking, if he was looking at them at all. Hitoshi nudged him. He looked at him incredulously. Fun fact, Hitoshi mouthed. Hell no, he mouthed back. Stop talking, Momo cut in. Give me one good reason why I should hire even one of you. I'm invaluable to surveillance and tracking, and have prior hero experience. Izuku started immediately. Mindblank's quirk makes him perfect for almost any situation, but especially de-escalation and removing the largest enemy from the conflict, and he has combat and defense training up to the standards of Eraserhead, which tells you everything you need to know. And Genesis is the most versatile hero you'll probably find save for Phantom Thief, maybe, and even that's debatable, due to the sheer scope and magnitude of her own quirk, which she has clearly put a lot of time and effort into. She's using it wrong. What? Izuku blinked, taken aback. It's her quirk. Momo suddenly straightened, looking around the room at all the limited edition All Might merchandise Sir Night had displayed, and resolve settled into her expression. I'm sorry you believe that, she said simply, but I would disagree with you. I know exactly what I'm doing with my quirk and will continue to use it as such. The pro hero narrowed his eyes. You don't even use its full power, and you dare to assume yourself worthy. Well, everyone's interpretation of the quirks of others are different, she said graciously, but unless you're the one with the quirk, you simply don't understand. I understand the legacy of a symbol. Izuku leaned over to Hitoshi. Do you know what's going on? Not a clue. Izuku took the time when they were politely throwing daggers back and forth to idly inspect Sir Night quirk. He'd always been curious about it, knowing that most believed it was some kind of cognition quirk, or precognition quirk. It was easy to close his eyes and slip into the quirk space, and since Night was right in front of him he didn't have the sense far. Focused in his head and his hands was a quirk of a deep midnight indigo with little clicking gears in gold that spun and spun around, not attached to anything, that would slowly fade and reform somewhere else. They were minuscule, and the only reason he knew they were gears was because of the way they clicked together instead of spinning continuously. What are you doing? He jumped and opened his eyes at the flat tone. Oh, well, checking out your quirk. It looks pretty cool. I actually did some studying on the brain after looking at Felix's quirk, and yours kinda hangs out in the occipital lobe, in the back, and then also the hippocampus, which deals with memory. Also in your eyes and your hands, so definitely something to do with vision, possibly memory, and I think you have to touch someone. Based on the gears and the current theories, possibly something to do with time, as well. All in all, my best guess is you touch someone and then can see their future. There was utter silence and he swallowed. Fun fact. Hitoshi muffled a snicker under his breath and pressed his lips together to hide his smile. Momo did no such thing and giggled quietly. Based on the fact that the public doesn't know your quirk, he tapped his fingers together. You probably wanted that to be a secret. My bad. Night Eye stood frozen for a moment before he pressed a stamp to one of the papers and immediately turned to Hitoshi. I have been informed you and Genesis are a package deal. Convince me why I should hire the both of you. The tall boy sighed. My immediate thought was to say you don't have to, we'll just go back to Eraserhead, but he explicitly told me to go find a Twilight hero, and Mirio seemed to like you. He's a great guy, you know. He figured out my quirk once I used it on him and immediately turned around and started telling me jokes I could use to grab people. I mean, knock-knock jokes are a classic and I think I've learned more than I will ever remember, so that's cool. Wanna hear one? Sir Night Eye sat back with narrowed eyes. Very well. Knock knock. Who's there? Orange. Orange who? Orange, you going to stamp those forms? Hitoshi finger-gunned, then shrugged. You know my quirk and you still responded, always a nice feeling. I could have made you stamp the forms as well, but that felt like a bad start. And I don't know what your beef with Momo and her quirk is, but she's going to be amazing, and as her first work-study placement you'd get a lot of clout, probably. Also, if you're that concerned with the hero she's going to become, which, a little weird, but you do you, chief, but wouldn't it be better to have a hand in guiding her? Food for thought. Anyway, stamp us or don't, we all know you're already taking the walking disaster that is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku threw up his hands. Why are you like this? You told me ocean facts and scarred me for life, so now you have to deal with me and the trauma you gave me. I'm going to turn you into an actual fish, watch me. Whoa there, thought your champions always had to get consent. I'll word it in a way that you'd never know. I'm going to be suspicious on principle now. Boys, Momo cut in, we're kind of in the middle of something here. Hitoshi shrugged and gestured at the watchful Night Eye. Nothing I say at this point is going to convince him. I'm not going to sit around for a will they won't they kind of deal. If he wants to waste his time listening to us idly bicker, that's a weird hobby, but ultimately his business. I miss the days when you were quiet. No you don't. Unfortunately. Izuku snickered. Speaking of will they won't they. Here. Him. He waved them off. Nothing. Anyway, he stamped your papers. They both looked up in surprise to see Sir Night Eye looking at them impassively, 3 stamped papers facing them on the edge of his desk. Hitoshi leaned forwards. You stamped in the approval box. I am aware of this fact. Are you sure? The corner of Sir Night Eye's lip curled up. If you'd like me to take it back no, Hitoshi snatched up their 3 forms and held them to his chest. No, I'm good. You're good. We're good, Momo assured with a mirthful smile. Amazing, Hitoshi rambled, excellent, welp, we'll see you, next week, when these things really kick off, look forward to working with you, no take-backs. Night Eye snorted. Indeed. Travel safe. That sounds like a threat, Hitoshi muttered as he herded them out of the room with the work-study forms. Did that sound like a threat to anyone else? I'm suddenly reminded of what we walked in on. I think I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. Momo put a hand on his arm. You're fine. The excitement is getting to you. Is this what being awake feels like? I think I hate it. They took the elevator in silence for a moment before Izuku turned to them both and grinned. Court wizard. And goddamn if you didn't enchant him, Hitoshi's grin mirrored their teacher's, I'll accept your appointment of court wizard. He waved him off. Oh no, the court's been a thing for a while now. Why, you want in? Hitoshi rubbed his chin. Well, every kingdom needs a thriving spy network. He shook his head. That's my boyfriend. Guard captain. Kagami. Advisor. Sabrina, you don't know her. Jester. Adrian, obviously. Hitoshi squinted into the middle distance. And I know you already have a princess. Can Mo be a queen? Chloe. Goddamn. Before you ask, Lucas the Bard. You guys really have a functioning command structure in your fake kingdom, here. He nodded solemnly. We do indeed. Had to make sure things could run smoothly. Okay, but Mo has to be noble of some kind, Hitoshi pointed out as the elevator dinged. She's too high class for anything else. Hitoshi. Izuku nodded. Hitoshi, how do you feel about being the Marquis de Cat? Hitoshi opened his mouth to reply before he narrowed his eyes. Wait. Hang on. That's French but with English cat. Marquise de Cat. My kitty cat. If you slow it down and think in English. Oh my god. In hindsight, if Adrian ever needed a noble title. Please accept that, Momo gasped out in laughter, please be the Marquis de Cat. I think I legally have to be the Marquis de Cat, he said in a daze. Mirio appeared beside them. Cats. No, never mind, how did it go? Hitoshi idly waved the forms. All of us got in. Oh my god, I'm a cat again. Mirio blinked. Wow, are you feline okay? I'm feline perfect is what I'm feline. Every meowment in my life has led to hiss. Oh, you got good news. Well, stop kidding me, spill the beans. The toe beans. Obviously. It's time to go home, Izuku loudly declared, where I will no doubt be bombarded with more cat puns, so let's move this along before I hit my quota and accidentally murder one of my best friends. Home. Hitoshi shook his head. I can't believe you'd be that rude, Izuku. Not all of us are, he looked him dead in the eye, homeowners. Izuku squinted. No. Yes. Ho meowners. Yes. I'm jumping in front of the train. But Kohai, Mirio pouted, we were having such furuin. Well, he said cheerfully, maybe if you clam down, you can corral us back to UA. Oh no, Momo put her head in her hands, now you've done it. Hitoshi looked horrified for a moment. You'd ruin the sankity of cat puns with ocean puns. I'll make you fish you'd never started making puns in the first place. You've made an anemone out of me. Well, Mirio said cheerfully, we all know how delicious cats find seafood, but I didn't think you'd find the puns so clawful. They're not shoalful, he admitted, but I sure wouldn't call them spectacular either. They both hesitated on that one while he smiled. Momo was the one to sound it out. Spectacular, she said slowly, oh that was masterful, 2 in 1. Thank you, he said quickly, now we're done with puns. Done, I tell you. Sure. The other train goers thankfully seemed unconcerned when he went for Hitoshi's throat. The work-study students in their class were those three, of course, Kagami with Ryukyu, and surprisingly, Katsuki with Fat Gum. There was a very brief debate at home about whether Izuku and Kagami would be informing their work-study mentors of the Miraculous, but it was eventually determined that unless it came up, no. Any information about their previous hero work would go to the 𝐼𝐴, who were more than happy to talk them up to anyone who asked. They still called every month to make sure they were doing well and offer unsolicited hero advice, and they knew the party line about their work as Tsunami and Lyun, so everything worked out. The first few days of their internships were pretty boring, albeit informative, for all 5 of them. They were briefed on their agency's respective cases, given tours of the offices, taken on basic patrols, and taught all standard procedures. It wasn't until Fat Gum, Sun Eater, and Ground Zero encountered and stopped a drag deal that things started to pick up. It was shitty, Katsuki grunted when relaying the adventure to the class, and Sun Eater got hit with one of those temporary data switches, but he's fine, we're fine, and the civilians are fine. Who shot him is locked in jail and that's another junkie off the goddamn streets. Kagami reported trigger users that she had to take down as well, and word that the underground was moving something. It made them worried, but according to the Kwami and their own magically trained senses, all for one still wasn't moving, so for now they'd focus on smaller evils. I'm excited to take you on patrol, Mirio. No, Lemillion said cheerfully, and I hope Sir doesn't tease Mind Blank too much. Bubble Girl and Genesis will get along great, though, I'm sure. Bubble Girl has to know what she's filling her bubbles, after all. Definitely not to the same level of detail as I'm sure Genesis has to go, but still a sort of mental catalogue. He hummed. Why'd we get put together, then? Like, Mind Blank and Night Eye I get, He's the most Twilight of his agency and mind blank wants to go Twilight at least, but why us? Just last to put together. Lemillion laughed. No way. I guess, of the agency, I technically have the least experience, and of the interns, you technically have the most. So there's less I have to teach you. But also I'd say it's because you're not really used to patrolling, right? I heard that mostly you were on the scene only. He shrugged sheepishly. Well, yeah, we were still minors and had to go to school. And couldn't let people figure them out, he didn't say. Plus, they were there to combat specific villains that also did not show themselves, so patrols wouldn't be effective as anything but a target. You're still minors going to school here as well, Lemillion pointed out with a chuckle, but you were middle schoolers, I get it. Do you know what the point of patrol is, then? He thought for a moment. Obviously to catch villainy in the act, but it also bolsters public hope, because they see active heroes. It can also be used as team building if heroes work together. All true. It actually works as both a booster for civilians and a deterrent for villains, he nodded. But most patrols done by daylight heroes happen in areas that might not have a high crime rate, but do have a high population. I hate to say that public opinion is important to hero work, but it is, if only to ensure the public feels safe, you know. 𝐤𝐲 nodded and looked at the crowd with half-lidded eyes. Well, most of the people here feel plenty safe, it seems like. Lots of contentment. Lemillion blinked. You can sense emotions. I thought it was more quirks. It is, he assured, but when I champion someone it's helpful if I have someone who's aligned with my thoughts and feelings so that we're actually working together, so I get a very small emotional sense. I don't use it as often, just when I am actively looking to champion people, because I also need to know their quirks, obviously, since I'm just modifying or enhancing them for the most part, but, since he's currently transformed, since I was already looking around and you mentioned them feeling safe, Lemillion beamed. That's pretty neat. Also means you can tell if you're actually calming someone down. Wait. He frowned, looking down the alleyway. Someone was moving fast, and it was a quirk he recognized. Golden dust, gathering at around heart height. A small girl spun around the corner and his eyes locked onto the horn on her head. Not heart height at all, then. He leaned down and held his arms out as she blindly collided into him and he could feel her heart pounding through her chest. Even with only the barest of his senses on, he could tell she was terrified out of her mind. One hand rubbed up and down her back while the other cradled Emerald, just in case. Hello there, he said quietly, it's going to be all right now. Can you tell me what's wrong? Her heart stuttered, but she looked up with tears in her red eyes. He patiently waited, not saying anything and just smiling calmly at her. In this very moment, he wished he had Iris with him, to soothe the fear that was pouring off of her, but for now he'd just be as cool-headed as possible. Slowly, her fear ebbed, and she took a deep breath. There you are. Thank you for finding my daughter, I hope you'll forgive the trouble she's caused you. 𝐤𝐲 kept smiling, but extended a small bit of feeling to the new person. His quirk was a muddy brown that was constantly breathing, forming shapes and then flailing into dust, only to reform in a new shape. He was feeling disgust, anger, and disdain, with a small amount of triumph. It's no trouble, Lemillion said cheerfully. Your daughter, you say? Why was she running away? The man scoffed. You know how children can be. Come along now, we wouldn't want to take up any more of the hero's time. She glanced back and all but ripped herself out of 𝐤𝐲's arms, placing a slightly trembling hand into the man's, and let herself be led away without a glance back. Her fear had spiked when the man had spoken. Lemillion hurriedly scurried him back to the agency in frantic silence, texting people on his way. They rushed up to a meeting room where the other four came in quickly. Sir Night Eye stood to his full height. Report. Lemillion quickly explained what had happened. Leaving out nothing. It was overhaul. They all jumped a little at this, having already been briefed on the case the agency was running. The top dog of the Yakuza they were investigating, and they had just run into him casually in a random patrol. 𝐤𝐲 could already hear his cousin calling him a villain magnet, and Marie checking him over for luck curses that he knew she hadn't placed, little bundles of chaos she could attach to people, and Felix berating him for doing something incredibly dangerous. It was the right call to let the girl go, Sir Night-Eye affirmed. Who knows what he would have done in such a populated area? Probably broken everything to pieces, 𝐤𝐸 muttered. His quirk makes sense now. He really does deconstruct and reconstruct things. Night-Eye raised an eyebrow. You saw his quirk? He raised an eyebrow back. He was standing a few meters away. I took the opportunity. Then when we are ready to move against him, you can find his location for us. 𝐤𝐸 leaned back. I can do you one better. I can get you the layout of where he is. The five of them blinked. How? He smiled and pulled his goggles down. Hello, 𝐂𝐲𝐸. Hello, 𝐂𝐲𝐸. She jolted in place and spun around, clutching her stuffed cat tighter. Sorry, the voice was gentle. I'm not actually there. Technically I'm in your cat. But you met me earlier, remember? I was wearing green. She swallowed. With the yellow leaves on your head. He hesitated, then snickered. Yeah, with the yellow leaves on my head. I guess I didn't introduce myself back then. Here. I'm 𝐤𝐸. I sent a little friend with you, a butterfly I call Emerald. They were very sneaky. Here. Bet you didn't even notice. They're really good at hiding. She blinked and inspected her stuffed cat. Are they in cat? I thought you were in cat. They are. They tagged along by hiding in your dress, then as soon as you were safe, wriggled out and found your cat. That way, as long as you're holding cat, you can talk to me whenever you want. But, you're not here. No, I'm sorry. Not yet. She shook her head, heart beating in her chest. No, you can't come here. He'll kill you. She thought about all of the people he'd turn into red spots, including the person who used to watch her. She hadn't meant for him to die as well, but she'd been terrified of her next session, so she tried to run away. She was starting to think it was pointless. Even though she ran into 𝐤𝐸, the butterfly mothman, she'd still been taken back. She felt an emotion that wasn't hers before it was immediately swept away, muffled, and looked down at Cat hesitantly. 𝐶𝐻𝐿. Sorry, 𝐤𝐸. Sorry, he said soothingly, but his voice felt a little tight. I wasn't angry at you. Are you all right? She nodded slowly. Overhaul had been too worked up and needed a deep cleansing bath because he'd gone out into the streets, so they'd rescheduled her session until tomorrow. 𝐂𝐲𝐸, he said gently, can you try to remember all the times you've been outside of your room for me? She hesitated for a moment, but she was already thinking about them anyway. She knew what path she'd taken to escape, up the stairs and out the hidden passage, and the halls were winding, but she'd remembered most of them from going back and forth between her sessions and watching very carefully. And maybe Overhaul's puppet friend would get a tiger and change things around, or Overhaul would do it. She wasn't sure how the striped cats made them stronger, but they talked about it sometimes. She didn't like the hallways much, but she saw a lot of them, so maybe that's why 𝐤𝐸 wanted her to remember. Okay, she said quietly, I'll think of all of them. He giggled quietly and her breath hitched. That sounded nice. It's all right, you already did. Thank you, 𝐂𝐲𝐸, we're one step closer to getting you out. She gasped. What? There was another feeling that wasn't hers, but even though this one was also brief, she knew this one. It was sadness. We're going to rescue you, he said with determination, I promise. In the meantime, we can just talk. As long as you're awake, we can talk about anything you want. She hesitated. Can you tell me a story? Of course, he said immediately. Would you like to hear a story about a princess? She nodded in starts and stops. A princess was like a little girl who was good and didn't run away and who had good parents. So, not 𝐂𝐲𝐸. Technically, 𝐤𝐸's voice was tight again. This particular princess would fit your definition, but really all a princess is the daughter of a king or queen, who rule over the land and try to be good leaders. But you could also say that a princess is any girl who's kind and good. So you could be a princess. Her heart panged. I'd like the story now, please. Of course, his voice gentled. Once upon a time, there was a princess in a faraway land that loved to make things. She would make dresses and capes and quiches and cakes, and she was beloved by all the lands. But the one thing she didn't have was a prince. She didn't need one, of course, she was fine on her own, but she kind of wanted one. All of the princes she knew, however, were boring or mean or just not her type, so she gave up. That made sense to 𝐂𝐲. But what she didn't know was that her court jester was actually a prince in disguise. He'd left his kingdom and decided to live a simple life in another one, doing what he loved most, spreading joy to people. And he had a secret. She leaned into the stuffed cat. He was in love with the princess. She gasped. Hitoshi turned away from the boy who was spinning a tale that was very clearly based on his friends to the little girl half a city away. He'd scrawled down some basic schematics, apparently from what 𝐂𝐲 had remembered, and Sir Night-Eye was going over them and cross-referencing them with buildings around the indicated place on the map. Okay, I'm not going crazy, right? He looked around, meeting Momo's eyes. Everyone else saw the flickering when he got mad. Her mouth opened and closed. Yes. Yes, I saw it as well. I didn't know he could do that. Why would he? Hitoshi insisted. That makes literally no sense. She blinked, startled, and looked at Bubble Girl, Lemillion, and Sir Night-Eye, who were otherwise engaged. Lemillion was listening to 𝐤𝐸 talk, and Bubble Girl and Sir Night-Eye were going over the information he'd already gotten them. Satisfied no one would hear her, she leaned in. I imagine it's something specific to the Miraculous. They transform, after all. He stared at her. They what? She blinked. I thought you knew. I thought Miraculous was just a name for a piece of technology, or for rare quirk creations, or something. She opened and closed her mouth again. No, they're magic objects of some sort, I assume. Has this really never come up? We've even discussed the Miraculous before. Hitoshi pinched the bridge of his nose. Clearly, what I thought was wrong. I never really thought about it. Which is strange. She hummed. Perhaps that was the magic itself, working to make you care less. I will admit, it does seem fanciful. It's also partially a secret, so what? He's a magical girl, and if he gets angry he gets darker. Because anger is of the dark side. Maybe. Perhaps we can wait until he's no longer talking to 𝐂𝐲 to ask. Night-Eye happened to pointedly tap his wrist at 𝐤𝐸, and they checked the time. Yep, they were supposed to go back to school soon. 𝐤𝐸 gave them a flinty smile. The jester and the princess continued to sneak out at night to fight the monsters attacking the land, and neither knew who the other was. Excuse me, 𝐂𝐲, we'll need to pause here for a moment, okay? Other people want to talk to me for some reason. Sir Night-Eye bristled, then deflated with a sigh. Midoriya. I recognize this is a difficult case. Dealing with child abuse is never pleasant, but you are doing an admirable job at maintaining your composure. However, we need to wrap up for the day. You can continue tomorrow. I refuse. Their hero mentor blinked. Excuse me. 𝐤𝐸 shrugged. I can do this from my apartment if you prefer, but I'm not leaving her. I presumed you would rather I be right here in case I have updates, but if that's not the case, I can simply relay any additional information when we reconvene tomorrow. Night-Eye blinked. Midoriya, that is a terrible idea. When will you sleep? Likely whenever she does. Maybe. Her dreams could also give me insight. Of course, I could champion her and be done with it, extracting her entirely, but based on your plans I imagine you want a large-scale operation to take out the entire Shy Heisaikai. Again, if that's not the case, do let me know, I'll pull her out at any time. Okay, Hitoshi made the call, moving forwards and grabbing 𝐤𝐸. We'll head home, let you know any new information, and feel free to call us if something comes up or we get the okay to move. Thanks, bye. As soon as they were nearer to the changing rooms, Hitoshi stopped. Okay, what do you need to do to keep talking to her? He felt a little like a bug under a microscope as the shorter hero inspected him, but suddenly the boy smiled. I'll be fine like this, thank you. Hitoshi threw up his hands. Okay, so, this is clearly one of your magic things. Do you need to keep wearing the suit? But no, you didn't need the suit at the summer camp. It was hidden, he admitted, but still there. To champion someone and talk to them, I have to be transformed. When did we tell you about the Miraculous? You didn't, Momo did, and honestly she doesn't have a lot of information either. We're not going to demand your secrets, though. Probably. I'm not, Momo piped up, but I do think what you've decided to do is foolish. I vote we let the friends decide, Hitoshi declared, because they definitely know the magic. What the F, I'm still not over that. Wait, I was used in the magic SHT once. DMN. Okay though, the suit stays on. I guess we'll need to cover you up so people don't think you're a Fing weirdo. Just put the clothes you came in on over your costume, Momo advised, and anything else you need I'll just make. He looked at them both for a moment, mouth slightly open, before he rallied and beamed. Thank you, he said softly, and wasted no more time in getting changed, already chirping a greeting to A. They ended up needing to give him a hoodie and pull the hood up, but he was happily muttering to himself on the train. With an exchanged glance, they got off with him and let him lead them to his apartment. He noticed, of course, eyeing them, but shrugged and just kept jabbering away and unlocked one apartment and knocking on the other one. Kagami soon opened that one and raised an eyebrow at the two of them, but called back into the apartment and followed them through. Felix was waiting with crossed arms, watching his partner with thinly veiled concern, as the four of them came in. Marinette-eyed Izuku. What's going on? Not that it isn't cool to have guests, or whatever. Right, Momo sighed. If you have not realized, Izuku is talking to a victim he ran into earlier. Related to the case we're working on. At one point while talking with her, his costume flickered, for lack of a better word, becoming darker and I believe more red. Rusted brown, Hitoshi refuted, it was mostly a rusted brown. Not red. She hummed. When prompted to disconnect, as it were, he refused, and stated that he will, among other things, not sleep. Just in case. He refuses to leave her, but also will not champion her so as to not disrupt the goals of the agency, as they eventually want to conduct a full-scale raid on the villains in question. Instead of arguing, we opted to come here, as you all are no doubt more experienced in his limits. The other blonde, Adrian, leaned into the boy with narrowed eyes. Oh my Kwame, he said gleefully, he's telling her a story about us, princess. Izuku very pointedly rolled his eyes, but continued to talk, leaning back on the couch. Felix narrowed his eyes. You will not neglect your health, victim or no. Izuku did a mime, indicating something small, then looked around before grabbing a napkin from the stack on the table and fishing a pen out from under the fashion magazines on the coffee table. They all settled in around him as he wrote out several words. Kagami took it when it was offered to her and she frowned. Golden dust at heart height, little girl torn apart for quirk, emotionally stunted worse than UBSD. I'm not emotionally stunted. What does the first one mean? Felix made a noise. The time quirk. Or him. If she's small, I'm assuming it's not actually gathering at heart height. Izuku took back the napkin, flipped it over, and drew Eri on the back of it, pointing at her horn. Felix nodded. Stockpiling, we thought possibly time or sand-related, gathers in the horn. Delightful. He glanced up at the rest of them. He'd seen her before, unknowingly, on the quirk plane. If she indeed has a time-based quirk, it is possible that her being torn apart means she's being, I don't even want to say it. Hitoshi felt sick. Well, that's fed up. And then the big boss is putting her back together again to get more later. That's horrific and awful. I will admit, not why we came back, though. We just wanted to make sure you guys could stop Izzy here from going off the deep end and never sleeping until the inevitable raid happens. Felix obligingly stood up and loomed over the other boy, who stared back impassively, voice never faltering in the tale he was still spinning. There were definitely more characters than just the jester and the princess, at this point, or maybe he'd started on another story entirely. Who knew? Not Hitoshi. You will sleep, Felix said softly, dangerously, or I won't. Whatever threat Izuku had thought would be made, that clearly wasn't it, as his impassive face suddenly faltered, and he shook his head rapidly. Hitoshi relaxed a little and snickered, leaning over to Momo. Trouble in paradise already, it seems. She giggled and flashed him a bright smile, and his heart flopped over in his chest. Not now, damn it. Marinette stood up and dusted herself off of imaginary dust. Come on, she gestured to them, we'll let them fight it out. I think it's time we read you in. They exchanged a glance, but followed her into the kitchen where she leaned against the counter. So obviously you know a little bit about the Miraculous, she said, inspecting them, but what exactly do you know? Momo hesitantly took half a step forward. Miraculous are magic objects of some kind based on concepts. I know of transmission or transformation, creation, and destruction. I assume Kagami has a Miraculous as well, since she can literally turn into the wind, but don't know the concept. Elements, maybe. Izuku, as Lyun, believed I would be reasonably suited for the ladybug due to my quirk. Marinette squinted. Unfortunately incorrect, but not because of your quirk. He just can't read auras like I can. Hitoshi chuckled nervously. Hi, what the F does that mean? She waved him off. People are usually aligned, order or chaos. Ladybug is chaos. Momo, you're order. Shinsu, you're chaos, in case you were wondering. Well, I wasn't. And just call me Hitoshi, the rest of your gang already does. She shrugged. Sure. And that's it. Well, Hitoshi said slowly, I'm pretty sure Izuku can do his sensory thing while not a magical girl, but he can only link with people and champion them while he's transformed. So he can't detransform. But it didn't look like he was transformed before, so I'm not sure why he doesn't just stay transformed in that really subtle way he did at the summer camp. I can only imagine there must be some downside. Momo pet her head, an energy drain, perhaps. Marinette nodded. Miraculous are magical jewelry. She tucked her hair behind her ear and her earrings caught the light, and are powered by magic and by connecting to the concept they are attached to. They also, however, use the magic of the holder, to some degree. So no one can remain transformed forever. When the Miraculous heroes first started out, a single use of their power would have them detransforming within 5 minutes. Now, I believe that Gashu and Runami can go for about an hour. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes. And who are you? She smirked. I'm one of our 2 Grand Guardians. I protect the Miraculous and distribute them as I see fit. Technically, I'm also supposed to be the person with the foremost knowledge of the Miraculous and magic as well, but Felix likes to study the book in his downtime and I'm pretty sure Izzy has most of it memorized like a weirdo. Plus Sabrina, since she hoards information. But yep, Felix and I's job is to guard the Miraculous and handle any Miraculous-related issues. Hitoshi snorted. Yeah. Get many of those, these days. She pet her head. Did you think we came to Japan for fun? We didn't have to follow the dragon cousins, you know. Sure, you ace nice, but I had to learn a whole new language in like, a month. Nope, at some point this dude who kidnapped me is going to create a new Miraculous. For what concept? Good question, we don't know yet. Our guesses are just guesses, and all for one is just dash sorry, Momo interrupted her, say that again. A is sleeping, Izuku announced, entering the room. Are we giving them the rundown on the Miraculous? Marinette shook her head. Sort of. I was talking about all for one. Izuku blinked. Wait, I just remembered, he slowly turned to Momo, All Might mentioned him. Sort of, when he was accusing me of being his son. But, well, he mentioned him in conjunction with you. She liked her lips. He's a person. Marinette squinted. Yes. What do you have to do with him? She glanced at Hitoshi and he raised an eyebrow, but a flash of hurt went through him. She didn't want to tell him. I'll go, he said reluctantly, maybe ask Grand Guardian 2 some questions no, she said rapidly, hands fluttering around him. No, please, stay. I wanted to tell you. I just wasn't sure how. Izuku coughed into his fist and they both jumped. He smiled sheepishly and Hitoshi noticed he was still wearing his mask. Possibly something to let the others badger him about later. This sounds like a tea on the couch kind of conversation, he said, so let's head on over there. I'll make tea. Everyone good with Earl Grey? You're so whipped, Marinette snickered. Then I'm not out of place in this room, Haim. She snorted and pushed them back into the living room where Adrian was pacing and ranting about terrible parents. Both Blondes and Kagami, who'd been on her phone, looked up when they entered. Bird boy, go help your boyfriend, he's making tea. Felix got up to help, and soon, a tray of mugs was brought in and set on the coffee table, disrupting the magazines. So, Marinette took a sip and sat back, eyes never leaving Momo. What do you have to do with a 200-year-old supervillain? I've never even heard the name, Momo said promptly, but the similarities are too much to ignore. Izuku, at the sports festival, you said my quirk looked different. And you offered a pretty lackluster explanation before running off, he pointed out. I remember. She nodded hesitantly, and he had a pang of regret for putting it so callously, but squashed it. He didn't think Momo was tied up in their newest enemy, but it wasn't a risk he could really take. Right, well, the official story is I had a quirk breakthrough and managed to access a new energy store. My original quirk was able to create using my lipids as fuel, but combined with the one given to me, they were slowly growing alarmed, and she could tell as she waved her arms. Sorry. My newly given quirk is called One for All. Izuku blinked. Oh. So that's why you assume they're related? She nodded. Other than the information that this All for One is a villain, I do not know who it refers to. One for All is a quirk that has been passed down from user to user, stockpiling strength, and after thinking over what you saw in it before, I believe also the quirks of the previous users. Izuku's mouth opened slightly. Oh. The other colors. She nodded. I haven't truly been able to discover who the previous users were, because I don't want to bother All Might. Wait, Hitoshi narrowed his eyes. All Might. Don't tell me. She bit her lip. I am the 9th holder of One for All. All Might is the 8th. They groaned. Which, if they are related, Izuku grumbled, explains why he was so hung up on me being the son of All for One. I'm still not over that now that I have context. Kagami squinted. Is that better or worse than having Dragon as a father? Oh my Kwame, do not make me even a little bit grateful that that idiot is my SPEM donor. Hang on, Marinette sat up, I'm either about to sound completely ridiculous or be an absolute legend. All for One said he had a brother. Felix immediately cottoned on. One for All has had 9 users. You're assuming that based on the naming convention, the brother was the first holder. She nodded. Or related. Siblings have similar quirks. All for One is a give and take, One for All is a pass down. Those seem definitely related enough. Since we've already established that there's a 99% chance that One for All is opposed to All for One, Izuku nodded, that doesn't seem like just a coincidence. Timing-wise, that's an average of just over 20 years per holder. All Might is almost 50, we can assume he's had the quirk since he was our age, that's 35-ish years and means he held it longer than the average. I'm good to call that theory correct. Adrian snapped his fingers. Izzy, you were obsessed with All Might. Who was his mentor? He squinted into the middle distance. He hung around Airjet, I want to say, or Airjet hung around him, and there's not many records of him before he went to America. I know he went to UA. I know Gran Torino, or, well, you called him Airjet. I think he must have changed his name, Momo hummed thoughtfully, but it's definitely him, since I'm relatively certain that's the name of his quirk. I was introduced to him over summer break, actually, to see if I could use more of the quirk. Yeah, Izuku said, how does it work with you? Because All Might is super strong, or is that his original quirk? She hummed, leaning back. I'm not sure what his original quirk was, actually. I can use it as strength as well, but it's a significant amount of power, and well, it used to break my bones. Part of why I was with Gran Torino was to try and regulate it so that I could use it as a general strength enhancer. She smiled sheepishly, but I can use maybe 2%. I'm definitely much stronger than I was, but I mostly use the stockpiled energy to fuel my quirk and allow me to create far more than I could before. I bet the other colors I saw were the quirks of past users, like you said. Izuku nodded, pulling out his phone. Let me see if I can find number 7. Felix plucked the phone out of his hand. De-transform. He tensed. No. That sounded like a question. No. She's been asleep 10 minutes, he sighed in frustration. You have time to rest. What if she has a nightmare, he refuted, and I'm not there to comfort her. I promised her I wouldn't leave her. Marinette frowned. We can force you to de-transform, you know. It's just very draining for you and the Kwame. Question, Hitoshi raised his hand. What's a Kwame? You used it in place of God, before, which is concerning slightly. I'm a 𝐂𝐴𝐺. The boy shrieked and jumped as Trix doubled over in Gekka's beside where his ear had been, and all of the Miraculous users couldn't help but snicker. Momo leaned in curiously, but didn't reach out her hands to touch, which was probably smart. You're adorable, she beamed, and you're a 𝐂𝐴𝐺. Whoa whoa whoa, Plag zoomed out, if anyone's adorable, it's me. Hitoshi immediately zeroed in on the cat. Oh, he's perfect in every way. Hey, Trix collided with Plag, you had your chance. Dusu peeked her head out before zooming out. Are we allowed to come out now? Wee. These are 𝐂𝐴𝐺, Marinette said warmly as Tiki and Long also zoomed out of hiding, mini-gods that allow us to use the Miraculous. They are bound to the jewels and help us connect with their specific magic. For example, Trix is the fox, 𝐂𝐴𝐺, of illusion. He's quite fond of playing tricks as well. Well named, Hitoshi grumbled. Izuku stopped scrolling. Think I got a possible mentor figure, just need to get a name. Felix started. When did you take that back? When Trix distracted everyone. Felix rolled his eyes. Fine. Who'd you find? He hummed. Looks like Comet. Oh, worm. Comet was super cool, actually. Her quirk let her fly, or, it looks like it's more floating or gliding, but she was strong so she could go up and then push off things to go fast. Her signature move was Shooting Star. She was declared dead shortly before All Might went to the States in a freak disaster that is looking more and more like All for One offed her. That's depressing. Civilian name, Shimura Nana. Time to dig into her life, I guess. Momo waved him off. That's already more than I knew. I also feel like I should ask Gran and All Might more, because they should know more than the internet can tell you, as good as your searches are. But who's to say I'm actually going to be able to access those quirks? Already, mine and one for all are more than enough. Okay, so to reiterate, Felix leaned back. All for One is all of our enemies either by inheritance or by profession. He nodded at Hitoshi and then gestured to themselves, is actively about to create a new Miraculous for an unknown concept he embodies. Momo has a legacy and potentially 7 more quirks, and my boyfriend is a bleeding heart idiot. Izuku shrugged. That seems fair. Marinette tapped her armrest. The air is charged enough that I think is close. The American group are down to 3 north, 2 south. Luca's gotten all but 3 himself, and we've also confirmed that life is off the table. Flo is a bison, which is objectively very good, because bison were life to the Native Americans. What else? Izuku blinked. Wait, what's left for the constellation box? She ticked off on her fingers. Libra, Scorpio, and Pisces. You can talk to him about myths and legends later, when you're not transformed. I'm putting you on an information ban while you're being stupid. He narrowed his eyes. On one hand, he did sort of understand their worry. No one had ever been transformed and actively using abilities, minor powers or not, for longer than an hour at a time. He'd spent 3 hours for a while just passively transformed, but Emerald was connected to someone, and there was an active drain on his power. It wasn't the same as having a champion, of course, because while Emerald holding the power was technically just an extension of him, it was still magic that he didn't have to fuel his transformation. He couldn't maintain this forever, even if he wanted to, and he needed sleep, even if he was too tense to feel tired. At some point, he knew, he'd be running on sheer willpower. That wasn't yet, though. He tensed minutely as something rippled on the bond and stood up. Okay, great talk, keep me updated, bye. Felix called after him in resigned frustration, and his heart panged, but he walked into his room and shut the door behind him. He pulled the goggles down and frowned. This wasn't actual vision. He settled on his bed, back to the wall, and looked around the distorted view. It was almost accurate to real vision, but things were out of proportion and larger than life. He made a noise of realization. Fascinating, he muttered. So people really do see dreams. There was a whimper and he immediately jolted. Hey, he said softly, hey, it's all right. This isn't really happening. You're dreaming. The dream version of Overhaul said something muffled and distorted that he couldn't understand, but Eri visibly shuddered and the dream grew darker. He was clearly yelling and sneering something, and Izuku scrambled for something he could do, until he latched on to an old lullaby from a game. "Close your eyes," he started. "It is time for you to tell the world goodnight. It might be dark inside, but there are still stars shining in the sky. Close your eyes, I am here, and everything will be alright. I am right here by your side as we go walking." He took a deep breath through the night. He kept humming the song, and slowly the dream faded and blurred, sneers becoming inaudible, and after a few moments of darkness, she opened her eyes in the waking world. "Gishu." "Hi, A," he said sadly, "I'm still here." "Oh." She sounded bewildered, and he briefly closed his eyes, taking a shuddering breath. "That nap wasn't very long," he said reluctantly. "Are you still tired?" She shook her head, vision shifting from side to side. "No." He internally winced. He could feel that she was, but she was also quietly scared, in a way that felt like a baseline more than a new feeling. "If you want to sleep," he said quietly, without much hope, "I can hum quietly, so even when you're dreaming you know I'm there. I'll always do my best to protect you, A." She was quiet for a moment. "Okay." His heart panged with grief. She hadn't sounded like it, but emotionally, she didn't really believe him. Not that he wouldn't try, no. Just that he wouldn't succeed. She was resigned. Perpetually scared and hopeless. School was an adventure. They went back 2 days later, on Monday, and Izuku still hadn't de-transformed more than once, where he just changed into a more subtle costume with green-tinted sunglasses to work as a mask and goggles both. There was a certain manic lethargy to him, he knew, and he hadn't been able to fully appreciate the cool new Miraculous the other Guardians had been telling them about. When this was over, or A was safe, he would definitely gush about, at the very least, the constellation Miraculous, since they all had Greek myths attached to them where they were used. Capricorn, for example, which had been delivered to Nino to finish filling out the Paris team, was the Miraculous of fusion, and the origin of both the Chimera, and then was also used by Helen of Troy, coincidentally, which was definitely a story he wanted to track down later. But he couldn't focus on that because every waking moment was spent talking to A, or humming for A, or singing, or rambling, or just making some sort of noise so that she'd know he was there. He also took the time to try and figure out if he could send her quirk space data, because part of what they talked about was him quietly trying to tell her that her quirk wasn't a curse. From what she knew of it, it had made people disappear when she used it, and considering the time aspect he suspected, they were probably either sent back in time or, as she was assuming, dead and permanently so. School itself, of course, he was just humming most of the time and sending her little flashes of the quirks around him. She was fascinated by the extra sense and had quickly accepted his game of guessing people's quirks. It was the most animated he'd felt her, partially because she had to be very fast since he still couldn't hold the information for longer than a second. He also sometimes accidentally sent what he was seeing instead, like he usually did, and then she got introduced to some of his classmates and Aizawa, not that said classmates knew this. Of course, there was one incident on Monday where Izuku was dead silent the entire 3 hours, tense as a live wire and vaguely hostile to anyone who tried to talk to him, because that was the time when Ari left her stuffed cat in her room and was scrayed to overhaul. When she had returned, hugged the cat, and passed out in pained exhaustion, he dismissed himself to the restroom, de-transformed, and threw up. "Nuru," he said weakly. "I can't." Nuru swallowed his 4th apple slice. "It's going to be alright," he sounded choked. "It's going to be okay. We can do this." They spent a few moments just pressed together while they were still apart, breathing. "Ru, please," he swallowed, "please raise my wings." Some of his energy had returned with the new transformation, but not much, and he immediately used it to try and soothe Ari's pain as best as he could. Aizawa eyed him when he returned in time for heroics, since Momo and Hitoshi had absolutely snitched over the weekend, but didn't do anything beyond press his lips together. Heroics was working more on super moves, so he just sat there and fiddled with his magic the entire time, humming softly while Ai slept. After school, they took a quiet trip to the Night Eye Agency and the hero in question frowned at him in concern. Momo and Hitoshi had tried to coax him to de-transform, but he hadn't been willing to budge. Even Mirio had been looking at him in concern when he plowed through, giving more information on the layout of the base. We'll be moving this Wednesday, Sir Night Eye said softly, and tomorrow we will be having a meeting with the other agencies on this case. The raid will be successful, I promise. Izuku nodded slowly. I can get Eri out before the raid starts. Sir Night Eye grimaced. I hate to ask, but without compromising the raid. Yeah, give me 10 minutes. It should also significantly disorient them. He hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Then do it. Save her first. Izuku nodded with determination. Good news, he said softly and brightly. By this time in 2 days, you're going to be free. She was quiet. Really? Really, he assured, you're just going to walk right out, and no one will be able to stop you. How? He beamed. I'm going to help you. And you already know the way out, remember. And I'll be waiting right outside for you, where my friend will be waiting to make sure you stay safe while I make sure no one comes after you again. Oh, is your friend nice? Very, he assured, he's a pro hero from France, and he's a cat as well, like your cat. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, then mouthed, Chat noir. Izuku grinned and nodded. Does he know what you're volunteering him for? Momo waved to get his attention and mouthed, Are you sure he'll be there? Izuku beamed at both. He's a cat. Like I'm a butterfly, or a moth. Gacho. Hee, exactly. His name is Chat Noir. Chat Noir. Kuroniko, he snickered, you can call him Kuroniko. He's a black cat. Yep. Oh, why can't I go to you? You will, he said gently, but I'll need to protect you by going and fighting still, and I know he'll keep you super safe. Are you sure? Positive. He kept me safe many times when I couldn't keep myself safe, so I trust him a lot. She kept grilling him, essentially, for the entire work-study time while everyone else ran around doing work. He sat in the conference room in a spinning chair with the widest grin on his face, answering every question and doubt she had about the credibility of Chat Noir, and just breathed. 2 days. In 2 days, about 36 hours, she'd be safe, and Overhaul would be a smear on the ground. 𝐤𝐸. Oops, he muttered, ignore that feeling, it's not important. Okay. Are his paws soft? Well, Hitoshi looked at 𝐤𝐸, who was perched on the very edge of the conference table. He was sat next to Centipede and Lemillion, so he could continue to mutter and hum to A without disrupting the meeting. School had been interesting, since almost everyone had picked up on the tension, but Kagami had barely left her cousin's side the entire time and was quick to glare people off or field questions. When they met up with the rest of their major friend group for lunch, Adrian had almost laughed himself sick and explained that the last time this had to happen, it was because people were constantly asking Izuku out. Which, well, was kind of funny. All of your agencies should have been sent the correct forms and plans yesterday. Sir Night Eye pushed his glasses up his nose, but this is a confirmation meeting, and also a time where we will be introducing you to all of your allies. As it stands, we will be extracting a hostage and disorienting the majority of the compound due to 𝐤𝐸. Ryukyu, your team will be focused on the exterior and above-ground Yakuza, assisting the police who will attempt a warrant. All other heroes will be entering the compound where we will locate and apprehend Overhaul and the 10 bullets. Does anyone have any questions about assignments before we review the targets? And the map? Yes, a hero who had been introduced as Rock Lock raised his hand. What are children doing here? One moment, 𝐤𝐸 said quietly, I have to deal with an idiot. Give me a minute. Rock Lock bristled, and most other people tensed, but the boy stood up, an unimpressive 160 centimeters tall. He smiled, and that height didn't seem to matter anymore. Allow me to introduce myself. Former French pro hero Lune, Japanese provisional hero 𝐤𝐸, and also the reason we have about 70% of our information. Also currently corresponding with a 6-year-old girl that Overhaul is torturing and turning into those quirk-canceling bullets. Without me, I have no doubt that we'd be doing this raid in another 2 weeks, and without the insider information I've allowed us. My fellow classmates who are here have also experienced and fought off real actual villains, and all 4 of them were involved in the recapture of Muscular. As for the remaining UA students, I'm sure you recognize the big 3. 𝐒𝐿 quietly chuckled, drawing eyes to his smirk. If their hero mentors didn't believe them capable, he said coolly, they would not be here. In addition, their teacher, Eraserhead, is right there. I'm sure that he too would protest if his students were in danger. I ask that you trust our judgment and do not express your concern as derision. Hitoshi grinned, the same smile Aizawa used to terrorize villains, safe in the knowledge that his voice changer covered it up and didn't make him look like a deranged lunatic. At first, he had assumed 𝐒𝐿 was a stoic man with a stick up his but who was pretentious and always believed he was right. Instead, he discovered a more fatalistic version of his father who expressed his concern in cryptic jokes and extra training, most of the time, and someone who was constantly pushing snacks onto Izuku, since he always seemed like he was on the verge of collapse these past 2 days. Hitoshi honestly wasn't sure if he'd slept, either of the his in question. Rock Lock settled back with an annoyed expression of contrition on his face. My girl's P&T, he grumbled, I don't like seeing kids in danger. Again, refrain from expressing your concern in a condescending manner. Anyone else? Fat Gum laughed quietly. Better hope not, or my firecracker will pop a fuse. Katsuki's jaw clenched as he rolled his eyes, visibly trying not to have an outburst. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Very well. The names and abilities of the 10 bullets then. Overhaul, also known as Chisaki Kai, has the quirk Overhaul, very creative. Anything he touches, he can dismantle into component parts, or reassemble. Often used on people to turn them into bloody guts, or concrete to create whatever shape he desires. Do not get within touching range, keep a careful eye on his hands. He moved to the next slide. One of his top lieutenants, Mimic, and possibly our largest obstacle. If the map is not accurate, or hallways change, it is due to Mimic. He is able to inhabit inanimate objects and manipulate them, often taking the form of a small puppet to lull people into a false sense of security, but when in possession of Trigger, which we can expect most members of the 10 bullets to carry, he could possess the walls and manipulate them. According to our information, he does this occasionally to change the layout, but our current layout should, at the start of the raid, be up to date, and the general arrangement of the rooms does not change, merely the hallways. Nemoto Shin, he continued, quirk, confession. When he asks a question and you can hear it, you are forced to answer the truth as you know it. Potentially dangerous, which is why some information is need to know only. Katsukame Rikia, quirk energy SEK. Another member you should not allow to touch you, as he will drain your vitality to make himself stronger. Rapper Kendo, quirk strongarm, allows him to rotate his shoulders for powerful punches. Avoid at all costs, as he is bloodthirsty and has one of the highest kill counts of every member. Tongue-Eye Hekiji, quirk barrier, allows him to create a strong shield. Setsuno Toya, quirk larceny, allows him to relocate objects he can see, often uses it to steal people's weapons. Skilled with most weapons. Do not draw your weapons near him, or he will steal them and try to kill you with them, because he finds it amusing. Tabe Soromitsu, quirk, food, allows him to eat anything. Extremely dangerous. He went to the next slide. The next 4 are recent additions, turning the 8 bullets into the 10 bullets. First, Curious, also known as Kizuki Chaitos, with the quirk Landmine, that allows her to turn anything she touches into an explosive, able to be triggered by her will. Do not get touched, be wary of everything she has touched. As far as we are aware, there is no visual tell. Next, Skeptic, also known as Chikazoku Tomoyasu. His quirk, Anthropomorph, allows him to take any person-sized object and turn it into a lookalike of a person that he can control like a puppet, presumed from his laptop, which he is never seen without. Due to his quirk, everyone will have a few passphrases to say to confirm your identity. Once you use one once, you cannot use it again, so it is in your best interest to not become separated from your group. Then, Trumpet, also known as Hanabata Koku, with the quirk Insight. Anyone who views Trumpet as a leader and hears him speak will be physically and mentally enhanced, rallying people behind him. Finally, Geeton, only known as Geeton, quirk Ice Ply, that allows him to manipulate ice around him. These individuals make up the Shy Hasaikai's elite, and will cause us significant problems. We are authorized to arrest all of these individuals, but if need be, they do not have to be taken in alive. Ryukyu hummed. Curious, was she not a news reporter? I believe I recognize her. Sir Night-Eye nodded. If you recall, Detonarat was revealed to be a front for a quirk-based cult. The last 4 members of the 10 Bullets are all former members of the Meta Liberation Army, as the cult was called, and managed to evade arrest when the initial news dropped. They also replaced 2 previous members that were found dead, in case anyone was wondering how 8 plus 4 became 10. All of these personnel dossiers are included in the information packet, and we recommend you study them extensively before tomorrow morning. We move at 0800 hours, and will gather at now. For the map, Hitoshi sat back and tried to absorb as much information as possible, casting a glance at 𝐤𝐝. Some of these people sounded awful and dangerous, he admitted to himself, but the raid wasn't until tomorrow. Tomorrow, they'd get Eri out and take on the Yakuza. Tomorrow. Himiko bounced along the hallways. Being here irritated her. She was looked at with sneers and derision, but Shiggy had wanted an in with the mob, and she'd volunteered when Big Sis Mag had. But then, she didn't even see Big Sis Mag most of the time, just when they met up for lunch. Overhaul had them doing different things, and Himiko felt so not cute, going around as other people to try and get information on the movements of the other Yakuza families. It was so boring. She wanted to wear someone cute for once. She stopped in the hallway she was definitely not lost in. She could wear someone cute. She still had Izuku's BLD stored up. She giggled and pulled on it. Just a minute, she mourned, but he was super cute. She bounced through the hallway, tugging on the green curls with a giggle. 𝐤𝐝. She blinked and turned around. Nemoto was tugging a little girl down the hallway, and he tugged enough to make her stumble, making her disappear around the corner. Himiko blinked as her transformation fell away and the sludge dripped off of her. Who was that? And how'd she know Izuku? Across the city, Izuku scrambled for his phone and sent a text to Sir Night-Eye. The League was involved with the Shai Hasaikai to an unknown degree. This had the potential to be very, very bad. Okay, hey, he said to her, it's time. Are you ready? She bit her lip. And it'll make my quirk better. You'll have complete control, he assured her, and all you have to do is touch them. She nodded slowly. Okay. I'm ready. All right, Stardust, he said warmly, let's have an easy metamorphosis. Her breath hitched as she felt power flood through her. She panicked for a moment, but it was warm and felt really nice, and Cat heated up slightly in her hands. When she opened her eyes again, it was with a gasp of wonder. She spun around a little, chasing the new tail she had, and one hand left Cat to touch the top of her head. There was her horn, but longer and swirly, and then also 2 cat ears. She looked at Cat, who had changed colors to be the same as her tail, black with little spots of light that looked like they were far away. Stars, she muttered. She took a deep breath, filling with determination and hope. How could she be afraid, when she was Stardust? For the first time in a while, she truly believed she could escape, and Overhaul would never catch her. She looked at the locked door and remembered with exact clarity how long ago it had been open, down to the second. It was easy to touch the door, remembering that time, and suddenly, the door thought it was that time as well, and it was wide open. She beamed without thinking and ran right out. Any time she encountered a person, she just scampered over and touched them, sending them rewinding like a tape player, according to 𝐤𝐝, back where they were 5 minutes ago. As far as they were concerned, it was 5 minutes ago, and they'd never seen her before. For them, time had been rewound to that very moment. Stardust walked right out of the side door, slipping past patrols that were 5 minutes behind schedule and past the wall. She looked around. 𝐂𝐴. Up here. She looked up and there were actually 2 people up there. One was definitely 𝐂𝐴, because he also looked like a cat, but the other was... Oh, Aizawa. The man blinked, tearing his eyes away from the top of her head. You know who I am. She nodded. 𝐤𝐝 and I played a game with quirks. Sometimes he showed me what he was seeing instead. Are you sleepy? Where's 𝐤𝐝? Aizawa buried his face in his scarf. Yes. I'm going to go meet up with 𝐤𝐝 right now. I just needed to make sure you made it safely too. 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐴. 𝐔𝐸𝐲 quietly snickered in her head. He was worried you'd get lost, he said quietly, because 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐴 doesn't know how to get around the building. Are you alright? She nodded. I think I'll be okay. Does 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐴 know any good stories? The cat boy perked up. Oh, do I dash, I can do you one better, 𝐔𝐸𝐴 promised as she went from being Stardust to 𝐸𝐻𝐻 again. 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐴 is actually the jester. She gasped into the early morning, the last stars winking away as the green butterfly fluttered off. 𝐈𝐴𝐻 followed behind it, and she walked right over to the black-clad hero who leapt from the building to land beside her with only a soft thud. You're the jester. You have to tell me all about you and the princess and the wizard and the knight and the queen and dash. Okay, 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐴 laughed, scooping her up and balancing her on his hip. I'll tell you on the way back, okay? You can even meet the princess. She's been really worried about our wizard. Actually, you made her a cat, was the first thing his teacher said when he rejoined the group. Izuku snickered and kept a hand over where Nuru was devouring an entire apple, core and all. The butterfly was in her stuffed cat, did you see? The object matters to the transformation, so she became a starry cat. It's also partially the reason I wanted Chat Noir to be the one to pick her up, not just his ability to destroy opposition with extreme prejudice. She likes cats. Everyone likes cats, or they're morons. Focus, Sir Night-Eye scolded, ignoring the slight lift in his own voice. The police are knocking in 30 seconds. Nuru tapped his thigh and he muttered the transformation phrase under his breath, stretching his neck and shoulders. Is this a bad time to mention I have a tension headache? He muttered to himself. Yes, 𝐈𝐻𝐻 responded, just as quiet. Oops. The door burst open, Rikia throwing police officers back and roaring with delight. Come at me. Ryukyu shifted to her larger size. Nejaya-chan. Ryunami. To me. Sir Night-Eye did a sharp motion with his hand. All other teams, move forwards. He quickly led them through the building and down the hall to the secret entrance. Apparently, he'd used his foresight to figure out the code, since Eri had never seen it due to mostly coming up the other way, and pressed the panels in the right order with clinical efficiency. Hold this. 𝐔𝐸𝐲 shoved Apollo at 𝐈𝐻𝐻 and she settled onto his scarf. What dash? The concrete hallways of the underground bunker rippled and he sighed in annoyance. Mimic, Sir Night-Eye called out, do not get separated. 𝐔𝐸𝐲 bit his lip, closing his eyes, and flung the quirk sense Apollo's way. 𝐈𝐻𝐻 made a noise of surprise before glaring at one specific spot of the wall. Mimic gave a gargled scream as he fell out, and he was soon locked in quirk suppression cuffs. He looked terrible. Apollo lazily fluttered back over as 𝐤𝐸𝐲 breathed slightly. Problem child, 𝐈𝐻𝐻 barked, don't do that. You're exhausted, and if I thought I could out-stubborn you, you wouldn't be here. But you can't, he said cheerfully, so I am. I know my limits, Eraserhead, but what kind of UA student would I be if I didn't break them? A sane one. No one's ever accused me of being sane. Lemillion snorted. And no one ever will again. Take it easy, 𝐤𝐸𝐲, you might be a moth but we don't want you to go into the light. Focus, Sir Night-Eye scolded, the team didn't get separated due to your quick interference, but it is now time to split up anyway. B-Team, you know the general route you are supposed to be taking. Priority targets are Skeptic, Curious, and Overhaul. Report any League members as soon as you see them. Bubble Girl. She nodded and hefted the delirious man. I got him. Okay, report your arrest to me and I'll come grab him. Scent-based passcodes until Skeptic is taken care of. 𝐤𝐸𝐲 hummed. We have 40 people still in the underground compound who aren't us. Overhaul is moving away from us with 3 other people, currently unidentified. My guesses are Nemoto, Setsuno, and Magna, I want to say. If I remember what her quirk is supposed to be correctly, anyway. Assume that information is accurate, Sir Night-Eye affirmed, move out. They split, leaving Eraserhead, Sir Night-Eye, Lemillion, 𝐤𝐸𝐲, Genesis, and Mindblank, as well as 4 police officers. The B-Team was Fatgum, Sun-Eater, Ground Zero, and Rocklock, as well as an additional 6 police officers, and their job was to circle around the outside of the complex to pick off either bullets or regular Yakuza members, while the A-Team went directly for Overhaul. 𝐶𝐿 was coordinating between Bubble Girl, who was guarding the stairs, and the teams above as the compound was systematically cleaned out. Once the above ground was clear, Ryukyu and her team would descend to get any stragglers. It was a lot of firepower, but Overhaul had also gathered strong individuals, so they didn't want to take any chances. Kuronohari was having a bad thing day. He was Overhaul's right-hand man and Shin could F right off, just because he got to be the public face and he'd been very, very careful to ensure he was erased from the records when the Thing Meta Liberation Army showed up. Apparently, Shin had managed to keep his DMN mouth shut about their actual goals, so the quirk supremacists didn't throw up a fuss about their longing to erase quirks and joined up lickety-split. And, granted, Harry had been of the opinion that it would never happen, but then Eri had shown up. Did he feel bad about them essentially torturing and repeatedly murdering a little girl? No, she was a Thing demon and her quirk was too dangerous on its own, disregarding whatever fed-up science the boss was doing to it. And he knew, that the little beach had something to do with this. All of the schedules were off. Now, at first, he had just assumed people were SHT at telling time. Not everyone could be as meticulous and practiced as he was with an immaculate internal clock that never faltered. People could get caught up in something, not realize, and then lose track of time and be late to things. The issue was, clocks on the wall were correct. Watches on wrists were all 5 minutes slow, to the second. He knew that this was Eri's fault. He'd done his best to never interact with her if he could help it. Her quirk was an abomination of a time quirk, he knew, because it could rewind people out of Thing existence. Hello. That was fed up, Harry didn't want to be anywhere near that. And Boss, being the generous, kind, good soul he was, had allowed that. Combined with him losing his records, and the only people who knew he was top brass was Kai himself. Not even the 10 bullets and he'd liked Deidoro. Actually, the man had been fun in very small doses, but now he was a smear on some wall knew that Kuronohari was second in command. Mimic was an asset, yes. Nemoto Shin was a good tool. But Harry? No, he was valued and kept safe and away, posing as a low-level manager with a scheduling obsession. So when his schedules got fed up because something pushed them back 5 minutes, because something rewound people by 5 minutes Thing broken but quirk then yes, he was cessed. The girl was lost, whatever, truly no big loss as long as the family remained. He quickly abandoned his men and made a beeline for where he knew the boss was, using override codes at his leisure. A few texts sent out and he had the next 20, no, the next 10 minutes planned out exactly as he desired. A car was on the way, people were getting shuffled around, now everyone just had to stick to the schedule and not slow down, and everyone important would make it out of this. Hey mister, do you know where Big Sis is? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Toga Himiko. No, I do not know where your party member is. Have you misplaced her? The young girl grinned, showing off pointed canines. Fangs. How quaint. Nope. I was supposed to meet up with her, though, for breakfast. The ground rumbled. That would be Rikia. Good, the heroes were sticking to the schedule. You won't have time for breakfast. Get out of my way. She let him pass, but then trailed after him. And I don't think I've seen you around. Or, well, no, I totally have, but you just fade into the background. I'm good at that too, but more the stealthy thing. You do it by being boring. The longing to stab her and slow her down, leaving her to the heroes should be breaching the lower compound in 42 seconds was strong, but he needed her in case the heroes were stronger than projected. She would make excellent fodder for the boss to use as a shield and a distraction so that they could safely extract. Oh, we're going down this hallway. I was never let down this hallway before, this is so exciting. If you're going to follow me, he snapped, be quiet. She wasn't actively hindering his progress, he reminded himself, and all the data he was getting was encrypted. You are, she looked around the lab space, this place is very clean. Cleaner than the rest of everything. I guess Chisaki spends a lot of time here. Don't refer to him so casually, he spat out, call him Overhaul or the boss. Not my boss, she muttered mutinous, and he disengaged the flash drive, arranging the rest of the papers in the briefcase next to the case of bullets. Still temporary, he cursed, boss would be upset. He clipped the gun to the back of his breaths, next to the live handgun with actual bullets in it, and mentally ran over his schedule again while his eyes swept the room. The boss would be en route to Hangar 4 by now, with probably Shin. He didn't actually care about who he had decided to take with him at this point. The boss had plans that Harry didn't know, after all, and priorities that he tried his very best to anticipate. If you're going to follow me, he laid out the casual law, then come, I'm leaving now. Where are we going? She bounced after him, just as planned, to your boss. Why's the ground rumbling? Oh, no, it stopped. He blinked and filed the information away. Initially, the ground had rumbled because Rikia had been causing a distraction and delay outside. Soon after, however, Mimic had taken the trigger and was to scatter everyone. Either he was ahead of schedule or someone's not sticking to the schedule. He narrowed his eyes. Someone in the hero team is jumping the gun. Speed it up, we have to get to the boss. His power walking turned into a run, and he heard her chasing after him. Hey, did you know who would show up? He scoffed. They all were pains recently, disrupting operations and scheduling, poking their noses into places. Of course I know who would be here. He almost stopped in the middle of the hallway before his feet automatically stuck to the schedule and pushed him forward. That's right, the interns were UA students. Specifically, students of Eraserhead. He mentally reworked the schedule, slowing down slightly, and took out his phone, pressing call. Hello. Who is this? Trumpet, he said shortly. This is the general manager. We need your help, my men are faltering. If you were here, we would be able to rally dash. Say no more, the man gloated. I know I'm needed. Where do you need me? He relayed where he had left his men with a smile, chirped a grateful goodbye, and immediately hung up. He texted the actual general manager, and got the word. That takes care of some of the other ones, he smirked, which means I can get Eraserhead for the boss. And it gets rid of a pompous idiot. Toga giggled behind him, and he jumped. Oh, right, she was still there. Rally behind him, my men dash, dude, Mind Blank yelled from where he was throwing his chain and sickle at people. Why are you yelling? Trumpet scoffed. So that all may hear my dash stand very, very still. It took no time at all for them to get all of the low-level grunts, Mind Blank standing right next to Trumpet. I'll walk him out, he jerked a thumb back in the direction of the stairs, and I'll be with our boys in blue. Sir Night Eye and Eraserhead exchanged a glance, but nodded. Be safe, Aizawa said gruffly. He rolled his eyes. Sure thing, Dad. With the absence of Mind Blank and the 4 police officers, their group was down to Sir Night Eye, Eraserhead, Lemillion, Genesis, and 𝐤𝐻 himself. Over the comm units, when they had signal in this underground area, they knew that Rapper and Tengai had been taken out, as had Rikia and Geeton outside. From the sound of cracking that they could hear even in the depths of the compound, he'd had a truly massive quantity of ice to manipulate, but 𝐤𝐻 knew that between Water Dragon and Lightning Dragon, he wouldn't have really had a chance to get started. Of the bullets, that left Nemoto, Tabe, Setsuno, Curious, and Skeptic. Half of them eliminated, but some of the more dangerous players remained. 𝐤𝐻 took a deep breath and cast his senses out again. Okay, we have, those are for sure Skeptic's constructs, we'll meet them in probably a minute. Now that I know his quirk shape, his, near the B team, as is someone who can only be curious, that's an explosion quirk. 2 hallways over and heading in the direction of Overhaul is Toga and someone new, their quirk moves slowly in a circle, no clue what that is. Nemoto, Setsuna, and Magna are still with Overhaul, and all other individuals are us. Sir Night Eye frowned, watching the constructs who appeared to be Bubble Girl and Centipede round the corner and run in their direction, faces in panic. Where's Dash? Chasing after them was Tabe, mouth wide open. Help, the fake Bubble Girl yelped, he's going to eat us. Morbid, Eraserhead sighed, but I propose we let him eat them and then take him out while he's eating. Out of context that sounds terrible, Genesis grumbled as she hefted her blow gun and lined up her shot, but I concur. Sir Night Eye wasted no time, whipping weighted seals at each of the constructs, who let out noises of betrayal before the first bite revealed them to be made of wood. They quickly reverted back to desks, but Tape didn't slow in his eating until 3 darts sprang from his shoulder. He slumped over the half-eaten desks and Eraserhead quickly wrapped him up in his capture scarf, slapping quirk suppressing cuffs on as well. "I'll take him back in return," he said, "which I know isn't ideal." Sir Night Eye hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Be swift." Ground Zero snarled as the beach threw another thing. There was only one spot for an explosion user, and it was him. She wasn't even that good, she clearly just used her quirk at its most basic. Make something explosive, grab a person as a hostage. Not that that worked once they tried out passphrases and realized that these were definitely creations of Skeptic. Sun Eater had decided to take him on, and he was clearly wrapping up. Fat Gum was trying to get around Curious while Ground Zero kept throwing his mini explosive pellets. He grinned as she shrieked away from an explosion of his. "What?" he barked. "You can dish it but you can't take it. You're a disgrace upon all explosion quirks. Would you like to elaborate on that?" She kept yelling her stupid a. "I'm very excited to run a story on how you feel inferior to someone who can turn anything into an explosion, and not just your sweat." He stared at her before slipping off his right sleeve of grenades. "Amazing," he commented idly. "Does your butt ever get jealous?" "Do I ever get jealous of what?" "Nah," he smirked. "Does your butt ever get jealous of your mouth because of all the SHT you keep spewing?" He didn't hear her reply because that's when the sleeve exploded on her and sent her hurtling into Skeptic, knocking their heads together. Sun Eater blinked at the two disoriented villains before hitting them with cow hooves. "Oh," he said quietly, "we did it." "Nice work, you two," Fat Gum beamed. "Excellent resource management all around. That should be most of them, and with Skeptic out and his laptop destroyed, all his puppets should be taken care of as well. Let's head up and see who needs help." Ground Zero grunted, letting his heart settle. "Senpai," he barked. "Goodisy." "Oh. You did good too." "Gee goodisy." He clicked his tongue. "We'll work on it." "Right?" he grinned. He'd have Sun Eater confident and swearing in no time. Fat Gum watched his interns with silent glee. They really were good kids, but couldn't be more opposite most of the time. Sure, Katsuki had started out quiet and respectful, but slowly, over time, he'd gotten louder and brasher, back to his original personality, so he didn't scare his upperclassmen off. They were good for each other. Harry was elated. He'd managed to tag Eraserhead with the hour hand. He was slowed to a crawl, and now the boss would have a replacement asset. He grinned down at the hero, who was glaring up at him ineffectually. Shame about Tabe, he kicked the man, but he'd been a gluttonous fool anyway. Eraserhead was a much greater prize. "I bet you're wondering who I am," he gloated. "You never saw me coming, did you? I am Chrono, Overhaul's true right-hand man. You won't be moving for an hour, and by then the boss and I will have escaped to start our operations anew. You'll be a good replacement for A." "That's strange," he heard a distorted voice. "It sounded like Kai, who will be a good replacement for you, though." He spun around, looking around the dark room he'd lured Eraserhead into. "B boss. I thought you were in the hangar, waiting for the car." "I got tired of waiting for you." "Yes, that was definitely Kai, but where was he? You're useless to me. My right-hand man. Don't make me laugh." "Overhaul, sir," he said weakly, "I am your loyal servant. I have secured Eraserhead for you. You've always been fascinated by his quirk dash. You abandoned my bullets, even orchestrated their arrests in some cases. What about that is loyal to you?" "Sir, they are terrible and drains on the family's resources," he said firmly, straightening up. "I was serving you. Do you know how you can serve me now?" "Anything, boss." "Drop all your weapons, including the hidden ones." Aizawa looked at his son with impassive eyes as he rifled through the hero's pockets. He gave a crow of triumph as he lifted another pair of cuffs. "And," he snapped them on, "caught. Nice. How'd you get grabbed by this guy anyway?" They just stared for a moment. "Oh," Hitoshi nodded, "the time's slow. Rip. Are the quirk-canceling cuffs not stopping that?" Silence. "Oh, no, because he's applying an effect, not concentrating on maintaining it." "Oops. Welp, let's see if I can still." He pulled on the capture scarf and it tightened to be a binding. The boy snickered behind the metal mask and wound the end of the scarf around his arm. "Amazing. Sorry about this, Dad." He took the time to gather the briefcase and guns that Kurono had dropped and then braced his arm to start dragging the slowed man. "Follow me without bumping into anything," he sighed. "Let's get this show on the road." "Oh, Dad, question for you for when you're no longer slow, asking for a friend, but are snakes and cats allowed to date?" "Wait, never mind, why am I asking you? Forget I said that, my friend is fine not knowing, actually Genesis breathed deep before her skin lit up with pink sparks, but instead of creating something, she just set her stance and clenched her gauntleted fist, punching forward and making the wall crumble. She shook out her hand with a slight wince as Lemillion went through the hole first. He poked his head back, then held a finger to his lips before gesturing them through. Sir Night Eye held up a hand and the older boy paused, then lit up, easily offering his own. 𝐤𝐝 immediately cast his senses out, just for fun. The little gears got far bigger and revealed they held reels of tape in between two of them, like the weirdest ice cream sandwich ever. The tape flashed and spun, disappearing as it ran by until the reel was empty and the quirk went back to the resting state. He opened his eyes to see Sir Night Eye blinking out of the trance, and the man turned to him with a funny look before slowly nodding and gesturing them inside. Bolstered if a little confused, they went through the hole. The reason no one had heard them is because they were on the other side of a large hangar, and the four individuals were looking away from them, loudly arguing. Well, Nemoto and Magna were arguing. Setsuno was looking around, bored, and Overhaul was thumbing through his phone with an intensity. They got within 20 meters before Magna noticed them and spun around, wielding her large magnet with a grin. Well, she crowed, looks like the heroes finally decided to show up. Where? What? 2 minutes away from escaping. Overhaul looked them over before sneering behind his beak mask. You thought you could hide her from me? Before they could respond, he took a deep breath, looking back at the hole they had entered from. Eri, where are you? These people will die because of you, unless you come back right now. Chief, Magna coughed on a laugh, she's very clearly not here. He reached out a hand and she yelped, swinging her magnet so he connected with that instead. It crumbled into iron and she leapt back. Oh hell no, she scoffed, I'm not sticking around for this as deals off, Overhaul. She waved to the heroes and blew a kiss before running out of there like her breaths were on fire, and Overhaul just seethed, watching her go. Fine, he spat, I didn't need their silly little league anyway. The only reason I even bothered inviting you idiots in here was to watch the people who'd struck fear into the hearts of the public. You're all disgusting. He heaved for breath before spinning around to face them. Nemoto, he snapped, where is my asset? You heard the boss, he yelled, where's his asset? With a friend, poured out of 𝐤𝐝's lips immediately. Oh, he did not like that. Where, Nemoto sneered, specifically is she? He held on to it for as long as he could before he blurted it out, grinning. Eri is with Sunshine. What language was that? Old tongue, he nodded sagely. Sir Night Eye, where is Eri? I don't know, the man said promptly with a smirk. Eraserhead, where is Eri? With 𝐿. Who's 𝐿? Chat Noir. Who's Chat Noir? 𝐿. Enough, Overhaul said quietly, I'll just have to take her back from you. You'll talk in the end. You there? The green one. What was your name, again? Answer the boss. He rolled his eyes. Bush. Nemoto narrowed his eyes. No, what's your name in Japanese? 𝐤𝐝. It'll do. Overhaul rolled his eyes. 𝐤𝐝. Fitting, for your appearance. You're from UA, yes. I was fascinated by the first-year sports festival. That quirkless girl, she got so far. It just goes to show how my mission must succeed, so that we can all go back to this. Ah, I remember you, actually. You were on her team, were you not? That's right. Midoriya. He flicked his fingers. Setsuno. The man grinned and held his hands out. Come to Papa, weapons. Several weighted seals, a dart gun, his cane, and... His hand shot to his neck as he doubled over. Or, Setsuno laughed, was your necktie too tight? Who even wears jewelry with a hero costume? Maybe boss has a point about you all. Jesus, how is a stamp this heavy? Genesis helped him up with a frantic air and he swallowed. You still look, my hero costume is a copy, he hissed. I need to get Nuru back. Larceny is a bullshit quirk. Sir told us we were good to go in, Lemillion whispered, so it's all gonna work out. Genesis took a deep breath. Okay, there's 4 of us. Supposedly they have a time limit on escaping, just another minute. We need to remove Larceny from play, but it doesn't look like Overhaul is planning on doing anything. Be fast, be safe, the dart gun still has 2 darts in it. They scattered as Setsuno decided to abandon the weighted darts and go for the blowgun. He swung it wide as Sir Night-Eye ran forward for close combat and the tall man ducked to avoid it. Lemillion, he barked, with me. Genesis, use your quirk if he tries to take things. She made a noise of realization and popped out a nesting doll, grinning. Oh no, I hope I don't use this weapon. I'm not going to fall for that. Setsuno rolled his eyes as Izuku started to run for the pile. I'm not an IDWH, don't throw it at an... Sir Night-Eye clenched his eyes shut, and Lemillion was already in the ground when the flashbang went off, making the mobster shriek. Lemillion shot back up and uppercut him, knocking him out cold when his head snapped back. The boy looked around with a blink. What? Flashbang, Genesis shrugged. Oh, cool. Izuku pushed the weighted stamps aside and picked up the Miraculous with trembling hands, brushing it off. Nuru appeared in a tiny flash of light and zoomed for him, burying himself in Izuku's neck with a shuddering breath. Nothing broke, he reported, but it probably was bad that we got ripped apart. Any energy I had is basically gone, he grumbled, fastening the pin to the inside of his collar, opposite where the Kwami was nestled. And we have, what, 1 apple slice left. Do you want it now? Nuru sighed. Yeah, let's have the last one, then. Genesis popped up beside him as he tucked it in his collar. Are you both all right? We're fine, he smiled, but we want to end this soon. I only have 1 more shot to raise my wings. Sir Night-Eye threw a stamp and broke Nemoto's arm. Overhaul snarled. Enough. Where's Eri? The man hissed, eyes wide and deranged. Where have you hidden her? She's safe, 𝐤𝐝 said with derision, and you'll never see her again. Overhaul's gaze snapped to him and he met the yellow eyes without flinching. Suddenly, the man started laughing, softly at first, but quickly building to a deranged maniacal uproar. You, he laughed, you're an idiot. A fool. She'll kill you just like she killed her father, did you know that? She's a monster whose own mother couldn't stand to look at, a monster. She'll kill you with her curse. She's only good for ingredients. Soon I will finally have the cure for humanity, and plunge us all back to when we were pure and clean and perfect, and finally I'll kill the little monster for good. 𝐤𝐝 clenched his fists, hearing the magic fabric squeak and looked down at his flickering hands. He inspected them idly, wondering if this was what Hitoshi had meant before, about when he got angry. His eyes flicked to where Apollo fluttered rigidly to settle on his hand. She was quivering with anger, and he pushed the last of his power into her. His pin beeped as she took off, and he closed his eyes and hunted. There was despair, but he wasn't despairing. There was righteousness, but he wasn't feeling very righteous. There was grief, but he was tired of grieving. There was disgust, but that wasn't quite what he needed. And there, finally, near the hole they'd made, was anger. Deep, deep wells of anger that had been called forth from the depths where she used to keep it, tucked away and almost never felt. Just like him. He smiled coldly, inspecting Overhaul as Genesis and Lemillion tag-teamed him, trying to get a dart to stick. Hello, he said quietly, you're just as unfamiliar with the anger as I am, aren't you? I can't help it. He just makes me so mad. I can't either, he admitted, but I guess I understand yours. He keeps calling her a monster, like they called you a monster. But she wasn't. And neither were you. We couldn't help it. We didn't know. I know, he soothed, and while it wasn't good, that doesn't mean what they did to you, to her, was right. I'm not a nice person. Oh, he snorted, I'm well aware of that. But I'm not feeling very nice at the moment either. So, what do you say? What exactly are you offering? He pet his head as Lemillion got nicked by a concrete spike before he could phase through it. They called you a monster, he said softly. Want to prove them right, just this once? Toga Himiko. She hummed. Okay. He grinned, knowing it was all teeth, and met her gaze across the room. She grinned just as wide, showing off sharp fangs. When Toga Himiko was just a little girl, she was so excited for her quirk. She wasn't alone in this, of course, everyone around her age was also excited. They wanted either their parents' quirks, or maybe the quirk of a hero they liked, or they'd make up fantastical powers. Himiko wanted to be a cat, actually, because they were soft and got to sleep all the time and had cute fangs like she kind of did and everyone loved them. And of course she looked up other animals with fangs, maybe she'd be a snake. Sure, not everyone liked snakes, but Himiko thought they were pretty cool. Certain deer apparently also had fangs, but she didn't care about them. She definitely didn't want to be like a baboon, those were terrifying creatures. Vampire bats were cool too, as were the Virginia opossum, cute in a tilt-your-head-to-make-it-work kinda way, but she really wanted to be a cat. In hindsight, she probably got her quirk one innocuous, unremarked upon day. The only true knowledge that her quirk was coming in was this hunger, sort of, that slowly grew as time went by. It made her restless and fidgety, needing something but not knowing what it was. Then 𝐂𝐸𝐴 scraped his knee during recess and she was on that like white on rice. People very obviously freaked out when he didn't just have a scrape, but also teeth marks on his knee. They didn't notice how clean the wound was, something she later figured out was something she did, but they definitely did notice when Himiko turned into 𝐂𝐸𝐴. It was initially and tentatively celebrated as a shape-shifting quirk, something that was quite rare, and 𝐂𝐸𝐴 really didn't care, too busy gleefully laughing about there being two of him. And for a while, the hunger lessened. Then her parents showed up to take her home. Her quirk was registered as BLD transformation with sneers of disgust and subtle disquiet, and they went home and sat her down and told her to never drink someone's BLD, because good little girls didn't do that, it wasn't acceptable. But the hunger grew. The more she denied herself, the harder it was to remain still when someone got a cut or scrape. She physically moved herself as far away as she could so she'd ignore it, but the smell lingered and she tried to stop herself from drooling. Chiny noticed and snitched, and soon the entire class knew. Some of the children actually offered to let her bite them, but the teachers quickly shut that down. Would it have been as bad if they hadn't? It took 3 attacks, 3 school transfers, for her to hear it. Monster. It wasn't like she could help it. She'd go so long without having BLD that the mere sight of it would make her attack the person who was bleeding. She was crazy, she knew, but she needed BLD, she had to have it or she'd go more crazy on the 4th transfer, her parents said it too. Monster. When she started going BLD crazy, her parents called her in sick and locked her in her room with no food until she calmed down and could be around civilized society again. When she started to starve from actual food since they refused to enter the room in case she would attack them, finally they let her out, knowing she was too weak to go for their BLD. She was 7. On her 5th transfer, rumors had spread. It was the middle of the year, after all, and there had been someone from her 2nd school that had also moved there. The rumors were distorted and untrue, but it was enough. Monster. And yes, she knew that she'd killed 𝐵 when she was 13. She hadn't meant to, but she'd been so careful all year, never doing anything that might possibly have someone bleed, avoiding people, not that that was hard, doing everything in her power to be normal. But then 𝐵 had been so sweet. He'd found out and instead of calling her a monster, he'd told her that she needed to drink BLD, that it was an adaptation because of her quirk, and that denying it was killing her. It had seemed sacrilegious, against everything her parents had told her and taught her, but then he'd offered. And it was rude to refuse a gift, but she'd panicked and done it anyway, so he made it so she had no choice and cut himself on purpose, and in that moment she had no longer been human and she just lunged. By the time she was conscious again, she was full and covered in BLD, and 𝐵 was weak and dying. She did everything in her power to stop it, but she only knew first aid religiously, just in case, to stop all BLD and seal it, and he was too far gone. Even in that moment, his eyes had been kind, and he tried to gurgle out something about how this just proved him right, but then he got cold and she knew. She was a monster. They found her, or, well, they found 2 𝐵s. One of them dead. People freaked out, and they didn't know it was her because she'd kept what she could do under wraps, but she knew her parents would know, so she ran and she ran and she ran. She adopted a carefree attitude and a crazy giggle, because embrace it, you know. She was a monster. And she tried to drink BLD more often had Jun been right. Didn't she owe it to him to at least try? But only from people she didn't mind killing because geez, it seemed like she was trying to catch up for all the BLD she missed. And somewhere along the way, it was easier to just stab people. It gave her easy access to BLD without putting her mouth directly on them because sometimes she didn't want to clean them. Some of these people were gross as F, and while she was certain her quirk also helped neutralize BLD-related illnesses, putting their skin in her actual mouth was a step too far sometimes, and sometimes people just needed a little stabbing, you know. And becoming new people was good for escaping an area and good for trying on new skins in the hopes that maybe she'd feel a little more like a person in them. A little less like a monster. There were even a few people who were kind to her, and she desperately became them in the hopes that one would have the key. That maybe, wearing one of them, she'd know how to be a good person again. It never seemed to work, and suddenly they were no longer nice to her, so she had to stab them. All she wanted was the ability to live life like a person, to do whatever she wanted and not be called that thing again. Monster. Stain. Well, he'd been killing fake heroes. He'd been exposing the good, stand-up people that her parents had adored as monsters, and then putting them down. She followed him in a daze, but never got too close unless he realized what she was and cut her down too. She played it off as being in love with him, but something about the call of the void, getting close enough that maybe he'd notice her and be a monster slayer, but far enough for the plausible deniability so she could be shocked if one day his blade came arcing down on her, spreading the pretty red inside her that looked no different from all the BLD she'd drunk. Shigaraki was offering that. Everyone in his little group was a little monstrous, but no one ever called each other that, and they were all villains. She was too, now. She liked that word better than monster, but not by much. She just wanted to live, and Shigaraki was promising a society where they could, so that was good enough for her. They got to attack the baby hero's baby hidden monsters in their testing, and then he'd seen her. Knew what she was, not fooled by the pretty skin she'd put on, not getting distracted by Cammy's admittedly good looks. He'd been polite, and asked her name, and then asked her name like he knew they were different and he'd noticed her before, in Hosu, when even Stain didn't, and he was really sweet. He'd called her body hers and not even cared that she was naked, which usually got people. She'd asked for his BLD, knowing he'd say no, and then she'd giggle and tell him where Cammy was anyway, because he'd found her in the game of hide and seek he didn't know they were playing, and that deserved a reward. But then he'd said yes. Offered his ring finger like she had got down on one knee and she could hear the church bells already, supposed partner or no. She'd hooked their pinkies together, sealing the promise, and drank his sweet BLD, just enough for a little bit of fun later. Maybe his skin would feel better. Shiggy had yelled and raged at all the party members they'd lost, but Himiko was frankly of the opinion that all of them were stupid. Maybe not Spinner, he'd liked Stainy too, even if he was way more serious about it. But Dragon. You. She had no idea how he'd spawned something so sweet. Muscular. The less said, the better, but she had definitely caught him leering at her more than once. Shudder. Everyone else was kind of a rando anyway, really awful people that killed because they wanted to. They'd gone in on a deal with Overhaul, a Yakuza boss, because he had resources, and Shigaraki had wanted to see how a criminal empire was run outside the confines of his sensei. The meeting had been tense, but no one had been outright insulting, just subtly insulting. Overhaul had called them disgusting and Himiko had almost snapped because it sounded a little too much like he was calling them monsters, but he hadn't yet, so she could get over it. He gave a demonstration of his power and that had kept a lot of them from lashing out, but she had seen how big Sis Magna had been close. Maybe not a great idea to send her and Himiko, then, but they needed someone, and Darby had apparently been off the table as a cesspool of dust, dirt, and grime due to being burned, so he was officially banned. And, of course, Krogiri was off the table in the other direction, and Shiggy wasn't going to abandon his principles and let someone else be in charge of him, so Himiko and Magna it was. And now, to here. Where Overhaul just couldn't help himself. Monster. She'd been abandoned by the manager guy and just wandering around, looking for people, when she'd heard Overhaul yelling something. Soon, she saw him again, and she was so happy until she heard it. Monster. It took her a few seconds to realize they were talking about the little girl she'd seen, very, very briefly. A little girl apparently connected to him, someone he had rescued. Someone who was cursed, a killer, at that age. Even Himiko hadn't managed to kill a person until June Monster. When he started talking in her mind, she felt like she really should have been surprised, but she couldn't be, she was too mad like she'd never gotten before. How dare he? How dare he? She wasn't a good person, she knew. She had killed people, sometimes even intentionally. No one with any sense would accuse her of being anything but a villain, but she refused to be labeled a monster when she wasn't. Want to prove them right, just this once, you know what? Yeah. Just this once. She'd show them what it meant to be a monster. If they were going to be calling her that anyway, why not embrace it, just this once? Monster stretched two sets of lanky arms above her head and antlers, feeling the longer, lower ones brush the ceiling, and she shook out each foot, mouth stretching wider than it should, fangs dripping with venom. Her knife had melded into the fingers of her upper set of arms, and the lower ones dragged their knuckles on the ground. Fur and scales covered her, leathery wings settled on her back. She towered over all of them, and her back paws scratched the ground restlessly, whip-like tail flicking from side to side and front talons flexing and breaking the concrete without even thinking. She was a chimera of deadly fanged creatures, something inhuman and monstrous. I'm sorry, 𝐤𝐲 whispered into her mind. She raised an eyebrow, looking at the gaping people. He wasn't looking at her. 4. I didn't have enough juice to give you any special powers. And you can only use your quirk to change your face. She snorted. 1, even better, that has the opportunity to be especially insidious, and 2, you literally made me someone's actual nightmare. You don't consider this a special power. It's just a transformation though. Into a monster, I know. Wasn't that the point? But my other champions get to who cares, she snarled, grinning, and her legs tensed under and behind her. I love this. Let's go. Overhaul's not going to regret this by himself. He hesitated for a moment before his anger surged. It was very still. Right. She lunged for Overhaul, her size not matching up with her speed, and it was only his quick reflexes that allowed him to dodge her. The place where he had been standing had deep gouges in the concrete, and she clicked her tongue. Her lower arms settled on the ground as she leaned down like a runner and she smirked. On your marks, she crowed. Get set dash. She took off without warning and her bat wings flared as she had to very quickly dodge concrete spikes. She shattered them with her claws, but her instinctive flinch had let Overhaul approach his subordinate. After a short conversation and a nod from Nemoto, Overhaul laid a hand on him and the man rippled as the other disappeared, and he rose in a form almost as monstrous as hers. Way more disgusting. Sadly, he was still far smaller than she was, even with the extra height and massively beefed arms threaded with black. You, he snarled, mask settled into his face like it was an actual beak, you're disgusting. If you truly longing to use your filthy diseases to become beasts, then who am I to stop you? Actually, his voice sounded squeakier when she was this big. This isn't a quirk. Overhaul stopped. What? Nope. 𝐤𝐲 said cheerfully, swaying a bit on his feet, not a quirk at all. Coulda done this before quirks were even a thing. She leaned down slightly, ground crunching beneath her. Cutie, are you okay? He blinked up at her. Oh, I don't think I've slept for more than 2 hours these past 5 days. Each. Total. She made a noise halfway between amusement and horror as he nodded, blinking more. I think I'm going to pass out now. One of her lower arms shot out to catch him as there was a teeny tiny flash of light, and she felt her connection to him deaden. She was still monster, still empowered, but she could feel her hard limit. She cradled him gently in her hand before Genesis cautiously approached. Overhaul tried to lunge at her but she smacked him with her tail and her other baboon arm to push him back, not even looking at him. I can take him, the small girl said, we'll keep him safe. She pet her head, lashing out with her knife hands as Overhaul shrieked, trying to get closer again. You know I was Toga Himiko, right? Genesis straightened and nodded. He trusts you for this, at the very least. Monster felt her mouth pull into a lopsided grin and politely ignored Genesis's flinch. Yes, she was horrifying. Not for much else. Sure. Keep him safe for me so I can rip this wannabe to pieces, K. Sir Night-Eye didn't even protest at this, laying a hand on Lemillion's shoulder when the other boy tried, and she very gently laid him on the ground, then turned around and lunged, grabbing Overhaul with her lower set of hands. He immediately tried to slam his own on her and she dropped him, letting her torso contort to snap her teeth around one of them. She spat the offending limb onto the ground and grinned before she felt her face change, letting her quirk settle in. "B-boss," he said with a tremble in his voice, "no trace of monster to be found. Boss, how could you do that to me? To yourself? You can't trick me," he snarled. He gave his life up for the cause. "They're my expendables. As is he." She watched impassively, sludge falling off her face, as he went for Setsuno as well, assimilating him into his form and getting massively large. Some of the concrete and dirt below it had also joined him, and he still wasn't as large as she was. Flesh-colored tendrils rose from him, many arms rising from the grounded beast. Overhaul himself was perched around the head like a controller, looking relatively normal aside from the amalgamation he was sprouting from like a stubborn weed. He'd even regrown his hand, though the skin seemed to be a different texture and color than the rest of him. She grinned. "Impressive. You almost measure up. You're kinda stupid, though." He barked out a laugh. "You would call me stupid? For what, pray tell?" She made a big show of looking at the ground before grinning, showing off her fangs. He went rigid as he realized. "The venom," she shrieked with laughter, "you forgot to remove the venom." He stumbled and she wasted no time, lunging forward. His hands, which he was trying to use to find and isolate the venom, were now well away from where she grabbed him, squeezing the main body of his creation. She lifted herself up onto her back legs, tail pressing into the ground for extra stability before her upper arms and front legs started to shred him. He was screaming, but too lethargic from the slow death he'd neglected to purge from himself in time, and BLD was spattering her, hot and wet against her scales and slick in her fur. She tore off new limbs and ripped the new mass he'd given himself to bits, letting it scatter and wither, oozing BLD, across the desolate hangar. She dropped him from a height, now that there was nothing supporting him save for the head, and something crunched as he screamed, impacting with the ground. She raised a single-taloned foot and pressed him to the floor. He scrambled to reach her but couldn't move close enough, and he tapped uselessly at his own flesh, but other than a weak ripple, there was nothing he could do. "You," she said viciously, "are a sad little man who was so dissatisfied with life that you decided to torture a little girl and call her a monster. I know your type, so holier than thou, believing that you are always in the right, that you have some divine calling to cure things that don't need thing fixing. Eri is a 6-year-old. She had no idea what she was doing, it was just a quirk manifestation gone wrong. She is capable of so much good and you will not take that from her by calling her a curse. You want a thing curse? I've got one for you." She leaned in with a wickedly fanged grin. "For the rest of your life, you'll never be able to utter the word monster again without seeing my face and feeling my venom arcing through you, destroying each individual cell, one by one. It won't kill you here, but it will leave you weak. Your very disease that you scorn won't be able to remove the traces from you, won't be able to let you forget this moment. Call someone a monster again, I dare you. Just make sure you're prepared for the consequences." She leaned back, picking her foot off of him and sitting back on her haunches. Her lower arms settled onto the ground, knuckles holding her up, and she breathed out as the very last trickles of his power left her. She rippled and shrank and it felt nothing and everything like losing a BLD transformation, except it left nothing behind but a knife clenched in her hand in a white-knuckled grip and a butterfly weakly wiggling out of it. She smiled at the butterfly and pet her head, but let it leave, fluttering over to where Genesis was still holding him. "I think I'd like to be arrested now," she said, tipping her head back and staring at nothing. "I have a few murders under my belt, after all." Lemillion hesitated, but walked over to her. Probably smart, she mused idly as her golden yellow eyes tracked his every move, because at least he could go intangible if she decided to try something. He gently pried the knife from her hand and she hissed as the strain made her hand sting. "I really like that knife," she said sadly. "I think he just made it my favorite and everything. Do you think they'd let me keep it?" He clicked the cuffs around her hands. "Maybe. It counts as evidence, so they'll keep it for a while, at least. Maybe it will be released back to you." She blew out a sigh. "I hope so. It was new and everything. Any, lemillion." He smiled tensely. "Yes. Do you think I'm a monster? I mean, I killed people and drank their BLD, then turned into them. Seems pretty monstrous." He blinked. "I mean, the killing people is wrong, yeah. Against the law, and all that. But the BLD thing," she insisted, "you think the BLD thing is too inhuman. It's your quirk, right? I guess your methods aren't great, but if you're asking if the act of drinking BLD itself is wrong, then no. Unless it always kills someone, but couldn't you just drink from a BLD bag?" Her mind flashed back to the mini fridge of BLD bags the League had presented her with for her birthday. She'd cried fat ugly tears. "Yeah," she said quietly, "I can." "There you go," he beamed, and she reflexively smiled back, "then you can just drink those." She stared at him for a moment, mouth slightly open, before she started laughing. She couldn't believe it. She really couldn't. Her laughs turned into sobs and she hunched over herself, gasping for breath. Lemillion put a warm hand on her shoulder and she sobbed, shudders racking her frame. Toga Himiko was not a monster. Consciousness came to him in gentle waves, like the ocean slowly wearing away at the beach on a calm day, leaving behind only the sandy grit in his eyes. And indeed, his eyes stung a little even in the dimmer light of the room, feeling hot and sticky and dry. He winced and reached up to rub his eyes, thankfully using the hand that didn't have a needle in it. "Wait a moment." He blinked more rapidly, looking around. The room was dim and white and very clearly a hospital room. Had the raid gone terribly? Where was Nuru? He winced as he moved too fast to check his collar and the full body ache he had made itself known. He was grateful for the lack of beeping that said he didn't have a heart monitor attached, and how dim the lights were. A nurse poked her head in. "I thought I felt you wake up. Are you fully aware this time?" He blinked slowly. "Yes." He swallowed with a grimace and she winced in sympathy. "Water's on your bedside table." Indeed, there was a full glass next to a full pitcher, a straw helpfully sticking out. Resting next to the glass was the butterfly pin and it took everything in him to not lunge for it. Still, there was someone else in the room, he could hide it in the hospital gown soon enough. Nuru's jewelry wasn't damaged in any way, he could wait. "Now," the nurse said, bustling over as he slowly drained the glass to soothe his throat, "you've been unconscious for 37 hours, it's almost 9 p.m. on Thursday. I've been told to inform you that the raid was a complete success, and, from your cousin, the trial will be promptly." He winced. Clearly she wasn't pleased that he'd pushed so far as to pass out. Thanks." The nurse smiled. "Of course. You're on N4 because this was a case of both quirk and regular exhaustion. Every aspect of energy within you was drained in this stunt, but you recovered relatively fast due to how young you were. Please, from every medical professional out there, try to avoid pushing yourself this far again." He smiled sheepishly. "I don't regret it." She huffed as she removed the 4 deftly enough that he didn't even feel it, pressing a cotton ball to the slight swell of BLD. "You hero types are all the same. Well, you're free to move around this floor. Your mother has been informed that you woke up and she'll likely be along to collect you soon. Do you have any questions?" He hesitated for a moment. Well, were there any other people here who got injured in the raid?" She nodded. Eraserhead was briefly kept for observation as he was hit with a quirk, and a little girl was brought in as well. He perked up. "Hey, can I see her?" The nurse smiled. "Sure, she's just a few rooms down, out your door and to the right. She's been asking about you, and if we could justify it, we probably would have put you in the same room. A change of clothes has been left for you in the bedside table, where the water is. Please make sure you check in with the floor station to check out your door and to the left, at the end of the hall." She left the room and he instantly locked a hand around the butterfly brooch, ignoring how the edges cut into him a little. A small purple flash, and Nuru dove for him. "Oh Izuku," he exclaimed, "I was so worried." "We did it," Izuku laughed, "we really did it." Nuru drew back with a frown. "We did. That was amazing. Your expression says otherwise. It was so reckless." "I didn't have a choice," he argued, getting out of bed on slightly wobbly feet, "you know that." Nuru snorted. "Didn't have a choice to make another champion. You were on your last legs making stardust and you decided it would be a good idea to further drain your energy for Monster." "Well, you certainly didn't seem to have any complaints at the time," Izuku pointed out with a slight grin, pulling his sweatpants on. "If anything, you were just as mad as me." "The audacity of that man to call Eri a monster. That's not the point, you should have known better. You're magic sensitive enough to know you had long since surpassed the recommended expenditure of energy." "Oh score," Izuku muttered. "Gami must have left 3 apples worth of slices. Want one?" Nuru visibly wavered, before huffing and taking one. They were room temperature, but still crisp and fresh, and Izuku relished the burst of sugared juice on his tongue, washing away the rest of the fuzz that the water couldn't. He eyed the full jug and sighed, pouring himself another glass anyway. With a few more apple slices and downing the second glass of water, he slipped on his shoes and out the door, heading right until he got to Eri's room. He peeked inside and saw she was awake, so he knocked on the doorframe, not wanting to startle her. Her head shot up and her eyes widened. "𝐤𝐝." He smiled. "Hi, A. You can also call me Izuku, if you want." She blinked and seemed to consider it for a moment. "Izu-cho." One hand went up to clutch his heart. "Okay," he choked out, "that sounds good too." Nuru vibrated with laughter against his neck and his hand moved slightly up to flick a finger near him in reprimand. As if that wasn't the cutest thing he'd ever heard either. "Are you feeling okay?" He walked into the room and pulled up the chair to sit beside her bed. She nodded. "They're keeping me for observation. Because of the sessions." He winced. "I'm sorry. I couldn't fix that." She scooted closer to him, looking at him with solemn eyes. "You said you could only fix new things. This wasn't new. And he always made me whole again anyway." His heart broke a little and he swallowed. He scrambled for anything else he could say to get her to stop thinking about anything even remotely related to Overhaul and what he'd done to her. "Ah," he hesitated, mind rushing, "have you eaten?" She blinked. "Yes. A nice lady brought me dinner a while ago." That's right, he mentally reoriented himself. The nurse had said it was nearing 9 p.m. "Well," he said slowly, pulling out the baggie his cousin had left him, "would you like to eat my snack with me?" She blinked. "Apples." He smiled. "MHM. They're my friend's favorite. Do you have a favorite food?" She nodded, eyes never leaving the apples. "Apples. They're sweet." He opened the bag and held it out to her. "You can take some if you want. He won't mind, and we can share." She gingerly removed an apple slice and bit into it with a crisp snap, letting out a pleased hum. For a while, they just sat there, taking apple slices and biting into them, the only sound chewing and the crunch of each initial bite. Kagami had picked out the crispest apples known to man, it seemed like, and Izuku was delighted. When there were about 4 slices left in the bag, Eri pushed it back to him, looking away guiltily. "Your friend should have some too." He smiled and slowly took the bag, pressing the ziplock closed. "Okay, if you say so. I think you're not supposed to eat too much before bed anyway. I hope you hadn't already brushed your teeth." She hesitated, then shook her head. "Is that every day? Do you brush your teeth every day?" "Ah, well, you're supposed to. They really want you to brush your teeth after every meal, but that seems pretty impractical. So most people only brush definitely at night before bed and sometimes in the morning after breakfast. I try to brush my teeth in the mornings, but I don't always manage it," she nodded. "Okay. The nice lady helped me with it last night. Will Aizawa help me with it later?" He blinked. "Sensei. Why?" She hummed, fiddling with her sheets. "He's come to visit a few times and asked about where I want to live. I said with 𝐤𝐝, but he said no. Then I said with Kuroniko and Mariheim, but he said no to that one too. Izuku choked a little. Well, I'm sure we'd love to have you, but the only adult who could take care of you is my mom. Which is doable, but since the other 3, 4-ish, are her wards, currently, emancipated or not, she stared at him blankly and he quickly amended. There's a lot of people my mom has to take care of already, so while she'd love to have you, people think it would be better if you went with someone who didn't have as many people to take care of, so they could take care of you more. Eri nodded slowly. Okay, 𝐒𝐻𝑢. He asked if I like cats and then if I'd like to see some. Did you know he has 3 cats? I did not. She nodded solemnly. There's little man. He's small and black and quiet, but he's a very good hunter. He once killed a bunny twice as big as him and dragged it into the apartment, leaving a trail of blood. Aizawa was very proud. Oh. And he has Boris, who is big and grey and loud, and he likes to lay on people and try to eat people food, but you can't let him or he throws up and poops everywhere. Definitely something to watch out for. And there's Cricket. He's medium and tabby and chatty. He's named that because he chirps like a cricket, and also apparently likes to eat them when little man catches them and releases them into the apartment, which is good because Yamoda gets very scared when there are bugs. She sounded like she was reciting things off memory, nodding when she got it right, and then she lit up and turned to pull her stuffed animal forward. This is Cat. You were in him. He looks like how Cricket looks. Izuku giggled. Yeah, I was in him for a bit there, here. You were really brave, you know. She blushed a little, looking away. I had 𝐒𝐻𝑢 with me. And then Kuroniko. He's funny. He smiled. That's why he's the jester. Did you have a good time with him and the princess? She nodded, eyes wide with awe. She was so nice and pretty. And she had yummy, squishy sandwich cookies. Oh, sweet, she made macarons. Oh, I hope there's still some left when I go home. Well, his mother said dryly from the doorway, the nurse from before bustling in behind her, if she lets you have any. He perked up. Mum. Hi, have you met Eri yet? Eri waved shyly, peering around him. Hi again, 𝐒𝐻𝑢's mom. 𝐭𝐴 giggled behind a hand. Hello again, Eri. 𝐒𝐻𝑢, him. Well, I'm afraid it's time for 𝐒𝐻𝑢 to go home. All his friends are very worried about him. Eri deflated a little. Okay. I can come back tomorrow, Izuku promised desperately. It's not like they're going to make me go to school. It's either that or strictly enforced bed rest. We'll leave that up to Rue and Marinette. I'm sure Felix will want an opinion too. You actually can't, the nurse spoke up, she's being discharged tomorrow. Oh, he blinked, that's great. Eri nodded. Aizawa is getting me. He smiled. Then you'll be in good hands. I'll ask Hitoshi if I can come visit. She blinked. Oh. The purple one. I'm pretty sure Aizawa adopted him. He took Hitoshi home too. Yes. She nodded. He is like me. Maybe ask him more about it, I don't really know. She nodded again, determined. I will. Well, 𝐭𝐴 said warmly, we'll let you get ready for bed, Eri. Remind Aizawa that you're welcome over any time, will you dear? We'll get terribly lonely if you don't visit. She nodded solemnly. I will. And I'll send a butterfly, Izuku said cheerfully, yelping a little as Nuru pinched him and his mother fixed him with a glare. You will not. He cast a conspiring glance back at Eri. Later. His mother bustled him out of the hospital and stood back as he got tackled as soon as the apartment door opened. I'm fine, he complained loudly. You're grounded. Felix grit his teeth. Can you even do that? By my authority as the Grand Guardian, Nuru, you are forbidden from transforming Midoriya Izuku for the next 24 hours. Done and done, Nuru said cheerfully. By my authority as Grand Guardian, Marinette said dangerously, Midoriya Izuku will have his magic thing locked for the next 24 hours, unable to be actively used. He pouted as his magic got definitely muted. Since when have you been able to do that? It's only because you're wearing one of our Miraculous, she huffed, and because I'm actively touching you. I also prepared the spell in advance, so I didn't need any of the actual words and chanting and whatever, I just needed to activate it. This is bullying. This is an intervention. Kagami grumbled in correction, did you like the apples? He held up the empty bag with a grin, fishing it out from under the pile. Rue ate whatever Eri and I didn't. Did you know she loves apples? It was meant to be, Felix said dryly, now go to bed. I just slept for over 36 hours. Ren sighed mournfully before extracting himself from the pile, signaling it to dissolve as everyone stood. The blonde smiled at him and offered him a hand up. He grinned and took it, and so was completely unprepared for when the boy bodily picked him up and started running. I got him, Effie, pull the covers back. He burst out laughing. It was good to be back. Hitoshi slouched as they walked through the hospital. Yamada was busy putting the finishing touches on the apartment and stress cleaning and cooking. For now, Hitoshi was sleeping on the pull-out bed in the living room, but already they were looking at new apartments. Together. At this rate, neither of his father figures would realize their feelings until they were on their deathbeds and full of regrets. As soon as the quirk on his dad had worn off and the raid was over, the man had turned dead eyes on his son. So, he'd said, you asked if cats can date their snakes. Oh God. You can forget that. No. The only official rule is that you can't enter a permanent relationship until there is a cat to replace you. Permanent. Marriage. He'd practically self-combusted and immediately put the reminder out of his mind. That conversion had not happened, nor had the subsequent examples of snake-cat relations from the past ever been uttered in his hearing. All right. Hitoshi said, shaking those thoughts from his head, be honest, did you do the same thing to Yamada as you did before? His dad glanced at him. For what? He gestured at the room they approached. Hey, did you pull the whole new cat thing again? No. She's 6. He raised an eyebrow. And? Technically Yamada's name is on her paperwork. I'm her secondary guardian, but she doesn't have to be a cat if she doesn't want to. They opened the door and the little girl looked up at them. Hitoshi had known what she looked like, of course, but she still looked so small against the stark hospital sheets, even in a red dress and clutching a tabby cat toy. Hey, he said, pushing those thoughts aside, do you want to be a cat? Aizawa sighed imperceptibly beside him and Eri blinked. Yes. No hesitation, I like that. This is a lot of responsibility, are you sure you're ready to be a cat? She nodded, more firm this time. Yes. You can't just do that, Aizawa said, deadpan, that's not how that works. I'm sorry, Hitoshi said lightly, is that not better than what you did to me? If I recall correctly, you said you look like a cat, picked me up by the scruff of my neck, and dragged me home with you. I did not pick you up by the scruff of your neck. You're right, your hands were actively just under my arms. Still not sure how you managed to keep that up all the way home. Eri made a kind of whimpering noise that had them both whipping their heads to her until they realized that based on how she was pulling her lips up, that was meant to be a laugh. Her eyes glittered. You're really funny, she whispered. Hitoshi leaned his head to his dad. You handle the paperwork. I've got this. Okay, Eri, he stalked to her bed carefully, first lesson on how to be a cat. You ready? It's super important. She nodded solemnly, clutching her stuffed toy. Smiling, he nodded, seems pretty hard, right? I get that. Super easy as a cat though. You know how cats bare their teeth. He bared his teeth at her like a snarl, just pulling his lips back, really, and she hesitated for a moment before baring them right back. Perfect, he growled lightly, now scrunch up your nose. It wasn't anything like a real, actual smile, but scrunching her nose forced the corners of her lips up and made her eyes squint in something that could generously be called a smile, and her eyes were glittering. Her expression went back to neutral. Like that. He let his own snarl turn a bit more genuinely into a grin, but kept it as close as possible. Heck yeah, that was awesome. And then if that gets more comfortable, you can work on tilting the corners up more. That was awesome, Eri, high five. Oh, she muttered, tapping their hands together, Kuroniko taught me that one. I dunno know who that is, he said promptly, but clearly us cats are just that awesome. Think he wants to join our cool cat club as well. She shook her head. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 said he's definitely not cool. That was important. Hitoshi blinked. Oh, wait, chat noir. Dang, Izzy imported French heroes for this. Izuchu said Kuroniko was his friend who kept him safe. Eri nodded. That is the cutest thing I've ever heard. Never call him anything but that. Okay. Her face scrunched up as she bared his teeth and he did it back. What did I come back to? They both turned to him. Teaching her how to smile. The man blinked, processing that. Ah. That's pretty close. It definitely is not. Better than me trying to teach her. Come on, let's go home. Hitoshi easily helped Eri off of the bed. Wanna hold my hand? Don't want to get lost. She hesitantly placed her small hand in his, and as they walked out of the hospital, it didn't take long for there to be a very slight swing between them. It stilled when they got outside, and Aizawa bustled them into the car. The music on the way back was softer than it was every day, but it was a pretty short drive, and Hitoshi offered her his hand for the short walk to the elevator and then to the apartment door. She clutched it like a lifeline and he swore he'd do everything in his power to protect her, not that it sounded like she had any shortage of protectors. They opened the door and Yamada poked his head out of the kitchen. You're back. Hello, Eri. I'm Yamada Hisashi. She looked up at the man, then between him and Aizawa. Oh, she said quietly, you're Aizawa's Felix. It took half a second to connect that to Izuku and Felix, and then it took all of Hitoshi's willpower to not even twitch, keeping every emotion he could possibly be experiencing deep inside where no one could see it. She had seen Yamada for all of 2 seconds and could already tell. Oh no, Yamada said nervously. Well, they're dating, we just live together and sleep in the same bed, Hitoshi coughed. Eri nodded. Felix helps Izuchu sleep too. And sometimes they kiss. Do you sometimes kiss? Aizawa made a noise like a tea kettle. What was the problem child teaching you? How do you know what kissing is? She looked between them with a furrowed brow. Are you not? Her eyes welled up with tears and all three of them choked. Wait no dash, I mean it's not like we haven't dash like a flash. Hitoshi used his free hand to WHP out his phone and hit record. Momo's phone pinged with the ringtone that made her heart skip a beat and a smile light up on her face no matter what. She pushed her desk chair back and reached over for where it was still plugged into the wall and pressed on the notification. Tosh, video. MP4 Tosh, you're allowed to say I told you so for the rest of your life now. She watched the video, mouth slowly dropping open in dumbfounded disbelief as Ei's teary questions led to a full-on confession. After 15 years the teary child approach worked. Tosh, the teary child approach worked. Tosh, finally Tosh, the evil has been defeated. Tosh, huzzah huzzah. OMG, I feel like celebrating now. Oh, she took a deep breath, heart fluttering, before thumbing her next message. Are you free for lunch? My treat, bring a. Tosh, give them some alone time. I agree Tosh, you'll love Eri cat. Cafe. Tosh, you know me so well, she sighed and beamed, clutching her phone to her chest. Everything in life was looking up. Okay, you got me to sleep for another 6 hours, can I please hear about the other Miraculous now? Felix pouted mightily, but leaned up against the wall, sitting beside Izuku where he was still confined to the bed. Fine. Haim is the one who actually went to go check them out. Luca has all but Libra, who is apparently a two-headed snake, Scorpio, who is actually a scorpion, and Pisces, who is, in fact, a fish. Chloe, Bree, and Zoe are missing the raven, the salmon, the jaguar, the lizard, and apparently the thunderbird, which I suppose I should have been clued in on, but that one was a hidden 13th one, it wasn't listed in the book for the spirit box. Izuku hummed, wrapping his arms around his partner's waist and burying his head in his stomach. Did we get any myths out of them? We did. All the coyote stories. Because of the Miraculous. Trickery. I made the executive decision to never bring tricks with me when we go visit. Hey! Felix mock glared out the door. You know what you do. The fox Kwame snickered from the other room, but made no move to refute. That's what I thought, Felix huffed. Other interesting ones? The llama of curiosity. Oh, that does sound neat. Aries is a ram, as you guessed. He nodded, And she mothers Virgo. Because Virgo is a lamb. Wait, how can Aries be a ram? Felix shrugged. More like a sheep with horns, even as a female. She's the Kwame of balance, associated with the legend of Meleager. Izuku blinked. The dude whose life was tied to a log. Yep. Cool. Was I right about Jason? Felix snickered. Cancer, Kwame of evolution or change. Apparently there's some discourse with fluff about it, but considering she was used in the myth about the dragon teeth making the soldiers and fluff just does time travel, he hummed in delight. Got him. Did we get confirmation on Sagittarius and Achilles' heel? Yes, dear. He giggled. Awesome. So Luca needs 3, and the girls need 5. Felix hummed. And then they are done. Or, well, theoretically we need to look into Anansi eventually. Shesh, Izuku snorted. Don't say that within Heim's hearing while we still need to deal with All for One. Don't remind me. Is it too much to ask to not have my world shattered 3 years in a row? Probably. Well, at least school will be normal. Aizawa looked over them impassively. We have the cultural festival coming up in the last week of August. You need to decide to do something as a class. Uraraka's mouth dropped open. Sensei, it's currently August. He grinned. Yep. If you can't determine what to do, you get lectured in public for the entire day. Have fun. He curled up in his sleeping bag and Hitoshi let his head hit the desk with a groan. Izuku frowned and leaned back to Kagami. Do we have time for this? She raised an eyebrow. It's not like we know when he'll be making a move. He wrinkled his nose. The full moon just passed, so if it's order, which we don't think it is, can't be that. That means, what, we have 2 weeks. Assuming he gets the name. Kagami blew out a breath that seemed irritated, but he could read the tension on her. Assuming he gets the name. Then a total of 3.5 weeks from now until the cultural festival. Maybe we'll be lucky, he said weakly, and he'll wait another month or 7. Hitoshi snorted and drew their attention to the back, eyeing them. No one believes that. Momo smiled apologetically. It's true. It seems as if we will need to move, and soon. Or the cultural festival will be, Kagami grimaced. We do not know where he is, however. Heim and Felix are planning on relying on the surge of miraculous energy from the summoning to alert them to his location, then they will enact the plan to intercept him there and stop the binding. The problem is, Izuku slouched in his seat, he's very good at going underground. And I have no idea what I'm even looking for if I want to find him. And none of us have progressed on the new powers front, or Foxglove would probably try to hunt him down. We could set a trap. Hitoshi fully turned his body to face Momo. Hell to the F no. You were about to offer to be bait, weren't you? She winced and looked away. Kagami snorted. No. We had problems with Izzy doing the same, she teased. I do believe we got into an actual fight about it. Okay, but it worked most of the time, he grumbled, but I do think we should avoid that in this case. Again, 200-year-old quirk stealer. He probably has some good ones. And by good ones I mean bad ones. Hey, Uraraka bounded over, you guys sound like you've been having a good discussion. Got any ideas for the cultural festival? They all blinked and Momo stood. Right, I'm class president. If you all want to tell me your ideas, we can write them down and then take a vote. Everyone cheered and immediately started calling out ideas as Momo reached the board, easily making an expo marker. Some of the more ludicrous ones she didn't write down, merely raising an eyebrow, and finally it was down to a couple. What if we did a concert? Jiru pointed out. We have the idea of a dance or a performance, or something music. Combine them all into a concert, a big show. Momo lit up. And it could inspire people, since people are still understandably upset about the provisional exams. Kagami hummed and leaned in to mutter to Izuku. The only reason UA didn't get any backlash is because the coalition, my mother specifically, were quick to shut down any accusations about why none of our students died. Izuku wrinkled his nose and leaned back. Sorry, wait, what was their argument? Apparently, as we'd been attacked by the League before, it was our fault they were there, and some were even accusing students of working with them. Here. What kind of logic is that? Did we even have students at every testing site? Yes, you're forgetting about the second years. Oh. Still. Great, Momo clapped, so we're doing a concert. Kyuka, you're in charge of the music. She gave a nervous thumbs up. Got it. Hey, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Denki, we're going to practice other songs for the set until you can do 'em in your sleep. You too, present. Momo giggled. Sounds great. Everyone else, you're either under Mina for the dance team, or you can work on special effects. Everyone spent the rest of the day thinking about what they might want to do. At lunch, Felix, Marinette, and Adrian revealed their class was doing a bakery, which Izuku was instantly protesting on how unfair it was when they had Marinette literally right there. At the end of the day, a hand latched onto Izuku's wrist and tugged him away. He tensed briefly before he smelt burnt sugar, and then he just blinked and let himself be led back into the classroom, which was completely empty. Okay, Katsuki breathed out harshly. I was willing to let SHT go because you were obviously just doing hero SHT with magic, whatever, but based on what UFers were talking about today, some big SHT's going down. Explain. Izuku opened and closed his mouth a few times. Wait, I could have sworn we kept you in the loop. He huffed. No SHT. I knew more than your average chucklefuck, but clearly Easy Bake and Gucci eye bags have been read in, so spill. The F is this about a 200-year-old quirk stealer? Izuku pursed his lips. Okay, yeah, that seems fair. I'd hoped no one had heard that. Okay, well, miraculous. Magic jewelry with mini-gods attached that with the right words, power you up. Works best with either perfect quirks and alignments, or weak quirks and good alignments. All for One is a villain from the dawn of quirks that can give and take quirks. That's his quirk. It's not like his magic or anything. He destroyed the old order of the Guardians and technically caused everything in France by cause and effect. Kidnapped Marie and we found out is trying to bind his own Miraculous to become a god. Not that that's how it works. We don't know what he's trying to bind, only that it's something he embodies, and we can't find him, so we're sort of planning on being reactive right now and hoping we can prevent him from summoning and binding a Kwami. Because if it's an alpha Kwami, using it will send the universe out of balance and it will forcefully recorrect. Kim. Can I say that? Sure, I can be vague. Momo's connected through a legacy of hers, so Hitoshi's connected because he's Momo's bodyguard. Family stuff. I think that covers most of it. Katsuki scowled. So you want to be reactive? That's a shitty plan. I'm helping. Izuku blinked. What? I'm helping. I'll talk to your princess and your boyfriend, or whatever. They're the ones in charge of your Miraculous, right? So if I'm gonna help, I need one. Izuku's mouth opened and closed. Katsuki, you have a really strong quirk. So it has to be perfect, whatever. No, so why would you want magic? Because it's magic SHT. So you should use magic SHT to beat other magic SHT. Katsuki. And don't think for a goddamn moment you can leave me behind. If Ponytail gets to go Katsuki. Then you can bet but I'm going to kick all for ones but into next week, quirk stealing BSE or no Kaken. They both stopped. Katsuki, Izuku swallowed. We're probably not ever going to turn down help. But I'm not a guardian, I can't make these decisions. Also if we sit here too much longer I think Felix is going to make a sentimonster. No need, Kagami informed us where you were. Izuku instantly brightened as he spun. Felix. I thought you wanted to test a tracking senti, though. He shrugged. I do, but the problem is determining what to track. He turned to Katsuki, you want to help us. He set his jaw and stared Felix down. I do. Felix eyed him for another moment, then shrugged. If we can find you a Miraculous that works. Unfortunately, with a quirk as specific and strong as yours, it might be a while. Katsuki grunted and hefted his bag. Whatever. Just don't leave me out of SHT. Felix hummed. Let's go, Izzy. Izuku bounded after him, waving to his oldest friend. Chloe heard the notifications go off and raised an eyebrow. but didn't open her eyes. "Sister dearest," she called, "that was the Guardian group chat, wasn't it?" "Yeah, Felix wants us to be on the lookout for a chaos miraculous that deals in explosions or force or something like that." She wrinkled her nose. "Why? And I'm assuming fire doesn't count." The Jaguar Kwame purred a chuckle beside her. "I'm Order, Guardian. DMN." Zoe sighed. "Welp, we have, what, the lizard, raven, salmon, thunderbird." She heard the door shut. "Nix thunderbird, I found it," Sabrina said smugly. "It was practically hidden in plain sight. Miraculous of weather, which is funny. Oh, so give it to Aurora if we need more European coverage. If. Also, welcome back, Bree." "Good to be back," her voice shook with laughter. "Chloe, what are you doing?" Chloe stubbornly didn't open her eyes. "I'm bonding with the Kwame." "Go away. You're in a puppy pile with the Kwame to bond." "Mato talked me into it. He's the Kwame of hibernation, of course he'd want to nap." "Don't disrespect him like that, napping is good for your health and vitality." "Don't bother," Zoe giggled. "I asked her all these same questions an hour ago. No dice. One day, you'll have to get up to portal to another miraculous, you know that, right?" "Oh no," Chloe muttered, "another trip to the Caribbean. Whatever shall I do?" "Chloe, do you know where another miraculous is?" She hesitated. "No." Sabrina threw what felt like an orange at her. "What the F?" "It's the salmon, he said he's fine with it." She opened her eyes but refused to get up, glaring, "and he forcefully returns his miraculous whenever I try to grab him. We need to woo him, apparently, or he won't stay in the box." Sabrina stared at her. "Why?" "Kwame of return." Sabrina's mouth opened and closed a few times. "Because he's the salmon. Because he's the salmon." Zoe hummed. "So, what, he's just returning home. So we have to make sure the box is home for him again." The beaver playing with Legos on the coffee table snorted. "Good luck with that. The DMN fish is enamored with his bodies of water. Kappa, please tell me you aren't in a feud with the salmon Kwame." "I will say nothing." All three girls groaned and Sabrina flopped onto the couch. "I'm going to look for the raven now. Lumii give me strength." "Oh," Flo perked up, "I think I know where Bayak is. I heard of him within the last century." "Century? Never mind, I'll take what I can get. Why are these ingredients so fing weird?" Izuku looked up from where he was dicing a persimmon. They are potions." She threw her hands up, thankfully free of the scarab dust she'd added. "Yeah, but some of this stuff is dumb. How does a scarab translate to heat resistance?" "Well," Felix said dryly, not looking up from mixing the aquatic potion they'd already finished into the pastry batter, "they do live in a desert." "Not gonna lie," Izuku snorted, "I really thought the pumice was going to get you. We're literally going to be feeding our Kwame rocks." "Powdered rocks," Felix held up a finger, "powdered rocks. Besides, I'm certain they've eaten way worse." "Pumice is in everything," she grumbled, "and I have given up on that one. Speaking of rocks, where's the thing, basalt?" Tiki helpfully flew it over. "You know Marinette," she said mildly, "you're swearing a lot more recently." "I'm fully blaming Plag for that one." The cat Kwame briefly looked up from Adrian's stolen video game. "That's fair, yeah." Marinette gave the potion a final stir, then huffed. "Okay, fire and water, done. Poison, done. Just space and ice now." "I'll do those too if you take over pastry," Felix said promptly. "I'm still upset you drafted me for this." She rolled her eyes, but took over anyway, checking the consistency and expertly adding ingredients. Her idea to make the potions more edible but not too complicated was to make flavored macarons based on the Kwame's favorite foods. Luckily, besides Plag, all of the Kwame here liked sweet things naturally, so adding their favorite fruit or flavors was easier. As for cheese, Marinette had actually invented a garlic parmesan macaron ages ago, though she hadn't made it in a while since the savory macarons hadn't been as popular in her parents' bakery. "Where did we put the snowdrops?" Felix squinted. "We definitely grabbed some." Izuku's head shot up as he looked around the countertops. Rue. What did you do with the snowdrops? The butterfly Kwame looked up sheepishly. I didn't eat them. Okay, but what did you do? I might have nibbled on them. A little. It shouldn't affect the potion, though. And I only nibbled on 2 of 5. Felix stared incredulously. Shouldn't affect dash. Kwame spit is 100% going to affect the potion, are you mad? Izuku snorted. YOLO. Felix turned his stare to Izuku. No. I'm just going to scale the recipe down. Marinette snorted as she piped out the cookies. You have fun with that. Luckily you've barely started. Nuru, you're dead to me, Felix informed dryly, and if anyone else has eaten any of the ingredients, speak now. Dusu perked up. Were the holly berries ingredients? Yes. Oh. Were the gooseberries ingredients? Please stop eating the exotic berries, there are blueberries in the fridge. Or you can eat the rest of the scarab beetles, Izuku pointed out, we only use them in the fire potion. Dusu shook out her feathers. I didn't eat any of the exotic berries. Felix blinked. What? She blinked up at him. Holly berries are gross and gooseberries are named after another bird. Felix stared at her for a moment longer before pinching the bridge of his nose. Okay, let me clarify. Dusu, what have you eaten today? I found a cricket outside. And I ate half the blueberries in the girl's fridge. And that's it? Yep. I don't know if I trust that. No, I'm not playing tricks. The fox Kwame zoomed into the room. I heard my name. Oh, persimmons. Izuku instantly covered the pile of diced fruit. Do not. Ah. They managed to make the rest of the potions without the Kwame eating all of the ingredients, and they happily cleaned up some of the leftovers. The macarons were cooled, assembled, and packed in containers marked with the symbols of the Miraculous, as well as 3 extra sets just in case. There was 1 week until the new moon. All for one swayed on the TV to the bar. Tomura. Yes, sensei. Next Wednesday, I would like your league to be present to witness a momentous event. A reshaping of the world. Oh. Of course, sensei. We'll be there. His smile stretched wide behind his mask. Excellent. Hey, do you 3 want to come over for a sleepover tonight? Hitoshi was the one to break away from the staring. Alright, I'll bite, why? Marinette smiled without joy. New moon tonight. The entire lunch table grimaced. Half of them had already known, of course, since they were the kind of people who had apparently started keeping track of that, but things had been busy. Any moments they weren't doing schoolwork or training, they were working on the cultural festival. And the training itself was exhausting, because Kagami and Izuku had been working on their new powers as much as possible, and Felix had been working with tricks on mestering illusions and with Dusu on detecting emotions. He was at the point where even if he wasn't suited up, he could vaguely tell what people around him were feeling. It helped if he knew the person well, apparently. Katsuki grunted and looked back over at the table his friends were at. So what? We're just going to sit around painting each other's nails and braiding hair in case the old fart decides that tonight's the night. How the F are we even going to get there? Felix waved a hand. I have a plan for that. We can't feasibly have Phil on call every new or full moon, because our night is her midday. She's occupied at those times, mostly, and she's already said that her mother planned an outing she can't escape. And Sabrina and Zoe are also attending, so one of them can't be a temporary horse, not that I'd recommend it for either of them. Marinette sighed. Me neither. If you think you can handle getting us there, great. And here's to hoping that it's a quiet night, eh? She raised her juice and they all sighed in exasperation but tapped their own drinks to it. No one had the optimism to quite believe the night would be quiet, but they could dream. How's your cultural festival prep going? Adrian said cheerfully, always eager to lift spirits. Well, we've finalized our menu, so now we're just getting the furniture and decoration squared away. We'll definitely be super ready in time for the festival. Momo smiled. It's going quite well. I'm sure Katsuki would agree with me that the music is essentially ready. I'm assuming the dance and special effects are in order. Izuku shrugged. Dancing's a lot of fun. I'm Pretty sure special effects are all squared away. Kagami hummed. I spoke to Todoroki briefly. They're apparently looking for someone who's strong to help with something, but otherwise feel confident. Some members of the dance team could stand to be a little more coordinated. Izuku snorted. Well, they don't exactly have our balance and backgrounds, she sniffed. They should still be able to count. If Mina does not WHP them into shape, I will simply have to remind them of their first week here. They all looked at her in confusion and she grinned a dragon's grin. I shall have to embody my mother. They all laughed. Hitoshi snorted and Katsuki grunted, but it counted. The rest of the day passed swiftly until the other 3 hero students split from them briefly to go home and grab things. Half an hour later, they were all settled in the living room of the girls' apartment, 𝐴𝐽𝐾 bustling in the kitchen and talking to Katsuki, who'd immediately made a beeline for her. She'd made a noise of surprise and scolded him for not coming around for tea and gossip like he'd used to, and it took everything in Izuku not to laugh at the harried and defeated look on his face. His mother was a force of nature, truly. Hitoshi lounged for a moment before leaning over to dig in his bag. They all heard the clink of chains and he snorted. Ignore that, not important, Momo snorted next to him. Now, who wants to play? He pulled out a large stack of cards. RBB banded to hold them together in a solid brick that was thick enough to knock someone out if it was used as a blunt weapon. You know. Katsuki poked his head out of the kitchen. I'm going to destroy you. Himiko was sitting in her room. It was a nice room. Sure, she wasn't really allowed to leave unless it was for the scheduled outside time or once a week when she got to eat with the other behaved patients, but she had books and a drawing pad and crayons and pastels and chalk and paint. She also had puzzles, both the kind with pieces and the kind in books that she tried to figure out. And she got BLD every day, and after her outside time they let her both hold her favorite knife, the one he had used for Monster, and use her quirk with the BLD they'd given her. There weren't any expectations about what she should do, pretty much, as long as she didn't attack anyone or break any of the very reasonable rules. She was still very surprised when a glowing green butterfly came down and landed on her paintbrush. Hi. Is this a bad time? She grinned. It's never a bad time. I ate dinner like an hour ago, though, so I guess this is an extra good time. Is there something wrong? The nerves that had suddenly gripped her heart instantly fluttered with his laugh. No, not really. We're just having a sleepover and I remembered I wanted to check on you. It's been a few weeks and I wanted to know if you were all right and no one was treating you poorly. Her heart swelled with affection. This is why he was perfect. She was falling even deeper in love with him. Nope, all good, she said cheerfully. I really like it here. Oh, just yesterday, I got to drink the BLD of this really cute girl. She was really tall and when I wore her skin I was all stumbly, like I was wearing heels. And she had gorgeous red hair that was super curly. Then after I got to meet her in person and 𝐤𝐻, I think I'm in love. She has the sharpest grin and tells really funny jokes. Oh, but you're still my favorite. I'm glad. I think Aizawa told me where you were and I looked it up, so I think I know what you're talking about. Was she another resident, or did she work there? She hummed, swinging her legs back and forth. College intern, I think. She's a few years older than me and she had a badge, but she seemed too young to be a full staff member. Oh. And she had, an accuracy quirk, I think. How do you know? She shrugged with a sheepish grin. I think I'll be able to use the quirks of the people whose skin I wear. It's like I can feel it, like I can feel my own quirk. You might have helped with that, actually. Really? She beamed. Because you made my quirk just slightly different and I could feel what was different about it. So now when I wear someone else, I can feel something a little bit different. It's still out of reach, she admitted, but I'm trying really hard. Good for you. Do you want to keep painting now? She bit her lip. Well, sort of, but she could paint whenever. Or I guess you could play Uno with me. She perked up immediately and he giggled. Okay, hang on, let me just. Close your eyes. Himiko instantly obeyed, and after a moment, the black behind her eyelids was replaced with whatever he was seeing. She gasped in wonder as he looked around. A boy with spiky blonde hair scowled. 𝐤𝐬𝐽 instantly relayed that this was Katsuki. No way is that not Fing cheating, he declared loudly, you can't Fing pair up. Well, 𝐤𝐬𝐽 said sweetly, and she bit her lip to stop herself from laughing too hard, I could always send you a butterfly and watch through your eyes that way. F off. Another blonde boy, Felix, who elicited feelings of great affection she could get lost in, huffed. Leave it. It's not like having another person will help him, the boy smirked, I'll still wipe the floor with you peasants. A navy-haired girl, Marinette, rolled her eyes. I'm the princess, you'll bow before me. If I recall, purple, Hitoshi, you're not actually nobility in this little game, Felix. Meanwhile, I'm a marquis. Marinette hummed thoughtfully and turned to another girl. Momo, would you like to be a duchess? The taller girl blinked. Oh, sure. I will be fair and good for my people. The last blonde boy, Adrian, huffed, but the annoyance was clearly hyperbolic based on his grin. So, does Katsuki get a title too, then? I feel like he's more of a brute than a noble. Hey, there are laws against hurting the court jester. His cousin, Kagami, sniffed. Well, I'm the captain of the guard, but I suppose he could be a knight. I concur that he'd be much more suited in a combat role, after all, than an advisory or noble one. Anything, she whispered, do I get a title too? 𝐤𝐬𝐽 blinked. Oh. Well, I guess technically all my champions could be, like, the wizard's helpers. She perked up. Or familiars. All magic people have familiars. We can all be your familiars. We're not giving everyone a title, Marinette laughed, we do need to have some citizens. Himiko said my champions can be wizard familiars, he giggled, which works. Kagami hummed. Chloe is infuriated that we're replacing them, by the way. Luca doesn't care, Sabrina sent a series of laughing emojis. Felix snorted. We're replacing them. How does she figure that? Kagami gestured at Katsuki, Momo, and Hitoshi. We got 3 new people after leaving the other 3. She says it's a sign of her impending termination. Something like that. 𝐤𝐬𝐽 waved his hands. Are we going to play Uno or not? Uno. Wait, what? Haim and I were exchanging reverse cards. How did you even have that many? Uno. Princess. Izzy, I hate to say it, but Uno. That's it, Himiko, you're helping me cheat. She giggled. Okay. Hitoshi has a blue 5, by the way. Perfect. Red. This feels targeted. Uno. No. Himiko spent another hour playing Uno with them before gracefully bowing out. Her heart was settled, and she couldn't stop smiling. Life was so much better after meeting him. 3 heads shot straight up, and with them, everyone straightened. Felix leaned slightly to look out the window and cursed. Moonrise is starting, if it hasn't already. Suit up. How can you even tell? Hitoshi grumbled as he discarded his cards to grab his chain sickle out of his overnight bag. It's a new moon. I looked up the time. Damn it, we'll need a centimonster to get there in time, but going as Iris is asking for trouble. And my new illusions would be perfect for this, Dusu perked up. Just go as both, then. Trix's head snapped up. Dusu, shut the F up. She pouted. But he could. I know you're a worrywart, but he's a guardian. And has been getting really strong. It shouldn't strain him too much. Ladybug narrowed her eyes. What shouldn't strain him? Trix hissed at Dusu, but she just nodded. Combining Miraculous. Plus, it's not like he'd be using 2 random ones, he knows us. Okay, she turned to Felix, become Foxglove, then, while wearing my Miraculous, say Trix, Dusu, unify. It's important you say the Kwami you're already transformed as first. Then, to separate, just say Trix, Dusu, separate, and you'll be Foxglove again. This is a terrible idea, Trix said immediately before deflating, but I don't like the idea of the kit going there without cover. Dusu giggled and spun in circles. Let's do it. You need to suit up anyway. He looked over at everyone else, who was largely ready to go already. Katsuki, Momo, and Hitoshi had been wearing several parts of their hero costumes already, and for the others all they had to do was speak the magic words, so he nodded. Tricks, let's pounce. They clipped the brooch right above where the necklace rested, the very tips of the jeweled feathers brushing the fur ruff. Tricks, Dusu, unify. The changes to the outfit were obvious. All of the gray of the under armor was replaced with deep indigo, the foxglove flowers embroidered on the sleeves had become iris flowers instead, their chest had the delicate gold filigree ray pattern that Iris had, and the tassels on the mask had been replaced with dainty peacock feathers. Call me Foxes, they grumbled, since that's the easiest way to combine the names. Princess, I'll be borrowing a compact. She blinked, startled, but nodded. Sure. They stalked into the other room, plucking a feather from their fan and blowing it gently to a makeup compact. It settled in and the compact changed to dark blue, but otherwise stood still. They scooped it up, opened it, and snapped it in half. The half with the mirror, they chucked carelessly at the wall, where it expanded to a swirl of blue that the Miraculous heroes recognized easily as the same color as Phil's portals. They turned to Gishu. I'm assuming you have a more specific location for me. He nodded, and Daredevil swooped down, began to glow green, and then fluttered over to Foxes. They startled, but the portal cleared to reveal the outside of a warehouse, and even the people who weren't magic-sensitive flinched at the power pouring from it. Gishu took back his butterfly and smiled. Glad that works more consistently, now. Any last-minute things? They all exchanged a glance before stepping through the portal grimly. It closed behind them and Foxes snapped the humming compact closed, slipping it into a pocket. In case we need to return. Chat Noir took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. Well, he said cheerfully, shall we? Tomura shifted as he looked around the warehouse. The sun was just barely setting. Sensei. Ah, Tomura, his deep voice made the man-boy stand at attention, right on time. Magna looked around with a frown. Not to offend, but what's with the symbols on the ground? Is this cult stuff? Sensei laughed, deep and rich. I suppose you could say that. No, it is magic. With this, I will finally turn the tides and we will reshape society. Doctor. Preparations are almost finished, the Weaselly man nodded, and you're certain you want to do this here? Tomura glanced at the no mutanks again. One of them was almost on top of the circle Sensei had carved into the floor, the symbols taking up spaces the size of his head. What better place, the man said genially, dismissing the lack of respect from the doctor, than for my new masterpiece to see my old ones. Krogiri, you're dismissed until I call on you. The misty man bobbed his head. Of course, MSTR. He disappeared in a swirl of smoke and Tomura couldn't help the feeling of discomfort that welled up in him. He met Darby's eyes and saw the curiosity warring with foreboding that he felt himself, but he reflexively sneered at the burnt man boy, looking away. His 2 league members, the last 2 left, everyone else arrested shifted behind him, and he forced himself to relax. No need to get his party riled up just because this felt weird. Magic, Sensei. All for one grinned, the expression visible even behind his metal mask. Indeed. Something I learned of in my youth, but I hadn't had the pieces to actually perform any. And this is the most powerful magic one can do. With this, we will be unstoppable, Tomura. He nodded slowly. Awesome. Yes, it will be awesome. His inflection on it was enough that it made Tomura think of the non-slang version of the word, awesome. Inspiring awe. Or fear. Is that what that discomfort was? I have called you all here. He stood, appearing as a magnanimous king before his subjects, to behold this great event. You should feel honored. Darby shifted and Tomura just knew the idiot was going to open his mouth and say something stupid. Honored? Here. So what's this magic going to do? Sensei laughed, brushing aside the skepticism. This ritual calls and binds great power, of course. Power that can then be used to eliminate anyone desired. It is a lost art, not done in perhaps thousands of years. Millennia, even. I will be the first in this lifetime and several before it to even attempt such a thing. And I will succeed. It sounded like an oath, and Tomura couldn't help but swallow, even as a grin started to tug at his lips. Sensei would finally have the power he deserved. He and Tomura would crush hero society together. The last light of the sun faded and the air shifted as if in anticipation of something. Sensei hummed and took off his mask, holding it gently and letting his smug grin be seen by all. It's time. He walked into the center of the circle. I call upon the forces of nature. Hear me. The edges of the circle began to glow softly, and Magna did a double take. Tomura probably would have too, if he hadn't seen the ever-so-gradual light. It wasn't enough to illuminate anything in the otherwise darkened warehouse, and it was competing with the quietly humming tanks to be the brightest light source. Long have I pondered you, O Kwame. Long have I embodied you. Hear me. The glow grew and the air felt charged with barely restrained power. Tomura's breath caught and he felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest. He felt weak in the face of this power. This was magic. Darby stumbled into him and he allowed it. It was taking everything in him to stay standing as well. I offer you conduits, he gestured around the warehouse, everything but me is yours. Hear me. Tomura frowned. Darby cursed and tried to push himself up, but stumbled, only succeeding in pulling them both to the ground. Magna wobbled on her feet and Tomura's head jerked to see the doctor had fallen, heaving for breath. Something stirred in his BRST and this time he knew it was fear. The door to the warehouse burst open and 8 costumed people stormed in. He sneered reflexively, especially when he noticed 3 of those 1A brats. They all stared at Sensei in shock and horror. You're too late, he cackled, I summon thee. Kwame of fear, Disma. The last bit of strength seemed to leave Tomura all at once, being expelled from his lungs in a wheeze, and he looked up, desperately. The betrayal hadn't hit yet, though he was sure it would soon. Sensei did this to Tomura and his league, this was planned. The air was rippling as something appeared, hovering in front of all for one as he offered the mask. Tomura couldn't hear the words he spoke, everything was muffled. Suddenly in crystal clarity, there was a voice directly in his ear. Shigaraki Tomura. Shimura Tenko. You are going to die. He scoffed. Tell him something he didn't know. Shigaraki Shimura Tomura Tenko had had a life full of struggle. Even before he killed his entire family, his life had not been easy. He didn't really remember all that much, to be honest. He just remembered fear. It was something he felt like he knew pretty well. Ironic, since that's what killed him, his father had been an abusive piece of SHT. Early, the hatred for heroes had manifested. Had festered in that home. Heroes were bad, because liking them hurt. His mother had been a wilting flower in the face of his father, and his sister had kept herself safe in the only way a child knew how, by deflecting all the blame and pain onto someone else. Now, in hindsight, he could begrudgingly admit that it had been smart of her. Back then, it had just stung every time she betrayed him. At least that meant he was prepared for the feeling him. He'd loved the dog. So much. Animals were nice, they loved without judgment. If you were nice to them, their affection was unconditional. When was anything ever unconditional ever again? Dogs don't lash out unless they have a reason. Sometimes that reason was the fact that they'd been trained to do so. Pointed at the enemy, the heroes, and told to attack to tear them down, to tear them all down. It had kind of gotten better when Sensei had found him. Again, in hindsight, sketchy as hell. Here Sensei was, talking about how Tomura had always been a second choice, taken just because the reason his father had hated heroes was because of his mother, Tenko's grandmother, all for one's enemy it had been convenient. How Tomura was plan B. How he'd have taken over Tomura's body in the end by offering him power. How? He'd pivoted back to plan A. Tenko couldn't find it in himself to be surprised that both plans ended in his death. There was no father figure in his life that ever liked him, anyway. His life was leaving him, he knew. Darby was already dead. Magna was on her last weak breaths. He spared a single thought for Toga. He was glad she'd gotten out, and hoped that the heroes weren't treating her like SHT. Maybe she was dead. She's not. I talked to her earlier. She's happy. Oh. Well, that was good. But Tenko Tomura was still dying. I can't save you, I'm sorry. He scoffed. Of course not. No hero could ever save poor little Tomura Tenko. But I can avenge you. Or, well, you can. He paused for a millisecond, knowing time felt slower, but the unasked desperate question was answered anyway. All for One has turned his back on you. He's used you and your party as fodder for a ritual and never intended to let you live in the first place. You will die here, and he will still succeed, because we can't technically stop him yet. Well then, what was the point? But you can make it hurt. He's already injured, right? And he gave you this wonderful decay quirk. Will you go quietly? Hellfing no. So you're willing to work with me? A hero? Why not? One last huzzah. If tearing things down was what Sensei had built him for, then tear things down he would. Then, for as long as I can sustain you, you are forsaken, and you will make him regret. Metamorphosis. Life was breathed into his lungs as foreign power rippled through him, strengthening his weakened muscles and making his heart pump again, instead of the weak sputtering it had been clinging to. Power crackled and withered at his fingertips, and he absently trailed one down the concrete in front of him, watching with idle amusement as the very concrete cracked and turned to powder. He pushed off the ground and stood, red eyes burning behind a curtain of steel blue hair and a hand that he'd claimed as a trophy from the last shitty father. Everything about him was dry as dust, but he bared his teeth in a grin. Sensei, he crooned, if you didn't like me, you just had to tell me. No need to kill me and my friends. All for One frowned, but paused in fitting the mask on his face. Tomura. You survived. My congratulations. He snorted. No, I didn't. He didn't wait for the confusion to settle before lunging, fingers outstretched. He knew he was like a shambling corpse, and he felt it. He knew that the sparks of magic through him were the only things making his heart pump and his lungs inflate and his muscles move. He was a shell of a man, a zombie temporarily risen from the dead with seemingly mindless lunges and a lack of coordination. He couldn't afford to put more strength into his limbs, feeling the power burning out of him even as 𝐤𝐸 pushed more his way, but every time his fingers brushed against something, they cracked and desiccated, eagerly skinning the energy out of things. It was only healing quirks that kept the power at bay, but with each fingerprint, they grew. Tomura, All for One growled behind his new mask, what on earth are you doing? Oh no, he gave a raspy chuckle, I'm forsaken. And you? He managed to wrap a hand around a wrist before air cannon blew him back, and he coughed at the impact, feeling the warehouse wall crumble behind him. You, he wheezed, deserve to be fing dust. The man took a menacing step towards him, but the 8 hero brats immediately jumped in. It didn't matter, he could feel most of his power leaving. Little bits of it lingered in each of the surface-level wounds he'd dealt, and as 𝐤𝐸 knelt next to him, he absently flexed his fingers. I'm sorry, and was this brat crying? Over him. The hero took a breath, there's nothing I can do. Disma is stronger. Whatever, he rasped, can my SHT be cured? Not by a quirk. He smiled viciously and yanked all his power to one spot with his last breaths. Good, he heard All for One cry out in outrage, I needed to expand my collection. His last breath was spent on a breathless cackle as All for One raised his stump of a hand, and he completely missed the wave of fear, already too far gone. He didn't feel the outpouring of rage. All he felt was vicious satisfaction. He had been forsaken, but he did not go quietly. May the BSTRD choke on his victory. Disma, transform me. The very moment the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 had been summoned, a sense of dread overtook all of them. Momo swallowed heavily even as 𝐤𝐸 slipped behind them and released a subtle butterfly. Her gaze looked on the tiny form brimming with power. For some reason, the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 couldn't seem to settle on what it was, watching everything with wide eyes and saying nothing. Her fingers twitched with the need to move, but they all jolted back when Shigaraki stumbled to his feet and lunged. It seemed to snap Ladybug out of her trance and her casual reveal that she hadn't just been the guardian, as she'd implied, but Ladybug herself. All of their identities had been revealed like a curtain being pulled back, and she'd had a moment of breathless laughter at the might of the magic that masked them, and some of her yo-yo unspooled. Foxes, she snapped, will need cover. Chat, can you check the Nomu for signs of life? Nomi, Gen, 0, blank. We're going to have to fight him. Chat and Foxes can join when they are ready. I doubt Shigaraki is going to last for long. Where's? They all flinched as there was an explosion of sound and wind and their enemy was launched into and partially through one of the warehouse walls. 𝐤𝐸 fluttered over to him and they spoke in hushed tones. Go! They all moved without thinking, training kicking in and Momo, no, Genesis let armor and a blowgun ripple out of her skin. She glanced over to see Shigaraki baring his teeth in a facsimile of a grin. He flexed his hand. All for one gave a strangled cry and they all jolted to see his hand fall off, skin and muscle and bone flaking away from where the champion for he must be had touched him. Disma, transform me. The shifting Kwame got scared into the mask and they all stumbled back from the bright light. When they could see again, he stood above them looking largely as he had, but with a hand made of writhing shadows where his old one had been. His mask crawled up his face like veins, reminding her starkly of Overhaul when he had absorbed just one of his subordinates, and it looked like a maw of grinning and jagged teeth. Her knees shook and she put the end of her dart gun into the ground, pushing off to keep herself upright. While All for One had been plenty menacing before, able to put off enough killing intent to drive civilians to their knees, transformed he exuded an aura enough to drive them to their knees, and it was only clutching at each other or holding onto things that kept them upright. They couldn't move from the aura he put off. How amusing, he flexed the writhing shadows in contemplation. I can feel the raw energy, the magic that powers me now, drawn by the life force of the Doctor, the Nomu, the pitiful League. So unrefined, I suppose I will have to mold it over time, yes. Let's see, first I can come up with one of your little names. Phobos and Deimos are gods of fear, of course, but stealing their names seems uncouth. There is, of course, the most basic word for fear, Kyufu. Phobia, terror, dismay, horror, fright, panic. That should do. I suppose I can be addressed as theophobia. Technically, zeusophobia is fear of gods, but fear of religion is close enough and doesn't feel so much like stealing. Yes, theophobia will do. Not going to lie, mind blank choked out, I kind of don't care what you want to be called. All for One snapped out a laugh with such menace that they all flinched, and he seemed to look them over. I could kill you here. Part of me says I should. Part of me says I should end your farces of hero careers and let no one know what is to come. But the other part of me is curious to see you struggle. Because, well, look at you. I haven't even done anything and you're trembling like wet kittens. He chuckled as they tensed and twitched and managed to contain the shadows into something that resembled a hand. Let's see. My power is so unrefined right now. I'm sure there must be a trick to this. After all of your Miraculous come with named abilities. Perhaps, his straightened voice taking on a distinct giddy grin to it, we can do that, yes. He walked closer to them, laughing merrily when they scrambled back, and he stopped. Yes, that should do nicely, he said warmly, and it sounded and felt so wrong for how sincere it rang. Do you know of the FS of fear, children? There is some debate on the number of FS, of course. The two most common, fight or flight. But you all exhibited freeze quite well, and it wouldn't be right to not throw fawn on there as well. But for this case, he took in a deep breath and let it out in a sigh of contentment. Yes, let's have you live to see my triumph and spread the word, should you so choose. The shadows stretched from his hand. Flight. It was like a flip had been swayed in their brains and their previous scrambling looked like mere rocking on their feet for the speed at which they exited the warehouse, expertly dodging around everything in their paths and going any direction that was away from the heart-pounding agony that had overtaken them. Genesis had eyes for no one and nothing that wasn't away, and soon she stumbled, heart in her throat, and looked around wildly. Her heart was beginning to calm, but she didn't see anyone else. General! She perked up. Mind blank. Over here. Her bodyguard and friend peeked his head around a corner and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he muttered as he approached her, eyes flicking across her and around them. Looks like I didn't go far. Dad's training must have held up a little. She let out a breathless giggle. Looks like you couldn't resist me, no. His breath hitched a little and she wanted to break out in hysterical laughter. Why did she say that? She was saved from having to correct herself by 𝐤𝐸 leaping off a building. Her heart lurched before his wings caught the wing and he just glided safely to the street. Everyone else is on their way. He let out a puff of air, eyes still a little frantic, since the rest of us have easy ways to track each other. Oh, Foxes got ground zero already, and once everyone's here we're going home to talk. They huddled there, trying to suppress the shaking. Hitoshi stepped up beside her and the press of his arm to hers was enough to stave off most of the unnatural chill. The other 5 came over and around the buildings like ghosts, everyone pale, and Foxes snapped the mirror compact in half again, tossing it to a wall and letting it open up back in the quiet and still apartment. It closed behind them and they took the feather back, slotting it into their fan, before murmuring under their breath. Dusu popped out with a slight flash of light, and everyone took that as their cue to de-transform as well, letting the Kwami eat and float around. Disma, Izuku croaked, Kwami of fear. One of a pair. Marinette swallowed heavily. So now we need Dandy. Whatever they are. She looked to Tiki but the ladybug Kwami shook her head. You must discover it on your own, she said apologetically, especially if you are to summon her. Momo latched onto that. So she isn't already bound. Tiki's brow pinched. I don't know, she slowly, looking at Plag, but surely we would have noticed. Already, I feel the universe is teetering out of balance with Disma's use, Plag huffed. Dunno. What do the baby guardians say? They were almost done, right? Kagami whipped out her phone. We could call them, she said, it's 5 p.m. in Greece and 10 a.m. in New York. Izuku blinked. How do you just know that off the top of your head? Math. Also phone widgets that have world clocks. Oh. The girls are no doubt still busy dealing with Chloe's mother, Felix scoffed, and doesn't Luca have a concert coming up? Kagami hummed, clearly displeased, but conceding the point. I'll text them, then. They only had a few Miraculous left, if I recall correctly. I believe it was just the salmon for the American team and just Pisces for Luca. Hitoshi snorted. Who knew the fish would be the last holdouts? But don't we know what both of those are already? Marinette groaned. Salmon of return. Pisces of unity. Great. So now we might have to look into other places — not necessarily, Izuku interrupted, because we could just need to summon her. If we can figure out what she is representing. Adrian bit his lip. What's the opposite of fear? Love. Apathy, Izuku and Marinette said immediately, exchanging a wry glance. Apathy isn't the opposite of fear. No, Katsuki, Kagami rolled her eyes, they were referring to love. One would assume Ren would remember this based on the disaster he almost caused. Had I my wits about me at the time, I would have gutted both of you cousins where you stood for what you did. It was an amok, Izuku threw up his hands, you can't bring this up every time you find fault in my partner. Opposite of fear, people, Hitoshi snapped his fingers, fate of the universe rests on us. Well Sugar Cube, shut up. Momo racked her brain. Knowledge. Because you cannot fear what you understand. Their root concept is mind, isn't it? Hitoshi made a face. No, not knowledge. Whoever said that understanding something made you less afraid has clearly never met Izzy and his ocean facts. Hey! Courage, Katsuki grunted, there's that SHT about being brave is acting even when you're afraid, right? Courage and bravery are technically two separate concepts, Marinette grumbled rubbing her forehead, but that doesn't feel right either. Momo looked over the group, seeing their frustration wipe away the last traces of terror. All for One's power had been lingering all this time, but now their contemplation had pushed the last dregs away. Determination, maybe. Joy. But no, even as she thought it, it felt wrong. Her eyes fell on Izuku as he slowly blinked, realization dawning on his face. He thought of Eri. How fear had been her baseline for so long. How she hadn't been able to muster up the idea of escape. It's hope. He thought of how she'd been as Stardust. How she'd been filled to the brim with hope and how the fear had fled like mist in sunlight. He looked up. The opposite of fear is hope. His eyes flicked to Tiki and Plag. Isn't it? Plag grinned, showing off fangs. The caterpillar figured it out. Okay, Felix nodded slowly, I see it. So now we see if she's already bound. Hitoshi raised his hand. How? Easy, Marinette grumbled as she straightened. Dandy, Kwame of Hope. They waited for a moment, but the air didn't even stir. SHD, Katsuki grumbled, that means she's been bound, doesn't it? Felix scowled. There's no way. We were lucky with Flo and Anansi, they had counterbalances and were used around the same time. Disma was just bound, and someone somewhere would have been able to tell if another Alpha Kwame had been summoned and bound. There's no way she was summoned and just never used. The universe would be going through catastrophes if Dandy was active. All of the Constellation, Spirit, and Jungle Miraculous were lost, Kagami muttered, so perhaps she's also simply lost. Izuku bit his lip. But where? Eri swung her feet under the breakfast table. Hitoshi was coming back soon from his sleepover with Izuku and the Jester and the Princess and also Tosh Snake girlfriend Mo. She looked up at Yamadad and Dadzawa as they were holding hands. She really liked them and was glad that they liked each other just as much as the Jester Prince and the Princess did. And like Izuku and Felix. They seemed a lot happier recently, even if Yamadad was always asking her if she really wanted to be a cat. But she definitely did. Especially once Dadzawa told her that Tosh and Mo could only get married for real if she was a really good cat. She'd already made one couple very happy, so she was determined to do it again. They got all red when she asked them about it, but then they looked up at the other one, whoever wasn't talking to her at that moment because based on how panicked Yamadad and Dadzawa had gotten when she'd asked, she needed to ease them into it, so best not to ask them in front of the other, so she knew she was right. She'd only been free for a few weeks, but already, the idea of the future ensured that the lingering fear that she'd felt for forever was gone. She'd be the best cat so Tosh could marry Mo. She was really pretty and her smiles made Eri feel light, like she'd never be afraid again, like she could just float away. Life was good. She was so happy. Disma was curious. His binder was a very talkative man. It had been many long years since Disma had had anyone to talk to, or been able to talk back. He wasn't used to talking, but it seemed like his binder didn't mind that. He loved to talk, and didn't care that Disma didn't respond. When he was around his binder, his form often shifted between a few things, notably a human skull, a vague shape dripping with some sort of red liquid, and a Kwame version of a boy with white hair. Of course, Disma couldn't literally turn into a human, but he was enough to remind his binder of the things that he feared. Every time he saw the boy, he commanded Disma to change or leave his sight. Sometimes, they'd encounter other people, and his form would change more with every person he saw. So many people were afraid of so many different things. Some of them seemed silly, in Disma's eyes. Cockroaches and floating lights and the dark. Humans were afraid of everything under the sun. Probably also the sun, but Disma hadn't encountered anyone who feared the sun yet. He figured he could give it time. His binder spoke at length of being a god. It was no wonder Disma was often a humanoid. A representative of everything his binder was trying not to be. He didn't seem to realize that mere possession of Disma was not enough to make him something other than human. His magic reserves were pitiful, which is why Disma had to kill 4 people and also 10 of those almost people that had been in the tanks. They felt even less than the humans did, charged with that not magic that swam in his binder. He was slowly adjusting to it, letting his own power mold around it the longer his binding was worn by the binder. He hadn't really known everything coming into this. He'd known that humans were binding them, of course. Gimme had been the first, saying, "We're being torn in two," before it was Tiki and Plag, his first true siblings. They had enough time to say they were being summoned before they were gone forever, and then the 3 of them split into 6. They were weaker that way, less overarching, but it felt nice to have more Kwame to talk to. Lumii and Yin and Yang and Gimme had been big and slow and hard to talk with, but as Ashar and Genie and Disma and Dandy and Flo and Anansi they could talk and talk. Ashar and Genie went next. Ashar had panicked, tentacles going in every direction as they tried to logic their way out of what was happening, how it hadn't felt like long at all, but Genie just giggled and floated, the little strings coming off of them giving them one last stinging caress before they were swept out of the dimension that sidestepped the humans just a bit. In an even shorter amount of time, they summoned Dandy. His other half. She fluttered for a moment with a gasp before she was ripped away, and 𝐷𝐼𝐻 had keened and waited. And waited. And waited. But they hadn't wanted him, had they? The humans hadn't wanted fear at all. Just hope. Flo and Anansi had tried to calm him as he shrieked and raged and trembled and mourned. She was gone, his other half was torn from him, and everything in him pulsed to get her back. Then Anansi was gone, and it was just him and Flo. The time between summonings got shorter every time, and before he knew it, she was gone as well. And then it was just him. Suddenly, time stretched before him like it would never stop, and he feared, of course he did, that the only time he would see Dandy, the only time he'd see any of his siblings, would be when it was time to join together and end and begin again. When universe would form, compress, die, and explode into pieces yet again. It felt like he was nothing, in that empty space that had once been full of talking and bickering and that thing humans called love. Then he heard it. It was like pulses through the space. It brought him to focus, made him forget the loss for a moment, and for the first time in who knows how long, it's not like they had to deal with the passage of time. He felt curious. Nervous, of course, it was still him, but he was curious. It was like Asha, stretching out their tentacles like feelers when they all turned off their senses and tried to find each other in a game, each little sucker sticking briefly to intangible things as they tried to find the others. Like Genie had blobbed over one of them and the little strings tickled them before they giggled and floated off again, letting the cosmic wind take them where they may. 𝐷𝐼𝐻 approached the ripples, of course. Like a pond or a puddle where there was a water droplet that struck it, he got closer and closer to the epicenter. It took less time than there was between Anansi and Flo. If he'd had a choice, he would have gone for someone who felt and understood fear, rather than someone who caused it. He'd felt it over the years, of course. Echoes of people in terrible situations, but none of them had had either the inclination or the magical aptitude to cut through his grief and anxiety and draw him near enough to touch. This person, however, was purposeful. Searching. He couldn't help but be swept up in it, like Genie in a current, or like he was caught up in one of Anansi's webs. Finally he heard it. 𝐷𝐼𝐻. He jolted, then, and was suddenly assaulted by so many sensations. It was everything and nothing like the space he had lingered in for eons, and it was so much more. He saw his summoner, eyes locked onto him as he spoke words that pierced 𝐷𝐻𝐻 like fishhooks and dragged into the offered mask. He felt the energy that could only be Tiki and Plag, but it was muted, even after so long, and he couldn't look away from the curved metal that was presented to him. He touched it briefly, shifted immediately into a hollow box made of rods, and then shifted away again. This was his, now. His binding. He was stuck here, and suddenly he understood why no one had ever returned. They couldn't return. This was confining and restrictive, and he knew he could go to the far ends of universe's empty shell and still be drawn back to this mask at the whim of whoever held it, as long as they had the magic. His binder did not have the magic. He was strong in the twisted energy that permeated the air, but natural magic that resonated with 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, no, that he had a mere cupful of. 𝐷𝐼𝐻 could feel the people around him, using other 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 that were bound to other objects. Some of them had far more magic than this man. It explained the empty shells he'd let drain to force open the barrier between the 𝐒𝐴𝐲 space and here, to drag 𝐷𝐼𝐻 through. He considered, briefly, fleeing to the ends of the shell, putting light years in between him and his binder. But then he'd also be fleeing her. He could feel her. She was far, as humans were concerned. Almost on the other side of this spinning ball of rock and water and humanity. Sleeping, and feeling like she, like him, had only been used once. There was enough of her that his one time of being part of his binder hadn't made things a disaster, but he knew a few more times would do it. It didn't help that his binder liked to use him. Sometimes just to transform and gloat, to talk about himself and all the things he would do. He'd confided that he was going to give the heroes a week to regroup and struggle to find a solution. Time to come up with a futile attempt to defeat him. After all, Theophobia was a god. 𝐷𝐼𝐻 didn't like his binder much. But Tiki and Plag were here. Surely they remembered their sister. Surely they knew where she slumbered. He would do anything to see Dandy again. His dove. Hope is a thing with feathers, he sang to himself. Fear is a thing with claws. Luca put down his phone with a sigh. Everyone was feeling a thread of panic, and he felt like he couldn't help. He just needed Virgo to remember where she'd last seen Pisces, but she was being strangely recalcitrant. While it had felt like pulling teeth to try and get legends out of her, her spontaneous recall of her family had come whenever he least expected it. The rest of the constellation 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 were highly amused by this, but offered no insights as to where the rest of them might have gone. They were more than happy to talk about themselves, how they'd been used, and where they'd ended up, but none of them could offer insights as to where the rest might have gone. Sas hissed beside him. It seems but if we will never find hope at this rate. But it feels like we're so close, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 murmured in agreement. Perhaps if I was a better guardian, more actually capable of what Marinette and Felix can do, Virgo popped up. Is someone saying you're a bad guardian? Maybe you're paramours. She always spat the word out like it was offensive, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵 couldn't muster more than half a smile at her antics. No. I'm saying it. I can't wield all Miraculous, after all. Strictly order. Our first guardian was just chaos, you know. He blinked. Duola. Odd. I thought the order didn't train people like us to be guardians. She snarled, and it looked entirely out of place on her lamb face, but she flew closer and he automatically held out a hand for her to snuggle into as she often liked to when she was distressed. He glanced around, but didn't see Aries in that room of the penthouse. Jagged was still going to be gone for several hours, busy being out on the town with Penny. He honestly wondered when the man would pop the question. At this rate, so all the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 were probably watching TV. It was one of their favorite things about the new world, and if he was still, he could hear the faint noises coming from the far-off room. The order, which apparently deserved as much vehemence as his partner's, was a stain. They pushed our guardian too far. Had she been any less powerful, any less prepared, we would have killed her. He hummed a calming melody and let his thumb slide her head, bringing her slightly closer. They used her to make more Miraculous, right? She gave a jerky nod. It was only her long years in their service that saved her. What did she do? She was a ladybug, Virgo said promptly, and he blinked, and a dragon and a rooster and a few times a monkey, but they liked her best as a ladybug. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before giving a short hum. That's a lot. Virgo sniffed, eyes welling with tears. She was so tired. She fought back after they tried to use me. Joined a coup. And then the people who she'd fought with turned around and tried to kill her. Said she was too powerful. We wrote a ballad about it, actually. Her life. That's lovely. Can I hear it? She huffed. Maybe. She didn't like it much. It hurt to think of the friends she lost to them. The peacock. The horse. After that, she ran away and lived as a hermit for a while, here. People thought she was odd, but sometimes people would ask her for help, or they'd tell a story of a nearby thing, and she'd give out one of us. She looked up at him with big eyes. But then the order came back. She burst into tears. It was our fault. She made more, because people needed help and she wanted to help, and then they figured out where she lived, so she had to dash. She cut herself off with a sob, and Sas flew in as well, the two of them offering what comfort they could give, but she was inconsolable for a few minutes. Finally, her tears ceased and she took deep breaths, rubbing her face into his hand with short bleats. She was dying, then, she rasped, we finally took too much. She used an order Miraculous that was too strong for her and it poisoned her. So she helped a few last people and then scattered us so the new order couldn't find us. I was the only one to know where everyone went. I was to guard the box until someone came for it. But no one did. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 grimaced. I did. And the order is gone. She snorted. She tried twice. Once in desperation, once in bitter revenge. They still rose up again. Well, he said dryly, the temple was wiped off the map about 200 years ago, if that helps. She huffed. Good. They deserved it. She snuffled into him some more and he heard an explosion coming from the TV. He raised an eyebrow. They'd been working their way through Netflix, but most of their picks had been what he would consider historical fiction, things with nobility and knights and princesses and dragons and magic. Not to say that historical fiction couldn't feature explosions, but that had distinctly sounded like a bomb. He heard them erupt in cheers and squinted, trying to pick out any dialogue. He exchanged a glance with Sass, but the 𝐻𝐼𝐸 shrugged. Why are you upset? He jolted out of his musings to blink down at the serious lamb 𝐻𝐼𝐸. Him. Oh, well, there's an enemy our Grand Guardians are fighting, or at least, trying to. He summoned one half of a pair, and we've discovered the other half was already bound. The problem is, we don't know where. She stared harder. Who? Fear was summoned, so we're looking for Hope. Dandy, she's called. Virgo pet her head. What would you do if you found her? He hummed. Enlist her help. Find a holder. Defeat him. Keep the world from going out of balance. I imagine Ares might be willing to help me stop the world from going pear-shaped, but I can't imagine even the 𝐻𝐼𝐸 of balance would be able to correct things for very long. She can't. They already tried that. He blinked. What? Virgo shook her head, but not in a negative fashion. More like she was shaking off water. Ares was second. They wanted balance, so they could use alpha 𝐻𝐼𝐸 without consequence if they didn't longing their other half. They were irritated by the cat. He'd done something, sunk a city, I think. She could correct a bit, but not enough. Pisces was next, to try and unify powers without the strain of actually unifying Miraculous. He blinked. You know, we just discovered that was possible. Good, she said, it's not good for you. Unless you're a guardian and using an order and a chaos, if you stick to your alignment and just double up, then it has the potential to overwhelm you. And if you're misaligned and use one of each, it will probably just kill you. Next was Capricorn, she said, fusion. It was ugly, and when used properly, more like the peacock than the butterfly. They didn't like that. Then there was me. To correct their mistakes. To purify. And then 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝐿 fought back. Virgo sniffed again, and he had a moment to be alarmed before she steeled herself. Nothing she did was good enough for them, but she didn't want us to be used over and over while they tried the next terrible thing. So she summoned Libra. Karma. They sat in contemplative silence for a moment before Virgo shook herself. But you said you're looking for Hope. What if she didn't want to be used? Well, he said slowly, that would be bad. But I assume she's like the rest of you where she can technically use her power unfettered, and it will just be far more. Virgo hummed. So you'd let her be free if she didn't want to take a holder? He smiled. I let you be free, don't I? It's in my vows to respect your wishes, Your Majesty. She sniffed imperiously, but smiled shyly into the meat of his thumb. Would you protect her? Of course. Virgo looked at him for a few more moments before turning in his hand and amusing herself by wiggling his pinky around, playing with the rings he had adorning various fingers, and generally not looking at him. You know, she said, only the order called her that. 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝐿. They said she didn't deserve her name, so they changed it. Oh. I'm sorry. She shook her head dismissively. They also knew many languages, surprisingly, and thought it was funny. 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝐿. Hurts. Because she was a weapon they wielded. But the people here, the Mycenaeans and the Minoans, then called her Pan. Much better, for them. Named after one of their nature gods, and a cuter nickname. Luca felt like something was tickling his brain. And, what did you call her? Virgo finally looked at him. Her full name. 𝐿. Or, as the Greeks knew her, Pandora, he breathed, body as taut as a bowstring. Her name was Pandora. This is Pandora's box. Virgo beamed at him, smile beatific. Yes. And the last thing inside is hope, he murmured, aware of Sass vibrating beside him. We've had Dandy all along, haven't we? She scattered us, Virgo confided, because that's the key. As long as one of us remains away, the box will not open, and she will be safe. Hope is the last, because when it is alone, it cannot be released. She flew from Luca's hand with a giggle and twirl, stumbling over nothing as if she was still a newborn, and then she turned to him with a mischievous smile. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, my guardian, she bleated. I am Virgo, 𝐻𝐼𝐸 of purity, and guardian of hope. Would you like to know where Pisces was taken? Luca stared at her for a moment before giving a disbelieving laugh. We might actually be able to do this, he muttered. Wait. Oh my Lumii, Izuku said, the book literally mentioned this. Marie. Felix. How did we forget that the book literally mentions that she bound an alpha kwami? Luca ended up bringing his whole box over, though every kwami but Virgo stayed inside it. He pressed the star in the mosaic and there was a click before the top of the thick lid lifted, and they all leaned forward in anticipation. The 5-6, counting Luca of them, were situated in the girl's apartment, circled around the coffee table. Under the lid was a long strp of white fabric, tattered around the edges like it had been torn from someone's hem. It was visibly a different texture than most clothes they knew, and as it was exposed to the air it slowly started to glow lethargically, bit by bit as it woke up. Finally, in a flash, a kwami appeared, sitting nestled on the fabric and blinking up at them. Dandy! Virgo tackled the kwami and she gave a peep of alarm as she tumbled over from the impact, then let out a trilling laugh, puffing up her light brown feathers. Virgo! Get off, you're smothering me. Virgo relented slightly, but was still crowded into the dove chick space. Dandy! I'm not smothering you, I'm protecting you. Where's Pondei? Luca flinched at the innocent question. Dandy, he said softly, I'm afraid Pandora is long gone. It's been many thousands of years since her time. Dandy deflated a bit. Oh! Virgo glared at Luca. She kept you safe, the lamb declared, and I've been watching over you this whole time. This is Luca, he's our new guardian. And those two are the new Grand Guardians. Those three are just here. Dandy blinked big eyes up at them. Oh! Tiki and Plag. It's been a long time. Tiki giggled a little, floating out. Hi, Dandy. The dove looked at the humans with trepidation. Are they? The order is dead, Virgo declared. Oh, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. Hello. Izuku beamed. Hi. She opened her mouth to say something before her head snapped up and she stared at the wall. Oh, she breathed, he's here. Marinette winced. Right. So, the reason you're being brought out of hiding is because Disma was bound and we need your help. Dandy looked like she was about to cry, but she was smiling. He's here. I didn't, oh Zoa. Plag shot up. Ha! I'm not the only one who does it. Take that sugar cube. Shut up, stinky sock. Can't you see there are more important things to worry about? Dandy was beaming. He's here. So someone finally summoned him. That's great. Can we go see him? Izuku winced. Well, the problem is that the person who bound him is objectively evil. Even by Kwami standards, I think. Nuru hummed. He calls himself a god and seeks to rule the planet, killing off people who oppose him. Not conducive for species survival. Honestly, I'm just glad he's not trying to make a wish. They all winced and Dandy looked at them incomprehensibly. His. Oh. Her eyes welled up with tears and Virgo crowded her, jabbering away about how Luca was a good guardian even if he was a little slow and. Luca barely made a noise of offense while the rest of them tried to deal with the sense of loss. Kagami rubbed her forehead. Her aura is immense. Her mood is affecting ours. Tiki sighed. She's only been out and about in the world for a few months, collectively, she chirped, and used, what, just the once. Plag scoffed. I think we'd have noticed. Adrian turned to Plag with narrowed eyes. Don't think we forgot that you knew about her. Hey now, the cat said, we knew she was out there but it's not like we'd ever met. They didn't want another Order Alpha Kwami to get a bad attitude. We just felt it when she was dragged over to this side of the veil. Plus, Dandy giggled, they didn't want you to sink another city. They all froze and Plag scowled. Birdie, watch your mouth. She beamed at him. I think it was really sweet, what you did. So how are we getting Disma back? Do I have a holder? Virgo shot up. Not without me. I have to be here too. Luca blinked. Virgo, you know they'd keep her safe. The lamb stumbled over to him, glaring something fierce. I am the guardian of hope. If they cannot find me a holder, then she won't take one either. She zoomed back to Dandy. Do you even want a holder? Luca said you could just go freely if you wanted. Dandy considered it for a moment. I think I'd like a holder. Only, she glanced at them nervously, make sure their order, please. The doorbell rang and they all jumped except Kagami. Just kidding, Katsuki's voice rang out. Auntie gave me a key ages ago. Why'd the lizard have to be the one to text us, F-ers? Katsuki raised an eyebrow at them, but Momo gasped behind him. Oh, she's adorable. Dandy preened a little while Hitoshi pushed them in and flopped onto the couch. So we have the pair Miraculous. Amazing. Now what? Virgo scoffed. You should be a little more respectful, she scolded. This is universe's embodiment of hope. Hitoshi blinked. I'm sorry. Katsuki scoffed. What day mean, now what? Obviously now we go blow the old BSTRD's butt up. Wipe him off the face of the goddamn planet. Virgo slowly turned to him. You want to purify the earth of him? Katsuki scowled. I guess. The lamb zoomed over to him, almost colliding with his face when she tripped, but managing to right herself at the last moment. How do you feel about romantic and SXL relationships? The F. They're a waste of my goddamn time. She was vibrating now, and everyone else was watching this go down with morbid fascination and incredulity. Waste of your time? How? I'm going to be the thing best. I ain't got time to waste on entertaining a thing loser who thinks they're entitled to my time. And you like explosions? He obligingly popped off a few crackling sparks. I'm made of explosions. Virgo grinned. His perfect. Guardian, I want this one. Ha! Luca contemplated Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, he was speaking slowly, not as practiced in Japanese. Virgo wants to watch over Dandy and so needs a holder. She has chosen you for this. Will you wield her with respect and care and return her when the battle is done? Katsuki turned to Izuku. I thought you F-ers said you didn't have a Miraculous for me. We didn't. I thought Virgo was about fire. She waved him off. No, though fire is indeed cleansing. Explosions work just as well. I'm adaptable. Then Fing. Katsuki threw his hands up in the air. Fine. Fing fine. I'm gonna be the best DM and holder you F-ers have ever seen. Gimme that Fing belt. Luca first removed Dandy's strp of cloth, closing the hidden compartment, and then pulled the belt out. 160Y BLT, coming right up. Shut the F up, scaled beach. As for Dandy, Felix hummed, I can think of one order-aligned individual that might help us. Marinette blinked. Strong quirk. As we've seen with Disma, that's not a factor for newer Miraculous. She hummed and they both turned to Momo. The girl blinked. Me. Izuku perked up. Yeah. No, that works amazingly. You're always lifting people up. Dandy perked up. You. She zoomed over. Oh. Oh yes. I can fit around that magic. You have such a bright soul. Hitoshi grinned at Momo's dumbfounded blush and nudged her. Knew your rallying speeches would come back to bite you, Mo. Everyone likes you and now you have to be a Miraculous user. Better start thinking of a name. Luca opened the box again and pulled out 2 pieces of jewelry shaped like fish. He pinned his hair back and that was when Izuku noticed he wasn't wearing his bracelet. Right, he said, if anything bad happens I'm forcefully taking back both of them. Since I can do that now. Marinette frowned. What? How? And where's Sass? Luca smirked. Pisces, school together. In a flash of transformation a fish-themed hero was before them and he grinned, picking up the box. Reunite with Sass. In a flash, he was gone, and Izuku immediately whipped out his phone. Izzy, Luca what the F Lu, LMAO Pisces is unity. As long as I have an anchor person I can go wherever Lu, or I can drag them to me Lu, works both ways Lu, unity baby why Izzy, please tell me the myth Lu. Let's just say Ariadne cheated Izzy, the labyrinth. All he got back was a smiley face, so he huffed. Luca has a transporter Miraculous. Only works for himself and I'm assuming anything he's touching, but that does explain why Chloe isn't blowing up our phones complaining about being woken up. Kagami raised an eyebrow. I suppose you all didn't see him arrive. My bad. Izuku turned to stare at her. You were the anchor, he said accusingly. How long have you known about this? She raised an impassive eyebrow. He tells us everything. I know a lot about New York as well. To be fair to her, Luca got Pisces literally yesterday, Marinette pointed out, so he wasn't holding back for long. Izuku whined. What I wouldn't give for your chat logs. That's why you're not in the chat. Also because we don't just talk about Miraculous. Virgo scoffed. You're disgusting. Thank you. So when the F are we taking this effer down? Well, Felix said dryly, perhaps the two of you should transform a few times and run around so your newfound abilities don't blindside you. Get your Kwami used to working with you. Izuku turned to Hitoshi. Pretty sure I should use you as the champion. Logistically. I have some thoughts, actually. Oh God. Are you going to make me a sea creature again? No. You're going to be fear suppression, though. Oh. That sounds helpful, actually. Wait, I'm always helpful. Adrian snorted and leaned over to Marinette. Think you can convince Nezu to use a gym? Even though it's late and almost the weekend. She pulled out her phone. Well, let's see. I guess I can shoot him an email. And possibly we should inform Aizawa. Oh, because he's Momo and Hitoshi's guardian. And also because I kind of want to throw the mouse at him and see if it works. Oh Lumii, princess. Oh. Right. Izzy came up with it during the sports festival, remember? Oh yeah. Didn't Felix say something about the quirk messing up, though? She nodded. That's why I want to check. If we don't have to worry about All for One's quirks and just the Miraculous, Dandy suddenly shuddered in the air where she was hovering around Momo. Oh. He's using Disma often, isn't he? Felix sat up straight. Come again. She nodded, looking up at them with wet eyes. It's like very small ripples. Not large ones. But the ripples are frequent. We should probably do something soon. Marinette pressed her hands together. Okay, so, what? His transforming a lot. Is he actively using his powers? We'd know, Felix refuted. Even a few uses would send us all out of balance. Okay, she nodded, so he's just transforming over and over. But that uses a bit of power every time anyway, because when you're transformed you're actively using a little. Okay, fine. So either we move soon, or we just have Momo transform for a while. Counter ripples. We're already feeling the effects, Hitoshi said reluctantly, waving his phone slightly. New outlets are pointing out an uptick in criminal activity. It's been 4 days. Yeah. And how many times has he transformed in that time? Marinette bit her lip. We need to take the fight to him. Soon. Momo took a deep breath and stood, brushing off her breathes. Okay. Well, then. Dandy, are you willing? The dove blinked before jumping. Oh, yes. She picked up the strp of cloth. How do I wear this? Do I tie it around my arm, my head? Dandy pet her head. It can be worn a number of ways. Pondei wore it around her eyes. Momo opened and closed her mouth a few times, but put it on as a blndfld. Like this. Her voice was soft and weak. Yes. Dandy, transform me. The Kwami was sked into the fabric and there was a flash of light that slowly died. They blinked the light out of their eyes to see her transformation. Obviously, Dandy's origins had played into things, as she wore an off-white Greek-style chiton that gathered at the shoulders, was cinched at the waist by a soft brown leather belt, and fell just a few inches past her knees, where it revealed her sandaled feet, ties crisscrossing up her calves. Pooling from the metallic stylized wing clasps on her shoulders was a cape in dark pink that attached to 2 silver cuffs at her wrists. Her hand clenched around the pole of a towering standard, light pink banner swaying gently. It had a very slight imprint of a dove in flight on it in shimmery thread, only visible when the light hit it a certain way. The top and sides of the pole had more of the stylized wings on them, and the silver metal reflected some of the light. Oh, she said, this is like nothing I've ever felt before. Also, this banner is unwieldy. But it makes you an easy person to rally around or behind, Hitoshi said, hiding most of his face behind a couch pillow. So you're a beacon of hope, Mo. She liked her lips. I think my name should be Pandora. For thematic reasons. Izuku looked up at her. Can you see? Oh. Yes, I can see, it's as if the BLNDFLD isn't there, haha. Good thing, too. Marinette jumped. We've got an OK on the gym usage. If Katsuki transforms and Izzy makes Hitoshi his champion, we can practice movement by running over. Really, we just need to keep you transformed for a while to offset all for one's constant minor usage. Katsuki's transformation, Virgo, hammer time, and everyone died at the fact that that was her chosen transformation phrase, revealed him to be in what was largely his hero costume. Careful examination revealed that all the orange was more of a golden color, and he had a ruff of golden wool around his neck. And, of course, a massive hammer with a wide head and an opening like a jet engine in the back. It absolutely looked like a cross between a hammer and a grenade, on theme with his costume, and he hefted it with a grin. Suit up, grab eye bags, and let's go. Ladybug raised an eyebrow at him while 𝐤𝐲 chased Hitoshi with a glowing moth. Name. He stopped inspecting the hammer, eyes sliding to her. His jaw worked for a moment. Argonaut. Hitoshi stopped, raising an eyebrow and barely budging when 𝐤𝐲 and the butterfly crashed into him. Oh, are we having a theme? Yes, 𝐤𝐲, just champion me. Just for that, your name is Hypnose. Because I'm tired all the time. Wow. This is discrimination. Hitoshi himself also didn't change much, but he did look like he was in his hero costume instead of his street clothes. They all filed out onto the roof, fitting the hammer and the banner through the window through some form of magic that left them all laughing a little hysterically. They stretched, and Tsunami turned to Argonaut with a smirk. I will beat you to UA. Oh, your thing on. They took off without waiting for anything else, and Ladybug sighed. Don't blow anything UP, she yelled after them, and got a pointed mini explosion, but otherwise there was no damage. She pinched the bridge of her nose. We're going to get the cops called on us, I just know it. Good thing we all have some form of license, Chatnoir said brightly, and Nedzu would protect us. That's what we're worried about, Foxglove grumbled. Come on, let's go after them. Other than the two that had run off, the other four kept pace with Pandora and Hypnose, ready to help if they needed it. Pandora could use the standard to help her vault, and Hypnose was just naturally more agile while transformed. The journey wasn't quite solemn, there was still laughter and smiles, but there was an undercurrent of tension that belied the thrill of the run. The Great Barrier of UA let them slip right over the walls, specific lights lit up to easily indicate the path they should take to the gym Nedzu had left for them. Tsunami and Argonaut were already there waiting for them and bickering about who had gotten there first. Right, Ladybug clapped her hands, let's do this. Pandora. The girl blinked. Ladybug smiled. Your point on this? I mean, he's your legacy enemy and has the opposite to your Miraculous. I don't know if I can do this. Hypnose stepped closer to her, trying to meet her eyes but being blocked by the cloth. Of course you can, he smirked, you're the president. I highly doubt class office is going to matter much in the end, she said dryly. No, he admitted, but it means that people believed in you. And not just me, because if you'll recall, I wasn't even in your class yet. But enough people who barely knew you thought you'd make a good leader. You're eventually going to be leading the entire Yaoyorozu conglomerate, no pressure, and you know what? You know who else believed in you. Freaking All Might. SHT's wild. She shook her head. Maybe he should have this Miraculous. He's fought all for one before. He almost won then, this levels the playing field for them. First of all, Hypnose interrupted, I'm pretty sure this group wouldn't let you just hand over the Miraculous to someone. But what if he'd be better at it than me? I'm just some girl. No you're not, you're Yaoyorozu Momo. You're a golden serpent, class president, 9th holder of One for All, 2nd holder of the Miraculous of Hope, chosen for this. And Demon, if Ladybug wants you to lead, I'm all for it. I'd like nothing more than to follow behind you, every step of the way. It's kind of my job. I'm almost offended you're doubting me, Ladybug teased, but this is your country, your rival. We'll be with you every step of the way, but... Pandora took a deep breath and straightened. I'm terribly sorry, she confessed. I don't know what came over me. I'm not being a very good representative of hope, am I? Argonaut. SHT's fed. Seems fair to me. Useless, but fair. Can I go blow it up now, or are we going to sit around braiding each other's hair, too? Pandora tightened her grip on her standard. Yes. Let's work hard getting used to working together, everyone. I don't want this to drag on for too long. We have a day, maybe two, before I want to bring the fight to him. We can't simply sit around and wait for him to make a move and terrorize the country. Hypnos grinned. Awesome. By the way, 𝐤𝐲 made it so I can suppress fear. Or other emotions, but really it's to suppress fear. 𝐤𝐲 beamed. He's brainwashing you into being incapable of feeling fear. I feel like every time he gets his little antenna on me he makes me terrifying. My antenna. Work on your powers, bug boy. Work on yours. Argonaut slammed the hammer into the ground and it went off like a shot, making everyone jump and making the concrete crater beneath him. He leaned back with a smirk. Oh yeah, I can work with this. I command you to tell me what you felt. Disma swallowed, but the words bubbled out of him anyway. She's here. My other half is here. The man clicked his tongue. I was going to give them a week, but if they don't want one, fine. Their weapons all blared and they collectively pulled up the news alert. Unknown villain has all of 𝐭𝐚𝐲 ward in a stranglehold as everyone is paralyzed in fear. Pandora took a deep breath. Looks like we have to move sooner than we thought. Foxes. Tricks, Deku, unify. Right, let's go. Am I ever getting my compact back? Maybe. Is it even your color? Meh. All chatter died as they stepped onto the field and felt the oppressive fear bearing down on them. Even Pandora's bolstering aura couldn't do more than let them move slightly. Hypnos frantically covered his eyes with his hand, then relaxed. Okay, nobody move, I've got this. One by one, he covered people's eyes and with a pulse of power, the fear gripping their hearts dissipated to a slight tinge. I can't get everything, apparently, he grumbled, but I can get most of it. And Dora can get most of the rest just by being around, because that's fair. Foxes raised their flute to their lips and played a slow and low-pitched melody, letting their forms ripple slightly around them. Fata Morgana. 𝐤𝐲 stared. That's new. Makes people less likely to notice you, you're dismissed as a hallucination. Ladybug opened and closed her mouth a few times. How does that work? It's an inversion of the passive, suspended disbelief. Instead of being believable, we're fake. So we're ignored. Pandora picked up her standard. Let's find him and finish this, if possible. She led the charge, slipping past silent homes and eerie streets. Even with the aura of fear sliding off of them, everything about this was unsettling, like a horror movie. They found All for One standing in the middle of a parking lot. His head tilted up at their approach. I suppose high dose of fear can cause hallucinations, he muttered, or is it the anticipation? He waved his hand as if to dissipate smoke and force slammed into them, sending them careening into the ground. They all shouted and yelped, picking themselves up and trying not to wince at the new stings. You've got to be kidding me, foxes snarled under their breath, literally what use am I if he looks at hallucinations and uses deadly force? Oh, the man said, not only did you find my counter, but you went the extra mile and tried to make me think I was going mad. I must admit, fooling all of my senses is very impressive. I truly did not think you were real. Pandora picked herself up. You cannot win, All for One. Theophobia, my dear, don't tell me you forgot already. Or did your friends not tell you? Where did they recruit you from, anyway? She ignored him and raised her banner. Rally! Instantly, they felt full of strength, and they straightened and gripped their weapons. There's 8 of us and 1 of him, she said, I believe in us. The remaining fear went away entirely and she winced. I don't know how long I can keep this up, though, and 𝐤𝐲 noticed that Grey was creeping up the edges of the 𝐵𝐵, so best hurry. Tsunami and Argonaut were the first to move, wielding sword and lightning, and hammer and explosions with deadly force. The man's shadow hand was his offense and defense as he batted them aside casually, with an air of indifference. Let's see if your rallying cry is enough for this. Freeze. Hypnose wheezed a little, but they didn't falter, and Ladybug threw her yo-yo from behind the villain, trying to wrap around him and hold him down. The wires cut through his flesh like butter as he began to laugh, deep and rich. Oh, he chuckled. I see, you also reduced my influence on you in other ways. How amusing. Well, if we're going all out, his arm, the one without a shadow hand, rippled and expanding, the suit jacket stretching impossibly, and then he punched. From the air displacement alone, the entire block behind them started to crumble, even though it was at least 100 meters away. The wind sent them all falling back, unable to keep their footing. In another moment, he snapped his fingers and fire sprang up around them, circling them in, and the shadows seemed to stretch and grow. They stared at him from where they'd fallen with fear creeping back into their hearts, and 𝐤𝐲 cursed as he fed as much power Hypno's way as he could. Another wave of the man's hand and the shadows leapt for them. They all jumped and scrambled away. Ladybug, Pandora called. Lucky charm. The bright flash of light made some of the shadows recoil, but a form rippled into existence beside the villain. Ah, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, he purred, so nice of you to join me. I would appreciate it if you could escort our guests away. It seems they're a little underprepared for this fight. Of course, Mstr. Oh no, the hammer came down where 𝐒𝐻𝐲 had just been standing, already having flickered to another location. F that. Dragon Beach, he's got a metal brace, electrocute this FR. Gladly, tsunami spat. Ladybug stared around them between their surroundings and the charm in her hand. I can't breathe, Pandora said firmly, we will not falter here. Chat Noir swung his baton at 𝐒𝐻𝐲 as Tsunami tried to hit him with a charged sword. Argonaut and Foxes were trying to take on the main villain, but even scatterings of illusions weren't enough for them to do more than singe him. Pandora was clutching her standard like a lifeline as Grey had already taken over half of her BLNDFLD, and 𝐤𝐲 and Hypnose were guarding her like their lives depended on it. We need to retreat, Ladybug said weakly, staring at her lucky charm. They startled. What? We're going to lose, she croaked. We need to leave before Pandora detransforms. I can restore the area like this never happened, and we stop the universe from going out of balance. We need a different approach to fighting him, though. Pandora accessed the battle before nodding. Pull back, she yelled, raising the standard. Ah well, all for one side. I suppose we could take our leave instead, if you're so hung up on 𝐒𝐻𝐲. Let's go. In a swirl of purple smoke, they were the only ones left on the parking lot turned battlefield. Miraculous Ladybug. The fire died, the buildings repaired themselves, and the pink ladybugs swept over them as well, fixing the little cuts and scrapes they'd gotten. The area looked like new, and as the aura of fear dissipated, slowly began to look like just a normal empty parking lot. There was a news helicopter speeding their way in the distance, so Foxes wasted no time in opening the Sentimonster portal and sweeping them back to UA where Aizawa, All Might, and Nezu were waiting. They looked at the thunderous expression on Aizawa's face, the deeply concerned one on All Might's, and the placid calm on Nezu's, and collectively swallowed and detransformed. Let's have a chat, Nezu said calmly. They and their Kwami, most of whom were wide-eyed in that sort of mom's mad way that people could get when it wasn't technically them in the line of fire, if not outright blasé about the irritation and concern bleeding off of Aizawa and All Might respectively trailed behind their teachers to the main building where they were ushered into a conference room. Walking through the empty hallways with the sky darkened outside was jarring, especially because only half of the lights were on, but the 8 teenagers bore the journey in silence. Once the conference room door closed behind them, Nezu gestured to Aizawa, who immediately snapped like a RBB band. What were you thinking? Bad enough that this is your second time running off without telling someone. Don't think I haven't forgotten your new moon jaunt, he glared, but you asked for my assistance and then didn't wait for it. What if you know? If you had shown up here with triumphant smiles and everything, I would have gotten over it. But you didn't. You showed up with your tail between your legs and a new CYCL that's questioning what the hell's going on. We have the commission breathing down our necks for the situation and to hand over your identities, which, if you recall, they've been after since you first contacted them about coming here. Now they are demanding it on the grounds of the new player on the board with the power to level cities, apparently. And, again, you did this without backup, meaning I got here to try and help my kids and come up with a plan and the gym was empty. Do you know how terrifying that is? And then we get the news alert of a large-scale villain attack and I have to watch you dash. He took a deep breath. So, you got the counter Miraculous. You decided to involve fresh people. 3 of them, in fact, all 3 my students, one of them my son and another the girl I practically raised. I thought, Ladybug, that we were letting you handle this because you were experts. Because you were the only ones who could fight a Miraculous. Even though you're children who got lucky. Marinette bristled. We are the experts. No one else has the knowledge about Miraculous that we do, they haven't for hundreds of years. Good thing you handed it right to him, then. They all stiffened at the callous words and he grimaced as if he hadn't meant to say them, but the damage had been done. Adrian almost pushed himself to his feet before Marinette dragged him back down. Kagami bared her teeth and had a white-knuckled grip on the armrests of her chair. Izuku was staring at him as if he'd never seen the man before. Felix was seemingly trying to set him on fire with his mind. Katsuki had both eyebrows raised, and Momo and Hitoshi were shocked into silence. Perhaps we jumped the gun a little, Felix said with acid in his voice. You aren't fit for a Miraculous after all. Oh, that's the only thing you jumped the gun on. All Might raised his hands. I understand that everyone is under a lot of stress and panic, but I would like to remind everyone that it comes from a place of worry more than aggression or anger. His brow furrowed, I had hoped you would be willing to confide in your teachers and mentors. Aizawa scowled. Especially because this isn't the first time you've accepted a life-changing power without telling anyone. Momo wilted a little in her seat. Yagisen, I hadn't meant to exclude you. No, it's all right, he waved his hands. I'm old and set in my ways. My time is coming to an end. But we are here for you to use as resources. And how many times have I told you? His eyes twinkled a little. Just Yagi is fine, or Toshinori, even. Izuku, who still had a hero fanboy buried beneath all of his magic, had half a moment to vibrate in his seat at the fact that he now had All Might's name before he focused again on how Aizawa was slouching into his seat hiding his eyes. She nodded slowly. Well, I wish we had spoken to you, any of you, more. We were unprepared. And part of that was because we had intended to spend a few days acquainting ourselves with Dandy and Virgo, in Katsuki's case, but then there was a surge that said All for One was actively using his abilities and, well, we didn't want the universe to fall out of balance. Usually it would take more than one usage, Dandy said hesitantly, hiding in Momo's ponytail. But Disma's binder has been transforming frequently and leaking power everywhere, so a large usage like he did would have been enough to tip the balance if left unchecked. As it stands, we are close to equilibrium. And, Plague spoke up, it's also worth mentioning that while Sugarcube and I can sort of tell when the balance is fucky, Dandy here's got a foot on the pulse, or whatever humans say. We're way better at feeling when our balance is out of sync. Didn't know we were that close to tipping, to be honest. Tiki huffed. We knew we were getting there, though. The other issue I can see coming up is side effects, Nuru piped up, because if he's spending most of his time transformed, or just transforming multiple times, won't he assimilate to the Miraculous faster? So he'll be able to use similar abilities without it. Izuku bit his lip. Combine that with his massive number of quirks and even if we take the Miraculous back he'll be hard to defeat. One benefit of him being transformed is that I can Miraculous cure everything, Marinette rubbed her eyes, because most of that damage was quirk-related. But it was all tainted by magic, so, yay, damage fixed. Why is everything so complicated? Nedzu steepled his paws with a hum. Well, now that we've gotten the high emotions out of the way, let us discuss a plan, yes. As it stands the 8 of you, 7 Miraculous users and a champion, weren't enough to get close to defeating him, correct? Momo shifted and grimaced. Between Hitoshi as Hypnose and me as Pandora, we can effectively counter his aura of fear and active use of his powers in a way that allows us to actually fight back. The issue is his numerous quirks. I believe that was the intent behind suggesting you for the mouse, Aizawa. Marinette nodded. The mouse is an order-aligned Miraculous with the power to split you into smaller copies of yourself, known as the multitude. If 𝐼𝐻 thinks you'd still be able to use your quirk, that essentially means we can always have someone cancelling his quirks at any given moment, since if there's 100 of you, each one will be allowed to blink as often as needed, statistically. Aizawa took a deep breath before letting it out in a sigh, expression becoming focused and serious. That sounds like a good power when fighting a man with an unknown number of quirks. 𝐼𝐻 is the Kwami. Marinette nodded. She would know her own Miraculous best, and know if your quirk is compatible with her power. Obviously, there's little point in you using a Miraculous if it isn't. He acknowledged that with a tilt of his head. That's if we'll allow it after all of that, Felix grumbled, but I agree that it would make combating him feasible. Past that, if I keep the compact as a sentimonster and don't have to fight him immediately, I can store up power to make another one. A good possibility, Nezu said cheerfully, and one full of potential. Might I propose something else, however? Nuru proposed that with the constant transformations, All for One is adapting further to the Miraculous, to the point that he is essentially going to manifest a new power that cannot be cancelled with erasure. I recognize that we are attempting to defeat him and rescue the Miraculous, but what if we didn't do both things at once? Kagami ped her head. You mean, what if we could rescue Disma first? Without defeating him? It sounds impossible. Felix sat straight up. You want to steal the mask from him. And then, when he no longer has access to a Miraculous, then we move in to defeat him. Still impossible. Izuku could tell he was growing agitated, looking at Felix's expression, but he couldn't help it, because as I've told you before, there's no way he doesn't have a wide range of sensory quirks, and even if you have Fata Morgana now but that's just it, Felix insisted. Not only do I have a power that's tailored for this exact thing, but I can create another sentimonster that will distract him further. I'm sorry, he snapped. Are you not remembering half an hour ago when he swatted us despite Fata Morgana? I highly doubt another sentimonster is going to be able to distract him when he knows that his hallucinations have the potential to be us, again. Your suggestion is going to get you killed. No, it's not, he insisted. If I make the right sentimonster absolutely not. Okay, Marinette intervened. Enough. You both have good points. If we can steal Disma back without having to engage in a direct confrontation, then I think we should. But we need to be very certain that Felix or whoever goes, don't look at me like that, Izzy, will be as safe as we can make them. The fact of the matter is, if we don't do this, there's a potential that this situation is going to devolve into something we can't stop as we are. Perhaps if I was more prepared in using One for All, Momo sighed wearily, and less caught up in using it for the energy stores. You've done very well with it, All Might said kindly, more than I thought possible. You've grown into a fine young woman who will be an even better hero, my dear. Where I was the symbol of peace, you will be. He glanced at Dandy and smiled, eyes twinkling, the symbol of hope. Truly, I can think of no one better. There was a thump under the table and he winced. Even if, perhaps, you really should have told Aizawa first thing, this time. Hitoshi squinted. I mean, technically I'm her bodyguard now. And she told me. And I think Katz is sort of a second bodyguard. The FIM. Virgo bleated, instantly drawing eyes, and she folded her arms in front of Katsuki's face. She has Dandy. And I protect Dandy. So you protect her. That's what it means to be my holder. Katsuki scoffed. Didn't realize that SHT expanded beyond the Kwami, sheep brain. Of course it does. When you're transformed, I can't very well do it, can I? Fine. I guess I'll protect Easy Bake. Hitoshi nodded sagely. So yeah, 2 bodyguards. Cats, how do you feel about cats? Shut the F up, I'm not joining your mini cult. But you have the name for it, if you count the English. Ah, well. So, Adrian looked around, if we are going to steal Disma, how? I need a sentimonster to dull the senses, Felix muttered, so that even if he does break through the Fata, he actually doesn't. Hitoshi nodded sagely. Makes perfect sense. Felix glared at him without heat. So I need a sentimonster that dulls, numbs, disrupts, but not in a way that is clearly hiding anything. I need, He met Izuku's eyes and a mote of understanding passed through them. "Oh," Felix said quietly, "I need." Foxes slipped closer. The man wasn't asleep, despite the late hour. They'd waited another 24 hours, leaving the compact halves together. It made them happier, the hero mused, the two minorly sentient halves, and they were a very minor drain. So in just another day, Iris had been ready to make the second sentimonster. It helped that this one didn't need to last a while, which was good, because she was as close as they could get to a person. The area was blanketed in her power, and Foxes exhaled a silent breath. Reality warped around them as they perched in the building, relying on their supernatural dexterity to keep them in position as All for One walked around the room, monologuing to a shifting 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵. They observed Disma for a moment. It was odd to see a 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 that shifted forms, but All for One seemed to ignore the changes, aside from snidely commanding him to shift out of one that was white. Foxes only saw it for a moment, but All for One seemed to know the form enough that he could catch it every time. Then, she got within range, and the next time Disma shifted to that white-haired form, All for One didn't notice. It had been planned this way, of course, for her to slowly approach so the aura would build up over time in a way that the man shouldn't notice, but still. It was disconcerting and thrilling to see how All for One slowly lost the plot, relying on memory without realizing that he could no longer sense the world around him. Disma noticed, and immediately started looking around, wide green eyes peering out from his face that was childlike in the strange proportions. Foxes had barely a moment to wonder who this person was, that All for One feared them because that's what it was, wasn't it? Disma changing into fears when the 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵 locked eyes with them and shifted. And really, they should have expected this, but they still reared back when they met the visage of Baba Yaga. It wasn't that they feared her, per se. It was more what she represented, the realization that was still shaping their perspective of their life, but seeing her grin up at them made their grip falter and there was a scrape. They both froze, staring at each other, but All for One must not have noticed, because he didn't falter in his fervent ramblings. Finally, All for One flopped into a chair, as much as a man with that much presence could flop. Disma almost immediately shifted into a skull as he focused on All for One again, and Foxes crept forward on silent feet. Their mask was on the back of their head so they could assess things with their actual eyes. With utter silence, not that the man should be able to hear much at this point, they climbed on the back of the chair, careful to not go over in case he leaned back fully. They were perched, hovering on their tiptoes, and their heart was pounding in their ears, so loud they wondered how All for One couldn't feel it. They flexed their fingers and swallowed. They reached out and immediately recoiled as he shifted his head, humming to himself. "I must be more tired than I thought," he muttered. "I almost feel as if my head is full of fuzz." Their heart was in their throat and they were frozen. They wobbled slightly and shifted to keep their balance, trusting in their two Miraculous to keep All for One from noticing. The man settled and their hands shook ever so slightly as they gathered illusion magic in one hand. One benefit of spending time with tricks to develop another illusion skill was that they'd become quite NTMT with the magic required, so now they could twist it in their favor without the use of the flute, because while their sentimonster was doing excellent work, the chances that All for One wouldn't hear the flute playing directly in his ear was, well, slim. Feeling like Indiana Jones, one hand swiped the mask and the other brushed the illusion onto the man's face. This illusion was specifically meant to fool the sense of touch. They didn't think he could truly see, but he would feel the missing pressure even with numbed nerves. To an outside observer, there would be no mask, but to All for One, as long as he didn't put his hand on his face to touch the mask, and didn't try to transform, he'd never know. It also wouldn't help him breathe, since it seemed this one had a filter, but it rippled to a more basic mask as he held it, a metal mesh, it seemed. Disma disappeared. Everything in Foxes told him to bolt for a foxhole before the game was up, but they forced themselves to extract as slowly as they had entered, getting to an alley outside before using their first sentimonster and slipping back to the UA grounds where everyone else was waiting. They stepped up to Izuku and latched a hand on his hoodie, tugging on static to let her know they were done and she could return. They left the portal open and watched as everyone stood in tense silence. Technically, all objectives were complete, but observing the building would let them know if the jig was up early, and none of them wanted to abandon static. She stepped through the portal and they waited another moment before pulling the mirror back and clicking the compact shut. The first one to crack was Dandy, screaming with joy as she latched on to the Miraculous. It glowed for a moment before 𝐷𝐼𝐼 appeared, immediately turning into a dark void. Dandy didn't even flinch and wrapped him in a hug, talking a mile a minute in the concentric language of 𝐭𝐴𝐺, and he was muttering back. Foxes gave a heaving sigh, breath coming in short puffs. They held a hand to their heart and felt it rabbit under their fingers. Static hummed. Well done. That was a rousing success. Thank you, they wheezed, you continue to be my favorite sentimonster. She laughed, the edges crackling with white noise. I'm glad I could help. The fight is just beginning, however, so you should all get some rest, sweeties. I highly doubt this will be kept from him for long, and I fear the reaction will be large. Aizawa huffed and exchanged a glance with the mouse floating beside him. I give it 8 hours at most. 𝐼𝐺 giggled sheepishly. Not a long time. No, I fully believe that, Hitoshi grumbled. So, are we retiring Dandy or? 𝐷𝐼𝐼 looked up. Why? Because we'd have to use you too. He shifted into an anglerfish and Hitoshi wheezed, recoiling with a hand on his heart. OF dude. That's seriously fed. Warn a guy. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 deflated a little and he hurriedly waved his hands. Not, like, you're fed up, mad respect the fear thing, very powerful and annoying as hell to fight against. Just. I thought I was over the ocean thing. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 shifted again, this time into a dragonfish. You're horrifying. Thank you. But I don't think I'd mind being used by a holder instead of a binder. They all looked at 𝐷𝐼𝐼, even as Dandy seemed like she was trying to burrow into him, feathers sticking up in every direction. Marinette bit her lip. You'd be fine with that. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 hummed, swaying slightly in the air. I think so. There's so much I haven't seen. So much I feel like I can do. And I don't want to leave Dandy, and my binder is weak in magic but strong in the other energy. Quirks. Yes. Hitoshi scratched. Alright, so who's going to be his holder? Static chuckled. He looked around, blinking. Oh, he said softly, oh, I can get behind that. Maybe. If he promises to stop turning into deep-sea abominations. Foxes considered for a moment, meeting Marinette's eyes, before shrugging. Why not? Shinsu Hitoshi, this is the Miraculous of fear. You will use it to fight the evil that is trying to take over the world or some other such rot, and follow the wishes of the 𝐭𝐴𝐺 it bears when the job is done. Do you accept? Hitoshi suppressed a smile by biting his lip, but it didn't quite work. Sure. If you need me. The moment the mask met his hands, it shifted until it was a perfect replica of his persona chords, and he blinked. Oh, worm. That's sick. And handy, Momo muttered, because that means 𝐷𝐼𝐼 will blend in easily. Up until he gets in someone's line of sight and turns into their personal demons. As if to prove Hitoshi's point, 𝐷𝐼𝐼 met All Might's eyes and turned into a spider. He blinked, looking down at himself. Oh, he chirped, are you afraid of death? Holy 𝐶, Hitoshi wheezed even as All Might shrieked a little, trying to hide behind Aizawa. 𝐷𝐼𝐼, light of my life, you can't just ask people that. And the answer is no, you're a spider. All Might is afraid of teen. Well, that's blackmail I didn't know I'd be getting today. Who'd have thought All Might was afraid of spiders? All Might shuddered. They have so many legs. And eyes. They all shared a small laugh as Static said goodbye and Felix de-transformed, slouching slightly into Izuku's shoulder. Let's get that rest, Izuku said gently, we don't know how long we have. Felix flicked the mirror at the wall again and raised an eyebrow when his boyfriend blinked at him. What? He muttered, I don't technically need to be transformed to use sentimonsters, and this one is pretty well behaved as long as I let them connect again. Plus, I don't want to sleep in UA's gym. This is a portal to the Aizawa residence, by the way. Hitoshi immediately made a beeline for it, Momo and Aizawa following after. Okay, so 𝐷𝐼𝐼, the whole basic transform phrase all for one had going on. Hell no. Everyone here except Mo and Dandy have super fun phrases, so we should definitely come up with some if we're going to be working together. Felix heaved a sigh as he reset the portal, sending them home, and Izuku squeezed his hand. Another waiting game, unless they got enough rest that they felt prepared to initiate themselves. All they had to do was defeat one man. One super-powered man who had had 200 years to prepare. Is your grandfather really okay with you sleeping over? Momo shrugged. His pretty hands off. And it's not like he doesn't know exactly where I am, or who I'm with. According to the clan, I'm in the safest place I can be. Hitoshi had a moment to flash back to the 2 times they'd fought a world-ending class villain in the past few days. Right. Safe. Dandy flew around the room. Is this a very safe space? Hitoshi snorted. I mean, it's my room, so sort of. I'd call this a safe space. Momo smacked him lightly on the arm. Don't poke fun. Yes, Dandy, we're pretty safe here. What did you call me earlier? Disma tilted his anglerfish head. Dizzy. Dizzy, light of my life, Dandy said promptly. That's what he said. I like that. Disma made a spin and then got in Hitoshi's face, making him flinch back with a wheeze. Dizzy is when you spin, yes. Disma turned into a tornado for a few seconds before going back to the anglerfish form, staggering in the air slightly. Oh, I don't like that. There were a few seconds of pause before he turned into a tornado again, giggling. Speaking of calling you things, Momo said, would you be interested in coming up with more specific transformation phrases? I imagine that the security of having no one else know them would be beneficial. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. They're not phones, Mo admitted, you just want the full magical girl experience. He moved his hands in a familiar motion. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Stop, she whined, hiding her face in her hands, you were the one to bring it up, and it's also because of security dash. You can't trick me, he shook his head solemnly, the transformation wasn't enough for you. You want to be Sailor Moon. She shoved him, laughing. You don't want to be my tuxedo mask. There are several connotations with that and I'm not sure I like all of them. But really, she opted to ignore his silent question and turned back to the Kwami who were still recovering from their latest twirl. Dandy had decided to hold on to Disma when he became a tornado just to try it. Would either of you want to try and come up with transformation phrases just for you? Light of my life, Disma said promptly, it makes me feel nice. Hitoshi opened and closed his mouth for a moment. I'm going to regret saying that, aren't I? Maybe. Disma, light my life. Does that work? Disma stared at him. You're not wearing it. No. Because it's weird to wear my persona cords in my room. But how will we know if it works if you're not wearing it? We haven't come up with the transformation words yet, so hold your horses. Disma paused for a moment before shifting into a horse. Dandy grabbed him in a hug. Horse held, she chirped, what about me? Momo hummed. I will admit, the Emily Dickinson poem is in my head. Dandy ped her head. I like poetry. Is it a ballad? No, Momo chuckled, just rhyming couplets. Would you like to hear it? Yes. Hope is a thing with feathers, she poked Dandy's wings, that perches in the soul, and sings the tune without the words, and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm, that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never, in extremity, it asked a crumb of me. Dandy had wide eyes and an open mouth. That's about me. How did she know? Momo laughed, and it sounded like bells. It is. Hope is well beloved by humans. How about, perch in the soul, and, the song is sung? Dandy vibrated with glee. Yes. I will absolutely perch in the soul and sing the song. Hope is a thing with feathers, fear is a thing with claws, Disma continued, shifting into a wolf, by Hitoshi's guess, flexing long claws and grinning. Hope will ask if whether you fear the things at all. They seemed well practiced in this as Disma continued, fear can make you reckless, or breathless, or running, or blind. But fear and hope, they sang together, you need them both, to quiet and center your mind. Momo was the first one to break out of her stupor, clapping lightly, and Hitoshi followed behind slowly. That was cool. I thought you guys hadn't seen each other in ages. Disma hummed, settled as a snake to wrap around Dandy. If a real snake was wrapped around a dove, there would be cause for concern, but she looked perfectly content with this arrangement. We still had many years between Tiki and Plag and me, Dandy pointed out, and I love to sing. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 wanted to join in, so we made a song together. How did Emily know? Maybe she had a bit of magic, Momo mused, or maybe she just had a lucky guess. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 lifted his head to look at Hitoshi. Can we come up with the other one so we can use them? I want to use them. For security. Look what you've done. He shook his head as he looked at Momo. You've corrupted them. She snorted behind a hand, quickly devolving into giggles. Doesn't that just mean I'm right? Like always, he sighed long-sufferingly, trying to keep his smirk off his face. Okay, so we got light my life, dim my soul. Is that too morbid? Will you take that too literally? 𝐷𝐼𝐼 waved his head back and forth, thinking. No. Your soul does get dimmer without me. Karma. I like it. Can we try now? Hitoshi wrinkled his nose. Would all for one notice? No, 𝐷𝐼𝐼 scoffed, he's an idiot. And weak. And probably sleeping. And Dandy will go too. Dandy nodded enthusiastically. Hitoshi sighed. Fine. Let me text the group chat. He pulled out his phone. Sunrise Kingdom. Purple skies. No one freak out. Mo and I are testing transformation phrases back in 𝐒𝐿. Why is it that every time someone says don't freak out I immediately want to have a panic attack to spite them? Heim. That would be the spite. Yeah, okay, we're good. He left his phone on his side table and picked up the mask. He grimaced. Do I need to wipe this off or anything? 𝐷𝐼𝐼 looked offended, suching back into an anglerfish, so he raised his hands. Sorry I asked. Mo, you ready? She tugged the knot tight around her head. Ready. Dandy, perch in the soul. 𝐷𝐼𝐼, light my life. For a moment it felt like something was crawling up his spine and he shuddered, but then it settled and the only new sensation was around his right hand. He raised it and blinked. Oh, cool, I keep the shadowy mass. This isn't going to eat my hand, is it? Pandora looked over. Oh. I don't see why it would. That is not as comforting as you think it is. Dim my soul. Oh, yes, the song is sung. He breathed a sigh of relief as his hand was whole and hale. He tugged the mask down, noting how it had some elastic so he could and still have it hooked around his ears. Okay, spill. The shadow thing. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 blinked. Didn't everyone get a weapon? Wait, so yours is shadows. He bobbed his head, small light tantalizingly drawing the eye. It's what my binder needed. I like it. It can become anything, just like me. He blew out a breath. Well, that's OP as SHT. I assume it has limits. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 hummed, floating gently around the room. Yes. It can't leave your hand and there's only so much shadow you get. You're better at magic, so it's much more for you, but I think other weapons might not really have a tangible limit like that. And of course, you have to think of what you want it to be. But we're chaos, so you should be able to concentrate. Hitoshi stared at him for a moment before turning wide eyes to Momo. Why is my Kwami the most ominous mothif on the planet? She gave him an amused smirk. Fear. Yeah, that would do it. Wait, what are you afraid of? I was the snake. Your clan is the snakes. I made the mistake of looking up different kinds of snakes when I was younger because I wanted to pick which one I was. I imagine it's much like what you felt about Izzy's ocean facts. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 gasped. Izzy and Dizzy. We can be best friends. I wonder what he's afraid of. Who is he, again? Butterfly. Probably, birds, then. No, he's not actually a butterfly. I meant he holds the butterfly Miraculous. He has green hair. Like, plants. Oh, him, yes. Still birds, I bet. Birds eat plants. I think. No, they really don't. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 squinted like he didn't quite believe him. I'll figure out his fear next time, then. You do that. Across town, Izuku shivered a bit. He'd had an ominous feeling for some reason. What are you, cold? He shook his head. No. Just those random shivers you get. Katsuki grunted. Whatever. Where are we going? Izuku grinned slyly. You mean you haven't figured it out yet? Katsuki gave him a baleful glare, shoving his hands into his pockets and resting his thumbs on the top of his new belt. You said we'd go somewhere we could fing train, and you left your two chucklefucks behind with your mom to go over your shitty book. The princess and the cat or whatever are working with Aizawa on some SHT at UA, the mouse SHT. It's arguably too late at night for any gyms to be open, not that I think you could rent one out if you said, hey, we're planning on wrecking all your SHT, and again, we're not at UA. So, no. Or, come on, guess. Zukuan, he said sweetly with a rictus grin on his face, where are we going? Izuku shuddered and crossed his index fingers in the other boy's direction. Never do that again, holy cow. Anyway, we're going to the beach. The beach? Yep. He beamed, swinging his arms back and forth as Nuru snickered into his neck. The beach? You mean the trash beach? He turned to walk backwards, grinning all the while. Sure do. I mean, the trash used to be way worse. And it was pretty clean for the past several months, but recently it's built up more. I figured maybe you'd appreciate the community service. Also a place to blow things up. And we don't really have to worry about disturbing the peace because the area still has a bit of a reputation. Plus I'll be championing myself to dampen the noise. Katsuki didn't stop, but he did pause briefly, face scrunching up. I thought you couldn't do that. Izuku shrugged. Most of the time it's like, why bother? Because then I don't have the quirk sense or anything, I'm stuck to that one power. And I like making friends and allies. But technically it's possible, I just need to power up a butterfly, de-transform, and then get powered up. Easy. But can't you give yourself any power? He waved his hand back and forth. It has to mean something. Either in the instance, or overall. In this case, I'm pulling on my experience with static and my general enjoyment of quiet from, well, long evenings by myself. Couple that with the occasional thought of geez I wish I didn't have to have my ears ring from Kaken's explosions, and you have a power that lets me muffle the sound of explosions in particular. I mean, yes I'm able to muffle everything as well. Just explosions for sure. Katsuki grunted. Not certain if I should be offended by that or not. I'm leaning towards FU. Izuku snorted. Seems fair. They arrived at the beach to see that it was, in fact, still mostly clear. Unlike before where there had been heaping piles of garbage, loose, in bags, or even large appliances or furniture, now it mostly seemed like your regular, run-of-the-mill litter. Still bad, of course, but the trash bags and empty cans and bottles didn't quite mask the smell of the salt. Before, all you could smell was the stench, and from several streets away. Now, they were standing on the sand itself and they could still smell the sea. It was greatly improved from how it had been a year ago. Izuku grinned. Ru, if you could please raise my wings. Didi was more than happy to land on his hand. Wings fluttering and antenna wiggling in laughter as 𝐤𝐲 threaded power into him. He took a deep breath and released his transformation. He was a little nervous, actually. He'd never done this before, but he held up the earplugs he'd brought with him. Fing course you did, he heard Katsuki grumble behind him, but he didn't have time to reply before the power entered him and he sked in a breath, instinctively accepting the power. It was odd, like transforming, but not. Transforming brought with it a swirl of chaotic potential, an endless stream of possibilities and enhanced senses. Here, at least, his senses instantly dulled, and the power didn't have that potential. Instead it was far more focused, more like a quirk. It was designed to do one specific thing. In addition, though he'd fed a decent amount of power into it, it was very clear that this magic was not backed up by Nuru himself. He hadn't really noticed it, because he still technically used his own energy to champion people, just guided into the right shape using the Miraculous, but that wasn't quite correct. It was like Nuru was a great looming shadow supporting his powers, weaving little bits into his magic to strengthen and bolster it. Here, the absence of that looming, seemingly all-power presence couldn't have been more clear. It was like those peanut butter-flavored cookies that had a Hershey kiss pressed into the top. You could eat both of them separately, but if you just ate the kiss you would very clearly notice the lack of cookie, and together, they were awesome. Possibly not the best metaphor, but he was trying to describe something he felt rather than saw. DMN, now he wanted cookies. He released a silent breath and flexed his hands, bringing them up to prod at the earplug in his ears. The world was muted around him, like he was wearing actual earplugs, which technically he was. Not the point. The point was he could tell that, like Static who had inspired him, he could tell that he had a range of quiet. He grinned at Katsuki and gestured. Katsuki gave him an appraising glance, but shrugged and spoke to Virgo. His words came out in a mumble that he couldn't make out. "Oi," Argonaut barked, sounding like it was just a murmur, "your champions always have new names. What am I yelling at you?" He grinned and mouthed the word. "Mokumo." It took Argonaut a moment before he groaned and Mokumo laughed silently to himself. Mokumoku meant mute, but Mikumo, one syllable off from the name he'd chosen, was what his mother had always said she almost named him. Combining the two for Mokumo was something that amused him to no end, even if he knew he'd only be doing this once or twice at the most. Mokumo sat on the beach and Argonaut hefted his hammer with a grin. It was almost as tall as he was with a head twice the size of Argonaut's own. The back flared out like a rocket and the sides were ridged and rounded like a grenade, but the front end was smooth and a dark matte metal. An explosion was etched into the metal almost like a bullseye. Mokumo barely heard him say "wipe out," and the back of the hammer started to glow. Argonaut grinned nastily and slammed the hammer onto the ground in front of him, causing a muffled boom as a plume of sand shot into the sky. Mokumo blinked and looked at the ground where it had shaken beneath him, then back to where the sand had settled to reveal a bit of a charred crater. Some of the sand at the epicenter of the explosion had turned into slowly cooling glass. It was currently glowing a dull red, but was quickly darkening and turning closer to translucent as he watched. "Oh yeah," Argonaut must have yelled, sounding like he was talking through cotton, "let's clean the 𝐻T out of this beach." 5 minutes later, Katsuki was cackling while Virgo inspected the scene, giggling to herself while she ate the fresh herbs they'd picked up from the grocery store. Even though there was some new lumps of glass around the beach and the sand dunes were getting quite torn up, Katsuki had managed to go through a solid chunk of the trash, purifying the beach a bit more. Mokumo leaned back with a grin as Argonaut suited up again. Even 5 minutes was enough to see him improve at flinging his hammer around in motions that were becoming practiced that landed precisely where the Miraculous user meant them to go. Katsuki had always prided himself on his precise control, Mokumo mused, and he could even control the size of the explosion the hammer let out. He lasted longer when transformed as well, each time adding a few minutes onto his time as he got used to how much magic and energy each strike would drain. By the end of the night, the beach would be clean again. All for one side and rubbed his hand down his face. The law was somehow finding all of his shell companies and shutting down most of his industry. In times like these, he almost wished he hadn't sacrificed the doctor, at least, if not Tomura. At least he still had Kurogiri, and a few more assets squared away. He frowned to himself. He should at least have had the foresight to relieve his sacrifices of their quirks. Oh well, hindsight. Now, not that he needed it, but he figured now might be the time to go fetch Gigantomachia. A worthy project of his and a long-devoted follower. He tapped his chin some more. Yes, that would be good. His finger stalled on his chin. Very slowly, he pressed more fingers to the lower half of his face. If he had working eyes, this would have been the moment in which he saw red. "Kurogiri," he said, voice dead, "drop Gigantomachia at you, would you? It seems my little heroes want to die." Kurogiri flickered away, which was good, because ice was currently creeping across the floor while All for One seethed. He started chuckling, growing louder and louder until his laugh boomed out, slightly manic. "Oh," he crowed, "oh how vexing. So they wish to die. And here I thought I made our situations clear. Let's see how those brats cure this." Momo took a deep breath and clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the class. "Okay," she said, "the festival is tomorrow. Let's do a dry run." The class cheered, pumping fists into the air. They were dressed in either plain clothes or gym uniforms, depending on their own preferences, and the wide concert hall that had been converted from one of the gyms echoed their cheers back at them. All they'd had to do was add in the stage and the lighting, but the special effects crew had enjoyed being able to customize ahead of time. They were doing 3 songs, 2 covers and 1 original, and Ashido had been working the dance crew like crazy for the past week, meeting up with people after school and assigning them homework. Between her and Jiru, they were frantic. Well, most of them. Kagami smirked at him and waved. I will be on the catwalk, then. Izuku clicked his tongue in mock annoyance and shoved her lightly. You do that, he grumbled, have fun making your ice glitter. I will, she said primly, patting him on the arm, thank you. Todoroki. She nodded at the boy in question and they slipped away with the rest of the special effects team. Hitoshi sighed beside Izuku. Lucky besties. You're not the worst dancer. I'm not an amazing one, the taller boy grimaced, but I have good balance and know how to count. Half the battle, Izuku assured him, if I wasn't constantly thinking of fencing or free running I'm certain I'd look like a robot, or be tripping over my feet every half measure. Truly, the only victor here is Katsuki. He stuttered briefly over the name before sticking to the actual name, instead of the nickname. Their relationship was weird, and he still wasn't sure how he felt about it yet. Hitoshi mercifully didn't mention the almost slip. Yeah, for real. Just banging away at his drums, making an explosion of sound. Too bad I dunno how to play an instrument other than the human mind. Truly a tragedy. Now boys, a sickly sweet voice came from behind them and dread curled down their spines. I know for a fact that you're not just sitting on your buttes when Prez already called for the dry run. They turned to look at the beaming Ashido and quickly scrambled to where the rest of the dancers were slowly getting into their starting formation. The dry run went well. The main lights were kept on, for this time, and the only special effects used were the quirk-based ones and not the ones that used actual supplies, and the instruments weren't really plugged in, but Jiru's singing was loud and they kept easy time. At one point, Ojiru's tail tripped Uraraka and she muffled a shriek, using her quirk on herself, but Zu caught her with her tongue before she could get too far and Ashido got this glint in her eyes, instantly pouncing on them when the set was done, blabbering about using Uraraka's quirk on the audience at the peak of the last song when all the effects were in full force and everything. The band went over a few measures of each song that Jiru wanted them to, and they all held their breath until Momo beamed at everyone. We're going to do amazing tomorrow. Everyone let out a massive cheer, energy high despite the fact that a few of them were sweating. Anyone who ever said that dancing wasn't exercise was wrong, especially after almost 15 minutes of it. Their celebrations were interrupted by the ground shaking and a distant crash. Kaminari said nervously in the silence, weird time of year for an earthquake. You're a thing idiot, Katsuki scoffed, earthquakes don't have a thing season. They're in the ground, dumbass, they don't give a SHT about the weather. They all braced for the aftershock, but it didn't come before the speakers hummed, being overridden by the PA system. All students, please evacuate from the main campus. I repeat, all students, evacuate from the main campus. Teachers and third years are clear to engage. Engage! Hagakure yelled shrilly. That was a villain. Izuku made a beeline for the door. The gym they were in was technically on the edge of what was considered the main campus, since that mostly referred to the main building and the surrounding grounds and forests, but they were still close enough that he could see the dust and smoke rising as the main festival setup was attacked by a hulking person with large claws and a protruding lower jaw. He towered over everything, easily standing as tall as 4 stories. It seemed like he was gunning for the students fleeing their setup attractions, and Izuku tensed, hand going to the pin tucked into his shirt collar. Hey, Hitoshi said, no, we're not supposed to engage. Izuku whirled on him. Hello. Giant monster person. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Hello. Teachers and third years. Besides, we're still technically on the main campus. Let's go. The class came up behind them, Momo organizing them. She furrowed her brow in concern as they all murmured, taking in the giant laughing man as various people buzzed around like flies. Principal Nedzu would have said something if this was a fight meant for us. The class murmured in tense agreement, but she glanced at him, his cousin, and Katsuki when she said it, so as Izuku's heart sank, he knew she had meant us, as in, the Miraculous users. He bit his lip, but reluctantly nodded, moving with the class to the other side of the building. They were veering for the extensive woods that sprawled over the campus, where the other people who had been assigned a spot for the festival near to the gym had started to gather. We need to get deeper into the woods, Momo called to them all. If we can still see the villain, the villain can possibly still see us. While he is currently distracted, it appears as if he is going for people. Let's not give him targets. They were a second-year business class and a third-year gen ed, but they all murmured agreement and slipped deeper into the trees. Izuku's phone buzzed and he whipped it out. Sunrise Kingdom Heim, y'all aren't next to the dude, right? Heim, you're good. Matcha, you can never make fun of me for saying y'all again Matcha. Yeah, we're fine, we could see it purple skies. No hey wait purple skies, why does it sound like you AIE next to the dude? 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, in our defense it's not our fault Matcha, I've never been more concerned. In my life, are you okay? Kitsune, we're fine, we're mostly evacuated, even Kitsune, I'm more cess the cafe is fed firework, can y'all shut the F up firework, whoop-de-doo, you're not fing dead firework, do you want a goddamn medal? Ryujin, forgive us for having a modicum of care for fellow human beings Ryujin, we'll shed no tears at your funeral Izanami, so we're not engaging. Matcha, you literally told me we're not going to purple skies, to be fair I said it first time, no, we're not engaging Heim, Cure works on miraculous stuff Heim. This is not miraculous stuff Heim, as near as I can tell this is a gift sent by our enemy though Kitsune. Yes, it's safe to assume the theft has been noticed 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, you can't see it but he looks so freaking smug right now it's sickening Heim, he deserves a little smugness. As a treat Matcha, so gimme the deets on the guy Kitsune, you're incorrigible, but fine Kitsune, calls himself. Gigantomachia, from what has been yelling Kitsune, refers to AFO as Lord Kitsune. Definitely more than one quirk Kitsune. Fun fact, did you know that Eraserhead can only erase one quirk at a time? Matcha, logistically this makes sense Matcha, because Kitsune, and apparently it's random to Matcha, when he uses erasure, it only activates on whoever he's looking at upon activation, and he can only look at one person Kitsune. Apparently 𝐺𝐻's job is to just cause destruction and show his lord's wrath Kitsune. Oh sorry, keep going Matcha. And usually one person only has one quirk. So either this is a discrepancy in evolution or the quirk is like a muscle and it never had to erase more than one quirk so now it can't Matcha. But if I had to guess, multiple instances of erasure would enable him to erase multiple quirks, one for each instance Matcha, making the mouse his perfect miraculous Matcha. OMG Felix you were still talking. Matcha, I'm so sorry 𝐿 Kitsune. No I like reading your analysis 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, stop flirting on main Heim, Anna you're one to talk, kitty 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, only the best for my princess less than 333,333 Ryujin, sickening Ryujin, so has our teacher transformed yet Heim, as if you wouldn't be just as bad Heim, I've muted the Guardian chat because of you three clowns Heim, Effie, Zoe and I are suffering Heim, and you're not even I in that chat. Heim. Anyway yeah he just ducked away after Felix held up his necklace and raised an eyebrow Heim. OMG no way Heim, he's calling himself Mousetrap Heim. That's so good actually purple skies. Angel I kinda thought he just clow himself rat purple skies. DYK he didn't even pick his hero name. / purple skies, MIC did Izanami, and he still says they haven't been in love with each other for forever SMH my head Matcha, wait are they not married? Purple skies. Oh my Kwame we get to involve everyone else in the drama 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, IDK if this is the time since our teachers and senpais may or may not be fighting for their lives 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, wait no nevermind 𝐺𝐻 shrank so fast, multitude is a very nice power, his in cuffs 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, proceed to spill the tea purple skies, thank you purple skies. So all of you are lucky BSs that weren't in the know for the useless pining stage purple skies, but essentially they'd been roommates since graduating for financial reasons and too much effort to establish another routine and ease 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐸, oh my god they were roommates purple skies. Now Mo has been around them for ages and no efforts made them realize that they were both in the friend zone for no goddamn reason purple skies. Mo list the crimes Izanami, sharing food from their utensils, sharing straws, going out of their ways to offer comfort and treats when the other was feeling sad without being informed because they just knew like what Tish, cuddling, sharing a bed once Tosh got adopted, not to mention the whole, don't move out that'd be illogical, like okay just say you can't live without him, knowing each other's favorite everything, driving each other to work, in fact, pretty sure Aizawa only got a job at UA because Yamada was already there. Nedzu intentionally hired Yamada first to entice him because he knew Aizawa would never be caught dead around teenagers otherwise I'm still not over this. pet names. The longing looks, the fact that the only other thing 𝐒𝐲 ever took pictures of were cats, they have 3 cats together, they file their taxes jointly. 𝐼𝐼, do I need to go on 𝐼𝐼? Why you type with a speed to rival 𝐼𝐼? You really needed to get that off your chest, here. Purple skies, and with all of that, it still took 𝐼𝐼 tearfully asking why they didn't love each other to get them to confess purple skies. Everyone say thank you 𝐼𝐼, thank you 𝐼𝐼, thank you 𝐼𝐼. Matcha, thank you 𝐼𝐼, laughing face. 𝐾𝐠𝐿𝐼, thank you 𝐼𝐼 3 ryujin, thank you 𝐼𝐼 kitsune, thank you 𝐼𝐼 firework, I'm not gonna say it purple skies, 𝐼𝐼 smile. JPG firework, she looks feral, why is she baring her teeth purple skies, how dare you, that is a bona fide smile firework, the F it is 𝐿 firework, fine, thank you 𝐼𝐼 matcha, wait is that all it takes? Matcha, you just have to look feral. Matcha, Kaken WTF matcha, Katsuki firework, FFS Zuku just call me Kaken I don't give a SHT matcha, maybe I give a shirt Ryujin, shirt 𝐼𝐼, shirt 𝐼𝐼, shirt kitsune, shirt purple skies, typo in the group chat. PNG purple skies, get his but matcha, anyway matcha, why has the evac order not been lifted if the dude was taken out 5 minutes ago? They all tensed as an unnatural wave of fear made them shudder and Katsuki clicked his tongue. Just had to say something, Zuku. Marinette made eye contact with Felix, then looked at her boyfriend. Adrian bared his teeth in a grimace of a smile, similar to the picture of 𝐼𝐼 before. Once more into the breach, my lady. She took a deep breath, trying to push down her fear. He spent a lot of time with that Miraculous, she grumbled to herself, but hopefully with Mousetrap we have a chance. Let's suit up. She spared one glance for her classmates, who all looked sick with fear. The moment All for One had appeared on the battlefield, monologuing to his failed wailing minion, everyone in the vicinity, including the 3rd years who had managed to make it, froze for a moment. She knew that 𝐼𝐲 had already de-transformed, because adult or not, 𝐼𝐼's power and his quirk were not compatible, no matter how useful they were together. Hopefully she'd managed to convince 𝐼𝐼 to part with some of his Swiss cheese, but since the boy was sort of worshipping Plag, another god after his cheese wouldn't be out of left field. And Plag couldn't even complain, because apparently while he teased 𝐼𝐼 based on their animal representations, the two of them could talk about cheese for hours. Was it morally wrong to use 𝐼𝐼 for refueling? Maybe, but desperate times called for desperate measures. She shakily pressed send on one last message before she slipped away from her classmates, out of sight. They had used the time after Gigantamachia's sudden defeat and subsequent capture to get out of the rubble from the destroyed attractions. She internally grumbled about the equipment and hoped that the festival could be postponed if they weren't restored in time for tomorrow, because she'd actually really been looking forward to this low-stakes school event, and the other 5 wouldn't budge on detailing their performance. They even practiced in secret. She shoved that out of her mind and went into the leader mindset for Ladybug as Felix turned into Foxes and Adrian into Chat Noir. Tiki, she murmured, spots on. Gashu looked helplessly at the battle. Daredevil was fluttering around as he mentally categorized the people around. Once All for One had shown up, even the 3rd years had evacuated, ensuring that they protected the other students. Mousetrap was around, he could see some of the little versions of their teacher dressed in black with pink and grey accents in various places around the battlefield. According to one he'd asked, there were about 4 dozen of them, all scattered and looking at the villain for as long as they could. Each one could cancel one quirk at a time, but All for One still had so many to choose from, it seemed like. It seems, he crowed, that I have more power than you know what to do with. I assume this is your pesky butterfly's doing. Modifying quirks, what a wonderful ability. I see now that it was foolish of me to leave you with power. I'll just have to take all of your Miraculous to ensure it never happens again. And, of course, I'll have to kill Hope. He tensed, but both Argonaut and Angler appeared. Angler spun the shadowy chain sickle around in a way that looked lazy, but the teeth of his mask seemed to be grinding together, and Argonaut's grip on the warhammer was tight. Oh hell no, Angler purred, you won't manage it. Pandora looked at them with some relief in her eyes, clutching tight to her banner as she moved around the torn-up grounds that made up their battlefield. Her aura of hope made it so the teachers wouldn't get speared, frozen from the killing intent that was pouring out of the villain, and allowed them to get their own hits in. The problem with Mousetrap is that while he could cancel out the quirks, All for One seemingly had an endless supply of them. Ice, fire, telekinesis, muscle augmentation, bone spears, air cannons, energy waves, ball of darkness no one was in a hurry to touch, poison spray, shape-shifting, levitation, glue, speed. His powers were seemingly endless, and forcing him to SWCH between them was hurting as much as it was helping. Ladybug called for a lucky charm and inspected what she now held in her hands. Space, she called, eat the space macaron. 𝐤𝐻𝐲 blinked, but pulled the Tupperware of his pocket dimension anyway, pulling out the deep blue one. He mentally thanked his lucky stars hair that they were apple-flavored and downed the cookie in 3 bites. He winced a bit at the feeling of his costume changing while still on him, but stayed still as it took over. He couldn't see himself and didn't want to bother finding a mirror, but he was wearing a helmet now, and his gliding wings had just become real ones. Around the battlefield, whether they'd retreated or been tossed, everyone slowly did the same, gaining helmets and full body coverage for their suits if they didn't have it before. There was a slight click as comm units connected. Okay, Ladybug sounded a bit out of breath. 1. I am so glad we made extra. 2. We need to take this to the stratosphere. If anyone else has been paying attention to his monologue, yeah, they could all hear Angler's grimace in his voice. I think seeing or sensing me or whatever sessed him off. He's gearing up for something big, and I for one, would rather campus not be obliterated. Try all of Musutafa, Mousetrap grumbled, and has been counting me. Besides that, the potion didn't transfer to the multitude, so I'd need to regather and resplit. Which would mean another recharge, Fox's side, and we might not have time for that. What do you mean, he's been counting you? I mean, he's been counting the multitude. He knows how many of me there are, or he has a pretty good guess. Vunami scared in a breath. Meaning he knows how many quirks you can disable at a time. That sounds bad, 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐻 said tightly. Does anyone else think that sounds bad? We need to get him out of range and we need to do it yesterday, Ladybug breathed. Angler. Maybe if Chat worked with me. He provides the height, I provide the chains. 𝐤𝐻𝐲 felt something flicker at the corner of his range, which was covering the field. He turned his perception in that direction, and Daredevil was already moving. Too slow, Ladybug was saying, we have maybe a minute. The butterfly connected. In an instant, 𝐤𝐻𝐲 felt like he had made a mistake. He couldn't contain a gasp as he doubled over, clutching at his helmet. Pain lanced through his head as the memories he usually got felt broken. Fragments of memories pushed forwards, ones he didn't expect and couldn't immediately make sense of, scenes that didn't seem like something they would have seen, pictures that felt over a decade old but were deemed important to what was happening. Purple, a collapsing building, a stricken face of a friend. Krogiri, he gasped, and he barely noticed head swinging his way since everyone could hear him over the comms. You are a puppet. You've served all you've ever known, but that's not right. Do you remember? I do not. You do, 𝐤𝐻𝐲 swallowed, because otherwise I wouldn't either. I don't need to transform you, since you can already do this. But you're not quite dead, are you? Shirakumo Oboro. He ignored the strangled gasp he only half heard anyway. Will you let me heal you? Can you? Well, he glanced at the laughing villain who was beginning to glow. Not if your kidnapper and emissor blasts this city off the map. In response, black and purple smoke, filled with specks of light like stars, flung across the battlefield, picking up every Miraculous user and All for One. When it cleared, they were surrounded by stars, and the earth was a blue marble, floating in the sky. All for One clenched his fists as his quirk pulsed and fired. The force of the blast sent them all careening off into space, turning head over heels, but they instinctively used their new powers to right themselves with puffs of air or explosions of the flap of new wings. They were far away from the man who was surrounded by a translucent bubble and throwing a fit they couldn't hear in the vacuum. He tried to use the air quirk to move, but it punctured the bubble and he immediately cancelled it in a panic, letting the bubble piece itself back together. He turned to them, turning every which way and floundering. He was saying something, but they couldn't hear him. 𝐤𝐻𝐲, what did we say about championing villains? He jumped at Fox's deadpan voice. We didn't. I don't think. Okay, Ladybug said gently, new rule, no empowering villains or villain minions. Even if they're also victims. Even if they don't want to be villains or villain minions. If they've murdered someone, they're off the list. How am I supposed to know if they've murdered someone before I send a butterfly? You know basically everything. Flattering and untrue. Also, I feel like 𝐒𝐻𝐿 shouldn't count. Since he was programmed, which is basically like brainwashing someone. It shouldn't count. Can we please? Mousetrap sounded like he was on the verge of a breakdown. Please kill all for one and go back to Earth. 𝐤𝐻 blinked. Can I champion heroes who have murdered someone? 𝐒𝐻𝐿 coughed politely over the connection. Can I be healed now? Oh, sure, Chrysalis. 𝐤𝐻, Chat Noir whined, please tell me you didn't just turn out way home into goo. Oh. I would like to go home quickly, Mousetrap said. I just beeped and would rather not be in the void of space when I detransform. How are we killing him? I'm not even going to protest the murder, Ladybug grumbled. Mousetrap, just erase the quirk, it's the only thing keeping him from what happens when exposed to space, imploding. Chat Noir hummed. I thought you froze because space was cold. Well, 𝐤𝐻 tilted his head, trying to pick out the other planets while he spun idly, not looking at all for one. First you lose oxygen very fast so you fall unconscious, which is good because then you boil and then freeze due to the non-existent air pressure. Then all your tissues would expand, which looks like exploding. I'm texting Chloe, Runami grumbled. Wait, Angler said, how can you boil and freeze? Cold vacuum of space and then direct exposure to the sun without the benefit of an atmosphere. If you're in the shade of a planet you'll just freeze. Of course, there's still all the cosmic radiation, new fear unlocked. Dizzy is going to be delighted. A voice connected to the comms. You're all thing lucky I love and care about you, Brillphil snarled, and have been nervously waiting for news. Why are you in space? They all clumped closer together. Because, Ladybug said, it's over. We didn't want him to level a city, so we sent him to space. Drop us at UA please. If it's over, that means we can go on vacation. She tried to sound like she was threatening them, but they could hear the relief in her voice. We'll go visit Luca in Crete, Ladybug promised. They're spending the rest of their break there, we have like a week. Thank Lumii. Okay, don't move. The portal opened up and 𝐤𝐻 had a moment to marvel that the effects of gravity and the atmosphere were contained behind the portal like it had a film on the circle, keeping everything inside until it passed through. One by one, Mousetrap first, they stepped back onto UA grounds, until they were all in and Brillphil shut the portal. Ladybug looked around the destroyed area and bit her lip under the helmet as Mousetrap slipped away to where the teachers were clearing some of the rubble, meeting President Missy there. She threw the star-shaped Lucky Charm into the air. Miraculous Ladybug. The ladybugs swarmed in whirls of pink and when they cleared away, some of the damage had been restored, but not all of it. She slouched with a sigh, and smiled at them all. It's done. They all let out relieved cheers. It was over. The first thing Izuku did after they got back was recharge and transform again, sending Apollo to Cementos and turning him into Constructus. With power over all building materials, not only could he more effectively clean up the destruction from the two villains, but he could restore much of the stalls and temporary buildings that classes had set up for the festival. With 33 total classes, they were sprawled across the grounds closest to the entrance, and 13 stations had been turned into rubble. With his champion's control over metal, wood, stone, concrete, and even wires and pipes, Constructus was perfect for the job. Of course, his design had Adrian in stitches. He wheezed, you made yourself a sentient brick wall to befriend Dash. 𝐤𝐻 smacked him over the head with his cane a few times, blushing furiously. That's still not a funny joke. Shut up. And he's made of more than just brick, it's just his torso. Suffice to say, it took a few hours, but they were done by dinner and the campus was restored. All of the students had been sent home shortly following the hero's trip to space, being told that everything was fine. They cheered when the miraculous heroes had all walked out of the portal unharmed. Immediately after the fight, the other students all went home, including their classmates who had sent them a few worried texts when it had become clear that they'd disappeared. Izuku wasn't certain that their class had bought the just another place in the woods explanation, but when they all appeared unharmed the next morning, it seemed way more accepted. 𝐭𝐴 had fussed over them for a while, crying happy tears of relief that it was finally over for them. They had Aizawa and Yamada, plus Hitoshi and Momo, come over for dinner just so everyone could relax a bit. Of course, that meant they had the Bakugos over as well, and ate a lot of food, including katsudon, curry, pasta carbonara. He still remembered Olya's mom teaching him how to make it, and various pastries. Apparently, Marinette was practicing to make sure she remembered for tomorrow, but no one quite believed her since they all knew she'd done almost all of the prep work in the past week. Finally, however, after the guests had gone home, the original Miraculous team members had a sleepover in the girls' apartment where 𝐭𝐴 could come out to see them safe at any moment and woke up refreshed. The 5 of them turned on the news, settled in the blanket nest. The newscaster talked about the destruction at UA, but how the students had rallied to help their teachers defeat what was apparently a notorious villain that the HPSC had been keeping under wraps to stop the public from panicking. All Might himself made a statement to the press talking about he'd fought this monster before, and how countless heroes had already fallen. He then went on to praise the ones who'd fought against his tyranny, especially noting one young woman who had been going by the alias Pandora. Many students and staff reported that she gave them the strength to flee, where otherwise they would have remained frozen to be killed, he said solemnly with a soft smile on his face, so different from the exuberant ones he was known for. But because of her and individuals like her, we have hope for the future. I have hope for the future, knowing that we can put our trust and safety in the next generation. I've been a hero for over 30 years now. I can rest easy knowing that our rising heroes will be the pillars to hold us up when I am gone. It is time for a new age, many things are changing, and I, for one, am eager to see how much light can fill the world because of it. Of course, they immediately spammed Momo with quotes and emojis, and the class group chat blew up as the newscaster called Pandora the symbol of hope. No one in the class knew that Momo was Pandora, of course, due to the nature of the masking magic, but they were all talking about being pillars and making All Might proud, living up to the legacy it sounded like he was going to be leaving behind. In the Sunrise Kingdom chat, Momo confided that it was possible the only reason he hadn't declared his retirement right then and there was because he then immediately turned around and started gushing about the cultural festival UA was hosting that very day, since they weren't postponing at all. He hadn't wanted to distract with what would likely take over the news for weeks, so he left a little hint to get people used to the idea and focused on them, the kids. And it worked. Even arriving an hour before the gates would open, the grounds were a swarm of activity and there was already a line around the block of people waiting for admittance to the festival. Security was heightened, of course, with many heroes attending for free as long as they took a shift, but the UA grounds were looking immaculate as people were beaming. Momo breathed in as their class gathered outside the gym. Hitoshi smirked beside her. "Smells like teen spirit." She flashed him a mock-irritated look before grinning. "Yes. Can't you feel it?" He shrugged. "I can't." Which, I think, is kind of the point. Opposites, and all that. Momo flushed and Katsuki snorted. "Stop flirting, we ain't got time for that." "Yeah," Ashido crowed. "Come on, Prez, what's the plan?" She took a deep breath and nodded once. "Okay. As you all know, the festival opens at 9, and our performance is at 1. Does everyone remember their shifts?" "Wait," Kaminari raised his hand. "Was I on 10 to 11, or was I 11 to noon?" "Christ," Jiru pinched the bridge of her nose. "You were noon to 12:30, we're not working on our shifts at all." "Oh. Good thing I asked, heh?" Momo giggled. "Indeed. The schedule is pinned in the class chat, if you need to check it again. During that time, you will get your stack of flyers to promote the concert to festival goers. Outside of that time, you are, of course, free to look at the rest of the festival. I recommend traveling with one of your shift partners or setting an alarm so you don't miss your shift." "Yes," Ida chopped his hand. "I would inform you that Aizawa is intending to give remedial training to anyone who misses their shift." The class shuddered. "But," Momo said soothingly with a hint of a laugh in her voice, "afterwards, the festival is open until 4, so any remaining time in the festival is free. Does anyone have any questions?" They all made murmurs of disagreement and she beamed. Excellent. Then, it's time, let us go beyond. Plus ultra. They all cheered and went off to their respective locations. Most people had been paired with friends for the promotion aspect, which would begin in an hour as soon as the festival opened, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to hang around each other to hold themselves accountable for timing. Izuku, for example, was just paired up with Kagami. Katsuki was paired up with Kirishima and Ashido, Momo and Hitoshi, which got them endless teasing since they were not subtle about how much they liked each other, and so on. There were groups of 3 and groups of 2. Since they had 21 people to cover 8 shifts. For now, of course, they were getting some last-minute practice in and making sure that everything was ready, from costumes to supplies to the technical side of things. Kaminari and Juru worked together on the tech stuff, as did Shuji, who surprisingly had some knowledge of the sound and lights, and other than missing some rope, which Momo promptly created, everything was in order. The festival was full of amazing stuff, and Izuku adored this as a concept, constantly dragging Kagami everywhere. She retaliated, of course, dragging them to a haunted house which had him shrieking, still remembering the trial of courage. He made eye contact with Hitoshi and Momo as he exited, and they entered and grinned, mouthing, "You're still scarier." The purple boy rolled his eyes and slipped into the haunted house himself. Kagami was willing to let Izuku wait, getting crepes from a second-year business course's nearby setup, and soon enough Hitoshi was through. "So," he said slowly, "was I right? Were you scarier?" Hitoshi snorted. "Of course I'm scarier. Dizzy liked it though." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "The screams I heard were from the class running it, weren't they?" Momo burst out laughing. "Mostly, yes, but Dandy and I calmed them right back down again." "Well, I did, mostly." Dandy was having just as good of a time as Disma was. There was a little voice from Hitoshi's hair. "Wait, is this Izzy? I need to see what he fears dash." Hitoshi smacked a hand on his head. "You know the rules," he pretended to be fixing his hair, "you stay out of sight when we're in public. You were pushing it in the haunted house." "Oh," Disma pouted out of sight, "but his name buddy." Izuku nodded slowly, mechanically taking the banana Nutella crepe his cousin handed him. "Hitoshi, I thank you for my life." Yeah, you owe me, see you guys around." They wandered off, looking at their own attractions, and Kagami inspected the pamphlet. "Oh no," she deadpanned, "our shift coincides with one bis play. How tragic." Izuku brushed away an invisible tear as Nuru and Long could audibly be heard giggling. "Truly," he sighed, "is it time to go visit the others now?" Kagami sighed out, sounding world-weary. "I'm surprised I've managed to keep you back this long." "Fine. Let's go see your boyfriend." Izuku beamed and took a massive bite of his crepe. It was already half gone, but he wanted to eat it as fast as possible since they were literally going to a bakery. They managed to track it down on the map and made a beeline for it, until they stood in front of the small temporary building. The outside had little tables and chairs with umbrellas over them to keep off the sun, and cherry blossom petals which were incredibly out of season by 5 to 6 months fluttered around on the breeze, never touching the tables but leaving an excellent atmosphere. In fact, there weren't even any trees around. The front of the building was a counter where you'd order, pick up, and donate to the tip jar if you wanted. Everything was free, since you paid at admission, but most of the attractions had little donation boxes, whether it was to go to the class or to a charity. Apparently, it was a bit of a mini competition between the business classes to see who could get the most in donations. The smell of pastry and warm bread and sugar as well as some savory flavors as well brought Izuku to the line, waiting as patiently as he could. Adrian beamed down at them, leaning on the counter. Izuku heard several swooning sighs behind him at the boy's smile and he ped an eyebrow, smirking. Ren rolled his eyes. "Don't you start too," he laughed. "Felix kept snarking at me for it, as if this isn't the exact reason they put me as the face for the first half of the day. Anyway, welcome to Princess Pastries, what can I get for you two today?" Izuku pretended to consider it. "One boyfriend, please." "So sorry," Ren sighed dramatically, "Felix is out of stock. Also not for sale. You see, his boyfriend would be very upset if he got sold off and my girlfriend would kill everyone if we let him go too soon. Can I interest you in anything else?" Izuku looked at him, deadly serious. You know what I want, Ren. Ren nodded several times before handing over a box. There's your payment, sir. Just keep our store safe from those Yakuza types. Kagami rolled her eyes. I would like some stained glass cookies, please. Adrian's demeanor completely changed. Of course. Here you are, have a royal day. He waved them off with a sunny smile that had more people swooning around them, and they each tucked some money into the donation box before sitting at a table to tuck into their treats. Izuku opened his box to reveal a rainbow of macarons and he beamed. I'm so glad I went to France. Kagami snorted. As am I. I shudder to think how last year would have gone without you there. Will you be sharing? He clutched the box to his chest. Hell no. You had your chance. Kagami snorted, but smiled into her own cookies. She very blatantly picked out all of the orange ones and set them aside, working her way through the others first. We forgot to ask about the cherry blossoms, she remarked idly, were you not curious? Izuku shrugged. It's an illusion quirk of someone in his class. They can only do flowers, from what I can tell. Felix and Marie are both in the back of the booth with some of the other members. It looks like they actually have a lot of good quirks for running a bakery. Non-conventional ones, sure, but there's someone who can maintain the temperature of the air around them, which I think they mostly use to never need air conditioning, but right now it's keeping the oven hot and everything else cool, and being used to cool the treats. There's a few others that say, stop the sense of the savory treats mixing with the sweet ones, so everything has its own distinct flavor, which is nice. Another is a scheduling quirk that's probably being used as an oven timer, if I had to guess. Kagami hummed around her cookie, finally having gotten to the orange ones, and Izuku scrambled to eat his own treats. It was exactly like the first box of macarons Marinette had given him all those years ago. Red, a year and change, he mused as he bit into the peach one, and it was a good one. On their slow meander back to their station for their shift, Izuku spotted a fortune teller booth from a third-year general studies class and all but abandoned Kagami. He didn't totally believe in the fortune-telling stuff, but he was more than willing to let them tell him something for free, and, well, part of him was deadly curious about what it would say. Probably they'd be vague enough that it couldn't help but be true, like fortune cookies, but maybe they'd tell him something ludicrous and he'd get a laugh out of it. He stepped into the tent, his cousin abandoning him with a roll of her eyes, and beamed at the shrouded girl. Hi. The girl grinned back. Hi there, caterpillar. He blinked. Yet to grow into a appealing butterfly, she said wistfully, still but a child. Will you let the future into your heart, to learn what patterns your wings will hold? He let out a silent sigh of relief. It was just a thing she did. I will. She beamed. Excellent. Would you like a card, crystal, or a palm reading? Izuku tilted his head back and forth. I think, he said slowly, a crystal ball reading. Excellent choice, she nodded. Sit there, let me just get it out. Most people want cards, you know. They're excellent for a lot of things, like love. Lots of people have questions about love, these days. Not you. He grinned. I believe in giving you as little information about me as possible. Aho, a skeptic. No worries, there's got to be a million of you. More skeptics than not, of course. Right, okay, she gestured to the crystal ball that was full of swirling glittery liquid, disrupted from how she'd pulled it up on the table. Chances are you might not see anything in this, which is okay, since I'm the one who's going to see the most as the fortune teller, duh. But if you do see a shape, let me know, okay? Sure. She set her hands on the table on either side of the ball, supported as it was by a small wooden ring to keep it from rolling. Her hands were tilted up as if cupping it, holding her palms parallel to the surface of the orb. They began to glow purple. He blinked. He hadn't been checking her quirk this entire time on purpose, but now, he slipped into the quirk sense and made a considering hum. Her quirk was pulled to her hands, the same purple as the glow and the same texture as the inside of the ball. It also pulled up to her head, settling in the lower central area and crawling up the back to the occipital lobe. Memory and vision, then. Your quirk isn't telekinesis, he murmured, but it's clearly doing something. She grinned behind her veil. I thought I remembered you. You're that first year with quirk sensing. No, my quirk is a minor psychic quirk that relies on proximity and mediums. For tarot reading, the cards will actually give hints to the future, if I can interpret them correctly. For palm reading, those ones mostly just certain lines being highlighted based on what I know of classic palm reading. For this, him. Okay, so pretty soon you're going to encounter a lot of old friends. Some that you expect, and some that you don't. All of them will be joyously received, and that's it. A Pegasus. Or something like that. Here. I'll have to look that one up. If you know anyone who's related to a winged horse thing, then they have an adventure coming up. Did you see anything? Izuku frowned. Just swirling colors. She pet her head. Colors that weren't purple. Yes. She grinned. No clue what that is. It's not supposed to change colors. Welp, that's all the time we have together, my little caterpillar. Your wings are going to be great, and you'll be surrounded by friends, it sounds like. She ushered him out. Thanks, he called back as she waved, ducking back into the tent. He checked the time and began to walk back a little faster. Their shift of promotion ran smoothly and without issue, with them walking around different areas of the festival and passing out flyers, and in no time at all, their stacks were depleted and their time was up. There was only another hour before the performance itself, so Izuku slipped into the backstage area where some people were also running around. Looking at his classmates, he couldn't help but think of the fortune teller who actually had a minor, if slightly finicky, precognition quirk, which was fascinating, and what she had said. Expected and unexpected. Well, the expected was probably the original team, since they were all planning to meet on the island of Crete, where Jagged was finishing up his mini tour of the Mediterranean. As for the unexpected, more and more of his classmates showed up, changing into their costumes and practicing the dances, and Izuku put it out of his mind. They had a show to perform. All of the dancers took as many quick deep breaths as they could. The first two songs had gone off without a hitch, the special effects crew managing the lights to make everything awesome, and the crowd had eaten the first two up. Izuku took a sip of water, catching Hitoshi's eye and grinning. They hadn't been able to see anything in the crowd with the lights, and everyone was shaking themselves out and ready for the final song. Thank you all for coming out this afternoon, Jiru said into the MIC, and for supporting UA's cultural festival. We have one final song for you today, and we're taking All Might's words to heart. We are the rising generation, the future pillars, and we're gonna bring the world light, she grinned, and noise. Hit it. Katsuki screamed in victory and started on the drums, letting the band quickly follow, and they all raced out to dance this final song. What Am I to Be? This was the song where all of the special effects were being used. There was shining ice in the air as glitter, lights were being reflected and prisming to spread across the entire large gym, and for the first time, Izuku could see the audience, even in the darkness, as light pierced through the darkness. He almost did a double take. He could very clearly see Ai on Aizawa's shoulders, baring her teeth in her version of a smile as her eyes glittered, and right next to them were Felix, Adrian, Marinette, and his mom. But more than that, there was Aunt Tomo, an elderly man that had the same bearing as Momo, and the ones who had made him do a double take. Chloe, Sabrina, and Luca. His heart was pounding in his ears, and he was certain his grin would split his face in half if it got any wider. He focused in, his steps snapping out perfectly as the class poured their hearts into this last bit of their performance. After the bridge, Uraraka and Zu combined to help her use her quirk on members of the audience, making them rise into the air as Aomar was used as a disco ball. The air was sparkling and he could detect a dragon shape as Kagami worked to keep everything going. There were ribbons and banners and he could feel himself swell with joy, nestling in his heart like a bird. After what seemed like no time at all and forever, they finished the song, everyone in their places. For a moment, silence suspended in the gym before it erupted with deafening cheers. Jiru's earjacks recoiled a little, but she was breathing and grinning too wide to seem to really care. Thank you very much. She yelled over the crowd. Enjoy the rest of the festival. And as always, go beyond, plus ultra. Momo laughed behind her and the girl flushed. It was good, she said, only the class being able to hear her. I was inspired. And clearly the crowd agreed with me. Yes, Hitoshi huffed with a smirk, Mo's an inspiration to us all. Now, some people are lingering, namely, family members. Indeed, Ida called, we must clean up this venue. Ashido turned puppy eyes on Izuku. Mido, surely you can champion someone for this. He raised an eyebrow. Who would I champion? I already gathered the ribbons and such. Kagami reformed beside them, so there are simply a few piles to be cleaned up. There isn't much. Half the class cheered. You're a godsend, Kaminari cried, an actual godsend. Kagami snorted, and only Izuku could probably tell that she detransformed to catch the god that had helped her. Ojiru called, we have a lot of parents here, are we letting them in? Aizawa made the decision for him by opening the door and walking through it, holding Eri's hand and being trailed by his official boyfriend. Hell class. Good work. They all cheered and split up to find their parents. Izuku let out a laugh as Chloe practically tackled him before pulling Kagami into a searing kiss. Babe, she said as she pulled back, you make an excellent light show. None of us want to see that, Izuku complained, stop making out with my cousin. You couldn't even see her. Maybe you couldn't see her, but I would not be so ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. He beamed back. I'm so glad you guys could come. I thought we'd see you next week instead. They didn't even tell us, Marinette said with some amusement, they just showed up next to us when we went to come see you guys. Apparently they got here this morning and only got to the festival around 12:30. But, Izuku could hear the smirk in Felix's voice, they aren't the only surprise. Esmeralda, that was brilliant. Izuku jumped like Kaminari had shocked him and gaped as the figure came into view. As he jumped forward to hug him, he cried, Maestro. The Centimonster was just as he remembered, with his papery skin and domed head. He felt the silvery embroidered notes press into his face as he giggled, elated. He pulled back suddenly and looked at his partner. I can't believe you. You never told me about this. Felix raised an eyebrow and smirked. Yes, that sort of negates the surprise part, my dear. Maestro beamed. What a performance, Esmeralda. And the last song, it was an original for the singer, yes. Oh, I must go meet her, that was magnifique. Truly, this is what makes life worth living. Izuku grinned. It's really good to see you again. How long are you sticking around for? He waved him off. Just for today. Ah, but what a marvelous day. And do not fret, I will return occasionally. Your beau is very kind, and full of love for you. Felix and Izuku both went beet red as Maestro laughed and walked away to where Jiru was talking to her parents. Izuku felt like he'd burst, but instead he just wrapped himself around Felix and buried his head in the other's neck, grinning madly. Arms wrapped around him and a kiss was pressed into his hair. You looked good up there, Felix murmured as conversations resumed around them, but I'm not certain orange is your color. Izuku snorted. No, I thought the same thing. I also thought about how glad I was that Rue didn't stick me in purple and make me look like the Joker. Good Lumii. Exactly. He leaned back and beamed at his partner. Thank you. Felix looked away, blushing. So my aunt had two good ideas ever in her life. Izuku snickered and looked around. Pretty much everyone had their parents and siblings around. It looked like Kaminari had a weird uncle with a scar on his oh. He extricated himself from his slightly confused boyfriend and walked over. Jin. The man jumped and squinted. Hi. He grinned and bowed slightly. I'm Midoriya Izuku. 𝐤𝐸. The man blinked before he started crying and Izuku freaked out. No, I'm so sorry, oh my gosh, I'll leave, I don't know, Jin got out, no I just, thank you. Thank you. Izuku slowly took a breath and exchanged a glance with Kaminari. You're welcome. I didn't do much, the elder Kaminari laughed and tucked Jin under his arm. As if. I hadn't seen this kid in ages, and suddenly he's texting me out of the blue. I mean, I knew it was his sister who would knock him into shape eventually, but without you, gosh, I knew the name 𝐤𝐸 sounded familiar. Denki, why didn't you remind me? The boy blinked. I didn't know. You said a hero helped Uncle Jin, I assumed it was an adult. sorry for not connecting the dots. But he scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin. In hindsight, the clues were there. Especially because Mido is the one who asked for your phone number, Dad. His dad laughed and gave a short bow to Izuku. Thanks for helping my friend, he grinned. It's been nice to get back in touch. And that was a killer performance. Wasn't my kid amazing? Izuku laughed. We all worked really hard, and we couldn't have done it without him. Have a good rest of the festival. Jin gave him a nervous but genuine smile, and Izuku felt fit to burst with joy. Everything was looking up. Come on, he grabbed Felix's hand and looked at the rest of his friends. There's a whole festival to explore. And some of you guys haven't been through it before, so I can show you all of the cool bits. Luca smiled. I think the three of us could be convinced to go with you for a while. Chloe pouted and Kagami rolled her eyes, but there was still a few hours left before the festival was over, so they'd have alone time as well. And soon, they were all going to Greece to take some time off. The new age was upon them. Did you know that this is the island where King Minos trapped Daedalus and Icarus in the labyrinth? Yes, Izzy, Chloe drawled, we did, in fact, know that. He was called the King of Crete. This is Crete. It's not exactly rocket science. I can't believe you're ruining my vacation like this, he pouted. She's ruining my vacation. Well, Marinette didn't even pretend to look at him, eyes closed behind her sunglasses. You did Chrysalis our way home from space. His still goop and everything. It was true. During the reconstruction process, Aizawa, Yamada, and Kiyama had discreetly moved the giant green chrysalis to the nurse's office, where they put as much monitoring equipment as possible. Every so often, Izuku would reconnect with Daredevil and feed more magic into the bond to ensure that Shirakumo had enough juice to keep healing and it didn't break early. They were going on day 4, at this point, with no real end in sight other than a vague, it's definitely fixing something. Izuku was holding out hope that everything worked out fine, because if this worked, the next thing they were going to do was try to use Flow to help and revive Adrian and Felix's fathers. If Izuku could swing it, he was going to try every miraculous they had that could potentially be used for healing and pool the Kwame's knowledge, since they were trying to combat a huge and old quirk curse. If anything, fixing the boy man who had once been Krogiri was excellent practice for him, even if he was helped by the state of deterioration being considered an active injury, so Chrysalis would actually work. Head empty, he claimed, he was so helpful to stop his old boss from nuking half of Japan. I am curious as to why the quirk was far less effective in space, because we weren't that far away from him. Kagami gave a smug snort and he turned to squint at his cousin. What did you have to do with it? She sipped her lemonade, staring him in the eye. Luck dragon. It's also why our single use of erasure managed to get the air bubble quirk. You're welcome. He gaped. You got that working and didn't tell us. Gami, what the F? Luca raised a hand. We knew. He turned accusing eyes on Luca and Chloe. You abused partner privilege. That would have been good information to have. Marinette finally looked at him, frowning. Did you not hear her? Like, we were all connected on comms. He sighed. I guess I was either too caught up in the awe of space or I was still in the warp gate at the time maybe, Adrian snickered. In Zook's defense, I didn't hear it either. That's really cool though, you should use it to win the lottery. We already have more money than God, why would we need that? Boo, spoil sport. Felix squinted. We also have a large sum of money and assets in the form of our parents' companies that will be taking over in only a few years. Hasn't Natalie been wiring you more money than you know what to do with? I mean, yes. Then why do you want to abuse a miraculous to win the lottery, of all things? You know they tax it heavily, yes. The government takes most of your winnings. There are much better ways to get money than rigging the lottery, Sabrina snorted, and most of them are even legal. Every time you say something like that I wonder how you're a detective and daughter of a police chief, Luca said with amusement, because I feel like you're the one who is most vocal about your willingness to resort to crime. It makes my song spicy, doesn't it? It truly does. Their phones went off, and Marinette was the one to check the massive Miraculous group chat. Okay, what the F? Izuku immediately went for his own phone but Felix plucked it out of his hand. Let her tell you, he murmured, go back to relaxing for the love of Dandy. Did you use Dandy because you're hoping I do what you want? Is it working? Maybe. Okay, Marinette said gleefully, I think Max just volunteered to run point on the tribal box. Apparently, he met someone using a Miraculous from it. Alex claims he's a traitor who's breaking up the Eros gang. Wait, does he like this person? Hang on. Izuku turned pleading eyes on Felix, who was unswayed. Just wait. Okay, but that's a box we don't need to worry about. That means we're up to 5, Zodiac, Constellation, Spirit, Jungle, and then Tribal when that team decides to go for it. Good for them. I think you mean thank F, Felix snorted, because otherwise we'd have to deal with it, and I, for one, would like a year of just being vaguely normal. Adrian snorted. Vaguely? How can you be vaguely normal? Simple, we're never going to be completely normal because of the miraculous and the magic in our lives, but we're also not going to be batshit insane as long as we only have to deal with your regular run-of-the-mill villains. And hey, Adrian snickered, our first miraculous villains took us like 9 months, this one took us like 2 weeks once he actually had a miraculous, that means any more will go even faster. We're such a good team. I swear if you jinx us Sabrina interrupted the cousin spat with a snort. I mean, do you guys want to wait a few years before tracking down the other boxes? There's at least one left if we're not going with the 7 theory. Kagami slowly turned her head. What do you mean there's at least one left? Sabrina waved her tablet. How do we feel about Australia? The other 7 gave groans of various strengths and she giggled. When I was looking up info for Bayak, our raven, I found evidence of a magpie miraculous in Australia. I'm not saying it's going to be a whole box, the book is so useless, Marinette grumbled, that's at least 2 boxes it has no idea about. It depends on when these boxes were made, Felix said slowly, sounding dead inside. We're damn lucky the book was updated with the Spirit and Jungle boxes based on their timelines. Either the Aboriginals figured out Miraculous on their own, separately, or the knowledge came over with the convicts, which would place them far later than the other boxes. I mean, ours was, what, 3000 BCE? We don't even know when the tribal box was made, Marinette admitted reluctantly, because Flo had a decent counterpart in her box with the turkey, and we found that crocodile miraculous that we thought was 𝐒𝐻𝐼ty in Ananza's box. Luca hummed. Like how Dandy was partially balanced with Capricorn being similar to Discord, plus having Aries there. Goodness, we all got very lucky. But is it luck or is it fate, Sabrina mused, since it seems like a lot of things just drop into our laps. Still bummed I haven't been able to find evidence of a 7th box, though. I love number symbolism. Tiki coughed and nudged Plag out of the miniature Kwame spa they'd made up for their Kwame and the Kwame of the Constellation box who were here before relaxing by the pool on their own reclining deck chairs. Plag gave her a truly nasty look, but she just stared at him. Ooh, he yelled, fine. There's totally a 7th box, but it's fine where it is and I don't think you can get to it anyway. Adrian shot up in his seat. Hang on, wait, does this have something to do with Lumii? You were super sketchy when talking about her. Them. Whatever. You said the same thing about that last alpha pair, that Lumii was totally safe and no one could get to them. Spill. Plag ground out a sigh as long as he could, which was a long time considering he didn't need to breathe, but eventually Tiki threw a piece of cheese at him and he snapped it up without thinking. Okay fine, he grumbled, so I definitely sank Atlantis. There was a moment of shocked silence before everyone was immediately talking at once. Whoa whoa whoa, he yelled, I'm not gonna talk if you all keep yapping. Geez. So basically, I didn't want the Order to get their grubby little hands on Ashar and Jeannie. I mean, come on, what the hell do you think they'd do with the Kwame of logic and faith? Or, straight up using their wish to change people's beliefs. It'd be a clusterfuck of epic proportions. So I did what any good Samaritan would do and sunk the entire place under the ocean before the Order could notice someone else made miraculous. I mean, it was the first time someone had done that. What was I supposed to do, let the Order get more powerful? No. So yeah, I just pretended I got bored one day and caused massive destruction for funsies. They never looked deeper into it. Adrian swallowed. So, since they made more Miraculous, you killed all those people. Plag recoiled. No, what the F? They are fine. Probably still going strong down there, all things considered. They're kind of self-sustaining, a bit like your guy's island, I guess. Just, underwater. Izuku blinked. But how? Plag shrugged. I dunno. I don't care, either, but I saw this pearl-looking barrier go up, so they probably had a Miraculous or two that helped them. Aquarius made a noise of realization. Oh, Andromeda saw them once, I think. She assumed it was Poseidon's water palace. There was a giant eel that was moving the city, which is where her sea monster story came from. It spotted her and tried to scare her off. Plag shrugged. Sure. Anyway, I didn't look any closer because I didn't care. It's not like 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 need to breathe. Plag, Tiki groaned, I can't believe you didn't tell me. I would have wanted to see them, we'd never met before, you know this. Yeah, but then the Order would have asked you about it and you would have been forced to spill the beans, we've been over this. Other than our octopus and jellyfish, they had like a lobster, I think. No idea what concept that would be. Probably an eel or a sea snake. Something to do with pearls. Yeah, they are fine on their own. Maybe one day we can take a vacation and go visit or something, I dunno. But yeah, there's your 7 boxes or whatever. There sure are a lot of us, here. And many more, Tiki said wistfully, so many concepts that simply haven't been embodied. The world is so vast, Ari stretched. Guardians, is Virgo doing all right? I know she can take care of herself, it's just, well, this is the longest we've been apart and awake, Izuku snorted. She was doing great the last I saw her. She and Kaken get along like a literal house on fire, and she's pretty content to see Dandy and Disma just experience the world. As are we all, Marie said warmly. While I could do without the jump scares and revelations of my deepest darkest fears, it's nice to see them take joy in the smallest things. Makes me really appreciate life. Also makes me appreciate not being at school, Felix snickered quietly. Poor BSs are bearing the brunt of Disma's curiosity right now. According to Hitoshi, Izuku sighed, he really wants to meet me since we're name buddies. Can I get an F in the chat? They all chimed in their FS and he smiled. Yeah, it was really easy to appreciate life. Notes, we're done. The real delay on this was making sure the one-shots were all ready, so sorry about that, but I think they are amazing. Okay, since we're not doing future books and the one-shots aren't about these ones, here are the boxes that will not be addressed in the one-shots. Click on the triangle to expand. Outback Ocean. Atlantis was just a fun thing. Canon Plag says he is the reason that happened, so I thought it'd be a fun lore point. Very occasionally, I think twice in the fic, he refers to it. Specifically he talks about the thing. Essentially though, this is one of the catalysts for Dandy. This made the Order dislike him and try to go for one of the other Alpha 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Granted, many decades if not centuries later, but still. Other notes. Oh. Mr. Compress is volunteering a lot. Sako still feels really bad about not dying instead of kidnapping Marie because those were his options, let's be real, so he's doing his best to still be a hero and is working with disaster relief a lot, plus volunteering for magic shows. Marie probably gave him Jean's number, after telling Jean OBV, because he's another magician that Izzy mentioned to Sako, I'm pretty sure, so they compare magic tricks. Hawks and the HPSC never figure out their identities, and Pandora and Angler are minted heroes in their own right, used either when the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 want to, or when Genesis and Mind Blank need that sweet identity protection for some reason. Eri definitely grows up to be both a cat and also the ring bearer when Mo and Tosh enter a permanent relationship, because Diamond, I didn't expect to like this ship as much as I did, but it hit me like a freight train. LMAO. Speaking of permanent relationships, now that Aizawa and Yamada are dating, they definitely get engaged and then married very quickly. Everyone say thank you. Jay, one last thing about Mo. Dandy saw the damage Ofa was doing to her due to the fact that she already had a quirk and the singularity, and went to and absolutely smoothed that over, then turned to Mo and went, so can we float now? Because hope lifts you up and you have that fun quirk. I think we can do it. Dandy is everything I ever wanted in life. I love all of my fan in 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. I think that's it. Again, let me know if there's still something you're wondering and I'll add it here to the end notes. See you in the one-shots. Edit. Gentle and La Brava decided against interrupting the UA festival after a few of them decided to kill God for interrupting, so they went to Shiketsu, their rival school, and got rolled LML. There's no way in Asa for one didn't just obliterate them, and his one first year.